just to show me what's on the other side of inhibition. No apologies, my baby. I do you do 'cause I'm feeling so good. Memories now let me fall back. But you'll be there, ready to rescue me if I go out of track. You can get away with it, 'cause you make me love my imperfections, answer all my questions, just to show me what's on the other side of inhibition. No apologies, my baby. I'm feeling so good. Cause you make me love my imperfections. Yeah. What's on the other side of inhibition? Ooh, I do you do 'cause I'm feeling so cool. If I stay good to you and don't come back firing, if I play nice to you and don't fight back, I remember the nights, don't regret any time. So if I remain good, it don't mean that I should, 'cause I
All right, hello and welcome everybody to the NLC Fall Open Qualifiers Week 2, Day 2, Game 1, brought to you by Square One. My name is Aladar, and alongside me on the analyst desk today we have Darksil and Rail, and we are going to be getting our teeth into this matchup between Barrage Academy, who we saw taking down Resolve yesterday, and Dusty. So I think we're going to take a look at the brackets to see exactly how the land lies right now across the order here. So, as you can see, in round one, there are only two matchups to speak of. Lundqvist light side actually took the win over Wizard Esports in the top side of the bracket. And on the bottom half, Barrage Academy, as we've already mentioned, did manage to get the slight upset victory in the end over Resolved. And that is what has brought them up against Dusty for the second time in as many weeks. So yeah, we are going to now, maybe because we haven't really had any chance to talk about Dusty yet, or hardly at all on the SQ1 broadcast, because we haven't covered them thus far. So I think this is this is a good chance now for us to have a little bit of an introduction and learn what Dusty are all about.
Well, the main thing that we should focus on for Dusty is that mid-jungle duo of C-Boy and Poulsen. Poulsen, high challenger mid laner, really good. Pegged as one of the best mid laners in the entirety of both this week and last week of all of the teams. So someone that we should be keeping our eyes on definitely there. And then C-Boy, he's a pretty good jungler too. He will be focusing on that mid lane, trying to get his mid laner ahead. And if he can be put onto these sort of meta picks or maybe even more comfort picks like the Lucian, then we're expecting some great things from him. And I'm Interested to see what C-Boy will be pulling out. I'm expecting something maybe like the Graves for him, something like the Lilia as well, another meta pick that also has a high impact, especially in the early game. So gotta keep our eyes on Dusty's mid and jungle. They are pegged as one of the best, if not the best teams in this week, having had a pretty rough seeding last week. So we're expecting great things from them.
So on the other side as well, then we have Barrage Academy, which they have actually met Dusty not too long ago. Barrage Academy, the strongest points has definitely been their jungle mid duo, which is funny enough the same thing as Dusty, and it's probably something you don't want to play into as easily because you got Paulson on the other side versus Lux, who's still quite fresh. Like he's in his second week of competitive, and against someone who's quite proven, which is Paulson. And then Flipper's really been putting up performances, but how many of them performances can he keep putting up when he doesn't have Lilia in his hands?
Yeah, we'll definitely have to wait and see whether he can continue to pick up that Lilia or whether it will be denied him. But yeah, as I alluded to earlier, we have actually seen these two facing off already last weekend in the round 1 of the qualifiers for the NLC Fall Open. And on that occasion, it didn't really look so great for Barrage Academy.
It looks kind of rough, especially given the fact that they got what they wanted out of their draft. They got the Graves, they got the Zoe for their mid jungle, as we alluded to earlier, and they still fell flat. They couldn't really find these opening points. Their salvo was a little bit questionable, almost, you could say. So I am kind of worried for the side of Barrage Academy going into this matchup. It is definitely on Flipper and Voxner. As Rail already said, Lurks, this is the second week of competitive play. There's a lot of room for improvement from him. We're not expecting Caps 2.0 here. So I'm expecting good things from this Barrage lineup, but maybe not necessarily this week. If they do fall flat yet again versus Dusty for the second time, then I think that there's a lot of room for improvement. There's a lot of VOD review that is left to be done, but that in the future, we are expecting great things from this roster in particular.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of potential on that Barrage Academy team just in general. They have a lot they can build on as a team, and they have more or less veteran players with Den Voxner and Flipper obviously coming down from the main Barrage team to the Academy. So you got more leadership roles basically coming through with them. And like you said, Lux can still improve. He's still got time. He's still fresh. So we're not expecting too much from him. So far, he's only really played 3 champions, though. So that's definitely going to be exploited by Dusty here.
Yeah, no, there's definitely the possibility for that to be the case. And if we can't necessarily, obviously, it'd be great if Lurks could suddenly find his feet and become this sort of player that he kind of promises that he can be. Barring that, what else can Barrage Academy realistically look to do in a practical sense to try and change their fortunes this weekend and to try and get the upper hand over Dusty?
Difficult one to say, really, because you don't want to put all of your eggs into the Lurks basket and have him not really be able to carry, because we haven't really seen him on a main carry role in the roster. So I would like to see it on Den Voxner have Flipper just spend most of, if not all of his time trying to get this bottom lane ahead. We saw him on Senna yesterday in both their games where they got the wins over Resolve, but he was on Lilia, so it's one of his best champions, if not his best champion. What happens, as you said already, Aladar, what happens when you get rid of this Lilia? It just feels like as if he might be put onto something that he's far less comfortable on and might be able to do far less with. So something like the Graves, even though it's good, even though it's meta, he mightn't be able to do very much with it. So that's kind of the question marks I have over this roster at the moment is, what happens if we have no Lilia for Barrage Academy? What happens if he can't be making these early plays and getting Voxner ahead? And can Voxner play something that's better, more playmaking, more hyper carry oriented than the Senna? One would hope, but we haven't seen it this week, and maybe it's not in his wheelhouse for this time around.
A strong point actually building on that. Like we said, the last time they met, they got their Nunu actually. Flipper wasn't on Lilia. It got banned both games. He got his Nunu, which is nearly 500 games. He knows his champion. He's comfortable no matter what. Played it into C-Boy. C-Boy actually had a really good showing into the Nunu. Nunu ended up going 1-7, so it wasn't really too impactful in the end. And then game 2, we look at that. He got the Nidalee. again off the Lilia into Graves, and then the Graves shone even brighter. So
Yeah.
it's going to be very hard for them, and especially for Akaz too. Akaz has really only shown tank so far. He's played Malphite for 5 games, and also a Shen game. And if you play that into Stenbose, you're not going to have a fun time, especially with his champion pool.
Yeah, I mean, that Malphite is 100% win record thus far in the NLC Fall Open Qualifier. It's been banned quite a lot as well, as I'm sure you guys saw yesterday on the broadcast. But if we are thinking about pick ban, then are there any other things we're sort of expecting to see there? Are we expecting, for instance, to see a Talon ban? Are we expecting to see a Malphite ban, maybe aimed at Akaz from the side of Dusty? And on the other side, what are we expecting to see?
Do you want to take this, Real?
Yeah, I'll take this one. I was going to ask you want me to lead this one.
I mean, I can take it if you prefer.
I'm already going to expect a Zoe ban. Like, that's guaranteed. Paulson,
Yeah, it has to be.
a lot of games on Zoe, very comfortable. And he's the only person who actually plays Zoe in this entire qualifier. No one even in Seed 1 even played it. So that's already going to draw a ban. And you don't want to play against a champion like that when you're not comfortable playing against it. And I can already just see them throwing lurks off comfort. They're going to get rid of Talon, they're going to get rid of Echo, and they're going to get rid of Lilia, because it's exactly what they did last week. Why fix what ain't broken? They can just repeat it again and just run it back, because they are comfortable into the Lucian, what they played against.
And with the fact that that Dusty is on blue side, if I'm not mistaken, it will give them the early priority pick. So if they want to go for the Graves, if they want to go for Lilia or Lucian, then it's up to the red side to ban it. So you have to know what you're going into with your first priority on the side on the red side with Barrage. What's your first and second pick before you go into draft? Because if you don't know what you're going, then you don't really know what you need to be banning out, what you need to be prioritizing in that first ban phase. And then if you let through the mid laner of the Lucian, then you have Poulsen on Lucian, not something that you want. You might let through the Lilia, and then in which case you don't have Flipper on Lilia. You might let through the Graves, and Lilia might be banned. But then what do you default to when you're into the Graves? It obviously didn't work with the Nunu, obviously didn't work with the Nidalee, even though you're comfortable on these champions. So it's a lot of there's a lot of onus on Barrage to know what they're doing going into this first draft phase. Second one will make a little bit of less of an impact, because then you might have blue side yourselves. You might kind of know what you're doing a little bit more. There's kind of the tournament meta that establishes in these certain cases. So I think that it's going to be very interesting going into the first draft, but almost anything could happen. I'm just expecting Dusty 2-0, to be fair.
Yeah, well, I mean, that definitely seems to be the most likely outcome based on what we saw last weekend, of course, as well. But yeah, so that Graves pick you were touching on there, if that does get through it's been such a menace thus far this tournament. It's been almost 90% pick rate and about 63.5% win rate, if my memory serves me correctly. That pick really has been dominating, and there you see it there. Very high presence of that champion in the first round of qualifiers. Lilia up there as well for the junglers, but not quite on the same level as the Graves. And what is it really about that pick that just makes it so very good right now?
About the Graves or Lilia? Sorry.
The Graves, sorry.
Graves. He's just such a menace because he has that early game pressure. Even if you put him that bit behind, he can just farm up and catch up to you in a second. It doesn't take him long to just go back to farming and then come back just as strong. And he synergizes so well with just so many mid laners. If you play aggressive mid laners, you can both just move around as a gank squad, and it just means whoever you find is guaranteed dead as well. And he even scales pretty well. So if you pick an AD champion into him as well, he's going to have that extra armor in his wheelhouse. He's not going to be scared of it playing against you. So, like, honestly, they're probably just going to leave the Lucian open and just play into it, because I don't think they care about it as well.
All right. Well, then, if that's what we expect to see when it comes to the pick and ban phase, is there anything else that we're maybe hoping to see? Maybe some interesting picks here and there, some pocket picks, or anything along those lines?
I'd like to see Lurks on his talons, see if he can actually be a carry for the team this week. But we're not going to see it. It's going to be first rotation ban, because you don't want the challenger mid laner to be on comfort. You really, really don't. Something that I would like to see there's no spicy pick that really comes to mind. It's kind of already established meta at the moment. I'd like to see, if it's allowed, I'd like to see the Samira, because it's just crazy. It's not allowed though. Yeah, there's nothing else that really comes to mind. This tournament meta, Graves, Lilia, same old, same old.
I guess as a top laner, I'd love to see the GP, but I don't see it going through ever.
GP's not going to be let through.
I don't see it ever going through Aka's champion pool, especially with just how hard GP counters it. So unfortunately, we'll never see it, but I'd love to see it.
Sion maybe as well.
Yeah, Sion actually is something that, particularly here in week 2, 4 games played and 4 appearances in either picks or bans for Sion. So he's been pretty high priority in the first couple of games, although I think that one was actually picked up by Aka's last time out against Dusty, and I don't think that actually went too well for them. As we've already discussed, Barrage Academy didn't have the best of times in that particular series. And another thing I've been looking at is Click, the support for Dusty. A bit of a Pantheon player, and I'm wondering whether there's any possibility we're going to see that one, because that is a fun pick in the bottom lane.
It is a fun pick, but I feel like Dusty leave it there as a bait, because every time in their last 2 games against them, Pantheon was second rotation banned. And I feel like they leave that there just to open up something stronger. And they're just like, okay, we're just going to play like Bard, Jhin, and just roam. And if they Bard 2 games in a row, that already shows they can just leave the AD carry, go roam, probably with a jungler or even the mid, and then just make things happen.
I think it pairs up well if you want to go in the direction of having your AD carry on Senna. But besides that, I think you could just leave it in the ban bench or in just ban bench. They don't really ban it, so like you can just not pick it up. As Rail said, Bard played a hell of a lot more. There's 3 Bard games and then a Lulu game, so something that kind of facilitates the AD carry or facilitates roaming really, really good, because then you can facilitate pulse in the middle lane, and that's exactly what you want. You want to be getting your superstar mid laner ahead, getting him into a position that he can hard carry with any mid laner that he's on.
Yeah, so given that we're not necessarily expecting to see Senna that much, and given everything you just said...
Well, I mean, we'd expect maybe Senna on the side of Barrage Academy, but that's pretty much it. You wouldn't really expect it for the side of Dusty.
Right, yeah. I mean, Barrage Academy have shown the ability to pick it up for Dimvoxner, but as we have already mentioned, maybe that's not the sort of thing we want to see him on if we want him to be able to hard carry, particularly through the sort of more mid-game phase as well. So what I'm hearing is probably no Pantheon, which makes me very sad. Very, very sad indeed, because that can make for a really explosive bottom lane matchup. There's guaranteed to be at least one just lane kill in one direction. You don't know exactly which one, but it's going to be one, right? So that's definitely good fun when that gets picked up. So I think now we can maybe move on to discussing what we expect to see overall for this series. Now, we discussed a lot of how we expect the games to go, but like just in terms of who's going to win, how are they going to do it, and by how much?
I mean, Darkseid's already iterated to it earlier, and I kind of just hard agree. Like, last time they met, Dusty just smacked. That's the simplest way to put it. They smacked. And Dusty are one of the favorites to go to the finals, maybe even win this qualifier. So I don't expect anything different. I kind of expect Dusty to go 2-0 because they are definitely one of the strongest teams here.
Yeah, unless Barrage Academy have some sort of weird cheese strat coming out, like Mass G funnel, or something. They have to have something really, really weird, something out of left field. We're like, okay, what the hell is this? We've never seen this before. We haven't seen this in many, many months. Then maybe they can take the series, or they can have an upset like yesterday. I don't think any analyst really pegged Barrage Academy as going 2-0 over Resolve, given how strong their roster is. But it has to be a 2-0 for Dusty here. It's just, especially if you just look at the strength of roster, but also the last time that these two teams met, it was a clap and a half. They just demolished Barrage Academy. Yes, they lost to Singularity, but Singularity on paper, we kind of expected it to be a close series anyway. And on the day, Singularity did beat out Dusty 2-0, but I don't think there's anything really left to say besides 2-0 for Dusty, and Dusty should take it in convincing fashion.
Right.
Yeah, unless they did their hard research into Singularity and find out actually how or why they beat them.
Mhm.
But even that, I think there's still quite a big skill difference. And obviously, like you said before, there's still a lot to learn for this Barrage Academy team. So there's no shame if they do lose here. We still expect to see them in the future.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's obviously lurks this bright young talent, theoretically young. I don't actually know how old he is, but I'm assuming he's young, considering it's his first time in competitive. But definitely a bright talent, nevertheless. And then also Dim Voxner and Flipper, who have proved themselves to be high quality players to a very decent level. So yeah, I wouldn't be writing off Barrage Academy just yet, but I do think I agree with you guys on the 2-0 for Dusty being the most probable outcome. But I took a look at the Twitter poll that we put up on the SQ1 Twitter for the sort of percentages for the votes of who was going to win this one. And I got to say, they look pretty similar to the percentages in favor of Resolve as they do today in favor of Dusty. So if that's anything to go by, then Barrage Academy will surely take this one 2-0 nice and easy. But I think that will be enough from us on the analyst desk for now. We will join you once again after game one to discuss how things went and to check up on some of these storylines. But for now, we're going to throw you over to the casters where we have Counterfeit and Milo waiting.
All right, thank you, guys. It's an exciting time to be alive, an exciting time to see a rematch series. Not something we get to see too often. My name is Counterfeit here with Milo. Again, we're really excited to see, maybe, just maybe, if Barrage Academy can defy the odds, can defy the analyst desk, and maybe at least get a game back here against Dusty.
Yeah, it's revenge time. Barrage didn't take it last time, so they gotta show this time that it's theirs game. And they had a great show yesterday. They might be able to keep going from that hype from getting an 2-0 against everyone's actually what everyone was thinking.
Yeah, I mean, and that's one of the things that we so often mention about teams. If you're going to be diving into a tournament with this many known teams, when you come up against particularly your nemesis team here in Dusty, you gotta be certain that you absolutely smash the previous game, because if you didn't, what chance are you possibly gonna stand?
Yeah, exactly. And as I know, a lot of the members here at SQ1 is going to be tired of me saying, we have 5 Danes on the Rift. We have 3. Let me be sure I say this correct. 2 on Dusty, and we have 3 on Barrage. So Barrage has the Dane advantage.
Yes, and that's a powerful advantage that we've come to see. I mean, I don't want you to, I know it's probably like picking your favorite kid, but who's your favorite Dane coming into this game?
Oh, that's a tough one. That is indeed a tough one.
Oh, so hard questions.
It is, I think, purely looking at like playstyle, I actually really like Dan Voxner if he gets to play like this hyper carry, like really strong AD style. If he stays on Senna, then I'd rather see like someone like Flipper and C-Boy, because they can also play really well.
Well, yeah, I mean, this gives us a chance before we do get into the game itself. Of course, the first of the best of 3 here. We had some mention over on the analyst desk about particularly Flipper, with the potential to come out and really make the big shine. Certainly when it came to go up against C-Boy, it felt like they've really, really struggled, especially, when it came down to a series of 1v1s. It was rarely, something that worked out well for Flipper.
Yeah, and I'm quite interested in that. Like, so as we were talking about earlier, like Flipper's Lilia has been popping off, but last time he didn't actually get to play it against Dusty. I'm also interested. We haven't seen his Lee Sin yet, and I really want to see that because it's a champion he's well known for. He plays it really mechanically well. I would even go so far to say that Flipper is mechanically better than C-Boy, but C-Boy just, I would say, have had the advantage of champions, not necessarily better champion matchups, but he's just had champions he feels more comfortable on. For example, he popped off on this Graves last time. First of all, a really strong champion right now, and someone C-Boy feels so confident on.
Yeah, I mean, they've been able to bring the rest of the team with them. I mean, if we go back a little bit to those 2 games that were played, in the first one of them, of course, Paulson got the incredible numbers, end up with 13-1 and 5. No, 13-1 and 10 by the end of the game. And so much that was based around, we had C-Boy running around helping start these fights, make these trades where we're continuously going against Barrage and in Dusty's favor.
Yeah, and I see we are moving into pick and bans, which is going to be really exciting. There are, of course, some stuff we expect to ban that I know the analyst desk also talked about, lurks, a relatively unknown mid laner, to be honest, but people do know his talent, and it is a scary one. Paulson with his Zoe, his Syndra. I do, if I remember correctly, last time they played, Barrage did also choose to ban the Syndra because it is a scary one. There's the talent ban.
That's the price of having a reputation, Milo, is it
It is.
precedes you. As again, the desk called it right before it started. The Gangplank, Stenbuster, their reputation precedes them as well. So if we're going to see it the same as last time, it's Talon, Echo, and Lilia for Dusty.
I could definitely see them go for something along the same lines. Lilia, as we talked about on Flipper, so scary. There's the Echo. Also, again, Lurks, set ban. Okay, so they are removing like these top laners that like with the champion pool Akers have. These are scary top laners because he likes to play these tanky guys, and you don't want to play them into GP. You don't want to play them into set because they have so much like true damage or armor shred. And also this set is just a really good. It can basically be played everywhere. I know C-Boy can play it, Paulson can play it, Stinbus can play it. You kind of have to get that out of the way.
So we do see, however, Dusty's final ban is not perhaps what we would have expected. That Lilia, which has been promised for us for Barrage Academy, has been left open. And apparently Dusty are not afraid of it because they're going to take it themselves.
They would go for it themselves. That's the only reason they wouldn't ban against Flipper, because they know if they hadn't be wanted here, it would be picked up the second Barrage gets to pick anything. But there's the Syndra ban against Paulson, to be expected. But his Zoe's open.
Yes, and that Zoe has, that's been the ban that has alternated from Barrage Academy because they're so terrified of it. But Akers, we wondered if we might see something different. Instead, we're going to be seeing more of what's exactly in their wheelhouse. It's Ornn in the top lane. It's something big. It's something tanky.
Yeah, I'd like them to go for a jungle pick here because there are still very much strong jungle picks left. And I don't see them having to go for any other prio picks. They are ending up going for the Senna for the Voxne. It's a pick we've seen him many times before. He did well on it before, so they might just stick to what they know. I think Dusty, if like they're smart, they'll go for probably something like the Cyan in top lane. Stinbuster does play it. It's really good into the Ornn. It has really heavy roam potential, and as the desk showed us earlier, it's actually been really popular. If I remember correctly, it was played all games yesterday.
Well, one of the tank busters we didn't see banner was the Camille, and that seems to be the choice here, along with the mobility of the Twisted Fate in the mid lane. Now, last chance for Barrage Academy to pick up perhaps a mid laner of their own.
Yeah, Silence is still open. They are also looking for a jungler and Hecarim. They do end up going for it. So we have the two what's it called? The double Hecarims, I want to almost say, because Lilia is known as like the new Hecarim. But yeah, they're both really strong. I'm kind of scared that Barrage won't get a good 2v2 mid lane matchup now, as I think Dusty will ban some stuff like the Silas. Since that is such a good pick, and it would give them a really strong 2v2 here. We're seeing a Jhin ban, kinda makes obvious. They just want to remove ADs. They have the Senna. There's no reason to really move supports here, because I'm guessing they're probably gonna go for the mid lane pick next and then save support counter for last. And knowing Yebeho, he'll probably go for something like the Nautilus. It's really good with Senna. It works really great into this team. Unless Dusty chooses to ban it here. They could either ban mid laners or they could choose to start banning the hook champions from Yebeho.
So it's going to be the Azir, the mid champion to start off with. I mean, this is one of the things coming into this is the potential of Lurks to, get another chance to stack up against Paulson here. One less champion to do it with as the second AD ban comes out from Barrage Academy. It's the Ezreal trying to secure that bottom lane for them.
Yeah, again, it's just another safe support or AD they're removing. There's still some strong ADs up, but they're definitely been limited this pool a lot. A champion I really like, I don't see it a lot, but I really like into, and there's the Silas ban I was talking about. I really like into the Senna is something like the Caitlyn. She has the long range, she can kind of punish her pretty hard during laning phase. But I'm not sure we'll see that, as I've seen a lot of teams are kind of going away from the Caitlyn at the moment. I do expect Barrage Academy to just pick up a mid laner here and save support pick for last. They know the matchup for 2-2 matchup, and they are looking for them.
I feel like they're hovering that Zoe very deliberately. Damn. Okay, so Dusty takes a pick from Barrage, and Barrage do exactly the same thing back to them. Lurks, slapping Paulson in the face and saying, I'm going to show you how to play, Zoe.
It's always brave to choose your opponent's main champion. That's always very brave, because you have to expect that Paulson knows this matchup. Maybe not from the TF side, but he definitely knows this matchup, and he knows how it goes wrong for TF. So he has those pitfalls he knows how to avoid, probably.
We were told it was going to be a bait, but instead the truth comes out. We will be seeing that Pantheon coming into the game. Of course, Click, notorious for that pick, but has been going more for roaming. Certainly will be able to jump all over the map and give Dusty that little bit more of semi-global power.
Now I actually want to see the Caitlyn even more. Just go a full-on kill lane with the Caitlyn, put the stun, place traps onto them. But no, okay, so this is
Ooh.
very scary, because yes, you have a lot of AD damage in Camille, you have a lot of AD damage in Pantheon, but you also have a lot of magical damage here, like a lot of it. And you're against an Ornn, he's gonna go full frontline, it's gonna be difficult for you. And a lot of AD damage you have, well, you're actually really heavy a roam team here. Like with the 6 pickup, I expect it to purely be for wave clear, because you have the 1-3-1 with the Camille side lane, or even like the TF Pantheon side lane. You can actually just get this Pantheon a little stuff and set him on side lanes. Yep, oh, ends up going for the Bard. The Bard pick here I find interesting. I don't hate it at all. You can just go very roaming heavy Bard. You can match the roam heaviness from Pantheon, so it's basically going to have a 1v1 bot lane with like a roamer on both sides. But I think it's very interesting, because I would have liked to see them just go something aggressive like the Nautilus here, because you can definitely match them in this lane, especially if someone like Pantheon is going to roam. Well, then you can just go all into the 6. But I think it fits their team well, at least, the Bard pick.
Yeah, I mean, what we've seen from Dusty before is that they're able to get themselves into early fights, get those kills on their carries, and really get the game snowballing. Certainly, the first game between these two, beyond a certain point, it wasn't even a question anymore, because of so many kills being poured onto Paulson and onto Hoyes as well. But now we've got the full teams laid out, as the full 5v5. We know, of course, that Barrage Academy come into this as major underdogs, having lost 2-0 last time. From what you've seen from their picks into what Dusty are bringing out, how are you feeling about your chances? Are you feeling more hopeful or less?
I want to say more hopeful, and that is purely because I think Barrage has an easier team comp to pull off. So it's very clear what we're going for here. We have Barrage with like basically a really good full team fight comp with some early poke potential in the Zoe and the Senna, even in Bard. Like they can poke you before they start a team fight, and then they can just go all in with the Hecarim with the Ornn. Meanwhile, Dusty has the more 1-3-1. They want to send TF into a side lane, Camille into side lane. Might even, if they get a lot of gold on the Pantheon, they can set him instead of Camille into the side lane. That's a very risky one, though. And then they have a lot of wave clear with the 6, with the Lilia, so they can just play this 1-3-1. But the risky part is, if you are against a full engaged teamfight comp, and you don't have that much disengage, which you don't on this team, your disengage basically relies on Lilia hitting a good ultimate. Or you have to be able to turn fights really fast. Like you have to react really fast on Paulson and on the TP on Stint Boss. So it's really, I would say, Barrage is an easier comp to pull off. But if Dusty pulls theirs off, it's definitely their game to get.
So to touch on the kind of global comparison between the two teams, you mentioned before, with Twisted Fate, we've got the Pantheon as well. We've got the Ziggs Bomb, which is going to be able to reach out and make a big impact. It's going to be a tough job here for Barrage to get the revenge for their previous qualifier defeat. But you do know, of course, Milo, that if you rearrange the letters in Barrage, then you get revenge. So I think it's coming.
Yeah, you're right. I never thought about that. But yeah, let them get the revenge. It is Barrage Academy. Like, they have to get the revenge here, right? But yeah, we're coming in. It's a fairly standard setup. Actually, not that standard. Dusty chooses to go for they're trying to catch out Akers here. Akers is standing in a good position though to catch this early and just get out.
Yeah, smart positioning from Akers there. We do have to jump forward with a hook shot, but there is backup from the rest of Barrage if needed. And so Dusty won't be able to sneak away anything cheeky early on, just getting a ward on the red buff.
Yeah, this does mean that they'll know where he starts, but because Barrage saw this, then Varsity can actually go do the exact same on the other side, so Dusty really doesn't gain anything from this. It was a nice try, but Akers was having smart... Ooh! They're not giving up just yet.
You can see Flipper there. Looks like they are thinking about starting up on that red buff in full view of the rest of the Dusty squad. Akers there remaining as backup for the time being, maybe a little bit longer than necessary, because you can see Barrage, they're respecting Dusty's early potential.
Yeah, what I really like is so as I was talking about, Akers' positioning was really smart. Because a lot of people make the mistake that they stand too far forward in that bush. You can stand really far back and still see a lot. he was standing where like you were gonna see them way before they get into the bush, and you can just walk out with no issues. Now Stinboss has actually started the E, which is a really bad start for Camille in lane. But since it is an Ornn, I don't think there's gonna be a lot of punishment, so I think it's still fine.
All right, so we get to the laning phase without too much in the way of shenanigans. So any of you guys who may have missed the first series between these two, a lot of the game was decided in those first 10 minutes because Barrage seemed more than willing to take the fight that Dusty were offering them. Unfortunately, it just didn't go terribly well for them a lot of the time.
No, and we're seeing exactly what I expect in the bot lane as well. We're just seeing the Voxen and Jibberho just trying to poke all they can, try and kind of force them out. Like, they're holding the lane really well, trying to go for the level 2 first, but in a way it doesn't punish them. And we can see here, because Hoist and Click, they can't really do much until they get level 2, and even there, they're going to have a hard time. So we're going to see a fairly, I wouldn't say standard, and almost like boring start, because there's not going to happen a lot.
Well, something I'm noticing is Akka's, I'm sure they're going to be catching up on some of this yet, so they've got a big wave building there. But Stan looks like they're trying to put a lot of pressure down in the top lane, while the junglers get their early clears down. In the bottom lane, for Barrage, it's actually looking okay. As you mentioned, that Senna, very much the comfort pick for Den Voxner down there. We may be hoping to see something a little bit more explosive for them, but we at least know that this is a reliable pick.
Yeah, and we're actually seeing that Barrage Academy in the bot lane are actually letting themselves get pushed, because they know Flipper is down towards here. Meanwhile, in the top lane, we had Stinboss just pushing the lane as well. So Seaboy couldn't really look for anything top, but look mid lane. Nurk is pushing up really hard. He doesn't really have his ult yet or anything, so he just has to like be very wary. But we're also seeing Flipper, he is clearing the skull up towards mid lane, so he is ready to move in there if needed.
Now we can see Lurks there on the patented Paulson pick of the Zoe. Has got the cleanse in case of any old cards they can't walk away from. Flipper was off to the side when that play was starting to develop, but didn't go anywhere. No summoners taken.
No, again, they're playing. Both of them are playing really respective. Ooh, wait a second. Flipper's coming in here.
Trying to turn around the play. Then Voxner just manages to get away. The first one falls on the Click. And it's going to be traded back straight away. Goes into the bar though, unfortunately, rather than the carry. As Lurks is first to that bottom lane. One kill for one.
Yeah, it's a 1-for-1 trade. It's both supports are the ones who gets the kills, and I would actually be really scared from a Barrage Academy here, because like actually getting some stuff onto Click early on this Pantheon can be really scary. He can do a lot. We are seeing that Voxner was really fast to actually, when he got up, TP mid to catch that wave, which is really smart here, because that means overall your team is actually not losing XP or gold.
Yes, smart-wide decisions as Akkas is getting a little clobbered here. Under that tower! The second shot comes in, but somehow Sten calculates it out and survives with barely any health at all.
That is like what you need as Stinboss, especially because like winning fights at this point, you shouldn't. You bought a call. Like that's illegal. When you buy a call, you're meant to farm, not win fights.
Yeah,
so he just goes back now. Yeah, he gets his long swords and he's just even stronger. And Akkas is just gonna have an even harder time in lane.
Yeah, the CS is in favor of Akkas for the time being, but TP is going to bring back in as both junglers will make the visits to the mid lane. But you mentioned before the roaming power of the supports. We do get to see that here, both of the supports in the mid lane as well. We've yet to see a kill actually come through there, but there's a hell of a lot of attention going this mid lane's way.
Yeah, both mid laners really want their prio, and I get it. If you're Lurks, you basically just want to deny Paulson prio, and if you're Paulson, you want to get that prio so you can start roaming. That's the only reason why there's this much attention, because Lurks doesn't really need the prio for anything. He just wants to stop Paulson from roam, and Paulson just wants to have the free opportunity to use this ultimate. So we are definitely seeing this, and here is a replay. So we're seeing it, they go onto the Voxner really hard, and Click just flash and forward with that damage block and just kill him immediately. They do turn it here. We see Lurks using his flash, which I think is interesting. You can do it because you're a Zoe and you can pick up another flash when they flash away from you. But look how much damage Hoist actually puts back on him.
Yeah, that was honestly a little bit terrifying. This is before, of course, the items start coming in and the explosive power just keeps on picking up. But so far, only 2 kills over for Dusty.
They're setting up.
Yeah, we could be seeing a Barrage tower dive here.
they're definitely setting up for it. Here's Lurks, he's just popping in some damage, trying to get the E down, doesn't quite hit, sadly.
And the minions are a little bit late to the party here. The Flipper comes in, will get locked down. Taking so much damage, but still is hoist. That's another kill through for Click, but I think it's going to be the trade back of 2. The double kill for Lurks. Could this be the game we get to see them finally realize their carry potential?
This is definitely scary, because like getting an early double kill on a Zoe, it'll give you so much power from the gold you gain from this. We do see Seaboy, he does choose to punish it by taking this top camp from Barrage, but honestly, getting the items onto Zoe early is gonna be so scary, because you're a team with like no real front line. The only chance you really have to block the massive Zoe damage is if Click can pop down that E, and that has to be like not him sleeping then.
And Denvox's not going to be able to pick up the tower plates as well. So Barrage Academy's bottom lane, who we didn't necessarily have massive expectations from, they've had a huge relief of pressure here. Now ahead on CS, ahead on raw damage. Manamune completed, but then Voxner to be able to keep that center rolling.
Yeah, we're seeing he's just 2 back. He has no mana right now. I would expect him to just pick up something like, yeah, there it is. I was about to say. So now he just can sustain even more in the lane, and it should be just fine for him now. He could actually try and really hold down Paulson here. But we are seeing Click out of the map again. Click did get have gotten 2 kills. He's gotten quite some damage. He's also already got some lethality down. So he's just on the map trying to push wherever he can, get up some vision around this dragon, as that will probably be where the next fight is gonna look. Getting these early drakes for both these teams are gonna be quite important. And getting this extra defensiveness in laning phase is actually really nice and helps a lot in laning phase.
Yeah, and we have seen that's one of the things that Barrage did do well in the series that they lost against Dusty before, is they managed to get early Drake's control. It was around the later objectives that they really fell down, but given that we've only got 700 gold between the two teams coming up on 9 minutes, this is, I think, probably going to be one of the best games we've seen from Barrage Academy so far.
I think they realize Seaboy is top, and they should be able to just punish this and take the dragon away from them. This does, yeah, Seaboy does also realize that, and he does just trade it for this Herald. I think it's a fine trade for both teams. As I said, in laning phase, getting this extra armor and magic resist is actually really nice and helps you a lot. But of course, if they can get to open up the map with this Herald, I would definitely say it's more worth for Dusty. But it does mean they have to drag it somewhere. Oh, that was an ult on top from Paulson. That's just, wow, a tower dive. He's dead.
Yep.
I really do hope we get a replay from that, because that was just gone.
Yeah, instantaneous there for Dusty. They show that they can tower dive just as well as Barrage Academy can, and it didn't take their whole team to do it.
No, and this does, yeah, this means the top tower, because he's down, the plates are down, and then now you have the Herald. You just pop the top, you get first blood tower, and you get so much gold onto Stenbossa here.
Stenbossa also with the 2 kills from earlier on is now going to be absolutely swimming in cash. There we go, 610 gold, and the cull not that far from being completed either. Let's look at how it actually went down.
So he ults up, and they just go immediately. He's already half health aggers, and there's just so much damage coming out from Stenbossa. Basically, Paulson was just there to put down a stun, and that's it.
Yeah, barely even necessary. Very, very strong showing for Dusty up in the top lane. Akka's now really put on notice. It's going to be a while before they manage to get to those ornaments, that level 13 stage. The Barrage will need to try and find a way to stop this Camille for really taking over the game.
Yeah, Agger's gonna have a harder and harder time in lane. He doesn't even have a tower to hide behind now. Then he has to like stay all the way back, and that just leaves Stenbossa to do whatever he wants on the map. Then Voxner getting knocked back. Oof, there's a lot of damage being taken. Ult coming down from Hoyce as well.
They're doing well to hold on to the flash there. We have got Lux come in for the assist as the poke is real. Thought for a second we might be seeing something more shenanigans-wise, but for now, Barrage's bottom lane managed to hold on. They are ahead in CS. They've got themselves some decent items. And it's going to be 3 minutes till we get the next Drake up, and bot lane becomes the priority.
Yeah, indeed. I think what you have to do right now is you have to play around Lurks. Lurks has to get on the map. He has to help as much as he can, and you have to play around him. He is where you have a lot of your gold right now. He is where you're strong right now by getting that early double kill. And you really have to like make sure Aggers just doesn't fall way further behind, because he needs this XP to get those ornaments, to get his whole team really rolling. Because you can get really strong with this team you have, with the ornaments. You just have to get there first.
So something I'm noticing now, we're at the level 8, level 9 kind of part of the game, is for Dusty, they've got all this global potential, but so far they haven't been forced to actually use it, merely just having it there as the threat for Barrage if they do make a big commit in.
Yeah, we definitely see Dusty's they've been just outperforming on pure mechanical individual skill. As you said, they haven't really had to play that much as a team so far this game. They could just, we had the one-time Paulson just goes all top just to make a stun, and that was it. Ooh, Seaboy, you're kind of deep here, my friend.
Yeah, will be forced to flash away as Flipper now has to deal with the repercussions of their decision. Will get ripped to pieces, and there we go. Dusty's ability to be anywhere they want on the map allows them to bring nearly the entire squad in. In fact, I guess really is the entire squad. We do have a nice catch there. There's the invincibility frames, but it's going to be the bomb follow-up, and the shutdown is going to be acquired there. Lurd somehow survives and gets through the gate. Has got the sleep. Has got Akkers coming in from the side. Click gets the kill across the wall. Where's the damage? Flipper coming in. Won't be here in time. Click doesn't have a way out. No flash. No escape. The horse of Flipper is still a way away, but reinforcements have arrived. Shut down, lockdown for Akkers. That's going to feel pretty damn good.
Yeah, so I was just saying how Dusty didn't need to use their team management. They didn't need to play as a team. And then what do they go and do? They play as a team. Oh, then Voxer catching Paulson here, but there's a TP coming down, so he just has to back out to make sure. But yeah, they were playing as a team. They realized that the Seaboy was kind of getting caught by invading, so they just all showed up. They turned it on its head. They killed Flipper, and they got so much from it. But I gotta give it to Barrage, especially Yebeho. He played that fight really well, actually holding himself long enough to turn a kill. And overall, they just punished the fact that Dusty overcommitted for kills and turned the fight around. Here we do get a replay. We think Seaboy is so deep. He does use a good flash here, and then we just have the rest of Dusty just showing up. Then they turn onto Lurk, so I think he gets the sleep here, which is actually really important to keep him alive. So here he can actually stay alive a little longer. Yebeho goes a little too deep alone, but if I remember, yeah, here he uses his ult just to make sure he can stay even longer. Good flash from him here to turn the kill around over to Steinboss. And then Seaboy is just also going too far, and we just have like just all the way around Dusty goes far. But this Q, he's ready for it. Perfect timing on it.
Yeah, that was beautiful. The ward there next to the tower, giving that crucial bit of vision as well. But Akkers at the end of that game back into the game as the what the heck's that going on? There's another team fight, and it's brutal, and it looks like it's the Barrage actually came out of that one all right, trading across 1 kill for 2, but they do lose control of all the Drakes. Double kill onto Lurks though, up now 4-1 and 2.
Yeah, this is really scary, especially when if Lurks gets his death cap and he gets the ornament on it. Like, he is gonna actually one-shot anyone he hits with his bubble. Anyone at this point. I would like to see him already pushing towards the death cap now. Ooh, they're trying to go hoist. Ooh, yeah, but just misses it though.
Does get the root, but nice knockback. And the Toys grabs the kill. Don't underestimate the Ziggs damage either. As Eve will be in a whole world of trouble. That's the power of Dusty to bring their forces to bear on a single point so very quickly.
Yeah, and again, okay, here's the team fight we see. So we do have Dusty. They just were the one starting up the dragon. We have, okay, I want to say that's very deep going from St. Bossy. Click tries to go up and help him, but now they're just 2v5. They cannot do that.
Yeah, it worked out extremely well. It's a shame for Barrage, of course. Yeah, we're definitely going to be that little bit more behind them as the major underdogs coming into this. But the end of it didn't work out so well for them. Right now, the kill's going to be, of course, on the Camille. Stenbossa just incredibly strong with the Triforce completed as well as some extra lifesteal. Just a nightmare to try and stand against by yourself.
Yeah, most of Dusty's this game, and I feel like their general issue is the fact that they just overcommit for kills sometimes. We saw it with the team fight before, where the Barrage ended up getting 3 people because Dusty overcommitted for kills. We saw it here, Barrage getting 2 kills because they overcommitted for kills. Like, Dusty's just overcommitting. If they just slow down, focus on just getting these objectives, and just play it as a team instead of just individually overcommitting, they would be I would say almost close to a perfect game, I think.
Normally, these kind of overcommits from Dusty at least lead towards having Paulson and Hoyt with some serious kill numbers behind them, but so far, they've only gotten one between the two of them. Whereas for Barrage, it's very much a different story. Their primary carry, or at least potential primary carry of Lurks, with 4 kills, the most in the game so far.
But I do also want to point out, though, they are using their their global really well. Like, we saw Den Vox and Jeppe looking for a kill on Hoyt in mid lane, and when they didn't pick it up, first of all, we just had Den Vox just straight up die from it. And then Jeppe couldn't get away, because there was the Click used ultimate, Paulson used ultimate, and they just were there.
Yeah, it's incredibly hard to deal with, just how quickly Dusty can bring themselves to a point. I suppose, for Barrage at least, when they're fighting around an objective, they at least know where Dusty's going to be.
Yeah, exactly, and that is that's why you want to fight around this objective. You want to know where Dusty are, because if you know where they are, you can get a lot of damage out from Lurks before looking for the fight, and that's how you win these fights. You do want to just keep Aggers in side lanes, just let him get solo XP so he can hit those ornaments. I really want Flavor to move out of this lane soon, so we can get Aggers down there and get some solo XP. We are also seeing it happening. Flavor is moving into his own jungle.
So the previous 2 games these teams played render about 30 minutes on average. So where we are now, coming up on just past 80 minutes and seeing the second Herald being thrown in, we have got Dusty with a pretty major raw gold lead. They've gotten the only towers so far. They're going to get tower number 3 to reduce all tier 1s to rubble and maybe even push him to the tier 2 in bot lane.
Yeah, this game is definitely still not doing good for Barrage. They've had some good fights. They have some good damage onto Lurks. They don't have their ornaments yet, which is already hurting them. Aggers don't get to get a lot of solo XP because there is just so many team fights right now. And yeah, as you said, Dusty's been getting these objectives really well, so they've just been slowly building their gold lead on objectives, on farm, on everything. Like, look at the farm difference in both jungle, mid lane, and top lane. Top lane's kind of closing, but still, we are seeing some pretty big differences here. Like, over a K goals difference in the jungle.
Yeah, that's not what you want to be at
2K
all.
in the top lane.
Yeesh. I mean, it's not surprising when you've got Stenbusser with such an incredible performance so far in this game, but we talked about Barrage wanting to take these fights around objectives, and that seems to be exactly what's on their mind right now, setting up vision, at least in the river, that they don't have any vision beyond the pit.
No, they need to move the vision out. The thing that's lucky for them right now is that they know Dusty can't just walk in, because they will be walking into darkness. And if they walk into darkness, they won't win these fights. So we see here Dusty saying, okay, we know that we can't just walk in and fight, we just go mid and take your tower instead. Which is exactly what they want to do. I do want to see Barrage answering fast to this, but I don't think they'll be able to get their time. Ooh, maybe with this Bard here?
T-Boy will get caught. There's a nice catch and a beautiful shutdown as well. The Drowsy lands, and it's going to be a second kill as Paulson. No, just managed to escape out. Even the ult won't be enough, but still, it's a kill and a Drake for a tower. I think Dusty probably are still okay with that.
I think Dusty is fine with that. They got the tower. I think Barrage is also more than happy with this. Because they got that kill, that means they can slow down the game a little. Because Stenbusser used his TP, it means Aggers can also get to just go into the side lane, get his solo XP, and have that TP advantage. Stenbusser, if he tries to match it, he will not be able to follow up on fights because he does not have this TP now.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be incredibly important to try and match the scales globally. And as we've mentioned multiple times before, time is precious for Barrage. Every minute they can stay in the game is another minute that Aggers can get stronger. Has already got that first ornament, that first upgraded Sunfire cape. And if they can survive just for a little bit longer, then those extra items will start dropping to the rest of the team as well.
Yeah, indeed. And you are getting, like, so you have your ornaments for yourself now. You have some pretty good items. Like, I especially like it on the Adapted Helm because or on the magic resist, sorry, generally, because you get, like, you need magic resist against this team. They have 3 magic damage dealers. I know that the ones that actually have the kills are the AD, but I still think a lot of the damage you have to be scared of is these magic damage dealers.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, for Hoys, how they got that 1 kill so far was being underestimated in how much pure damage they were able to put out with the looters now and the... Oh, I thought almost an attempt to catch on the end there. Stevie?
Oh. They aren't quite sure. They think it's gonna be hard to catch the bosses, so they're like, no. Oh, this is not a good position for you, Flipper. If you get stunned here, you are dead. Steve Boston misses it though.
Yeah, we'll get stunned on the way out as well. But Barrage Academy playing with fire there. With still over 2 minutes left before the next Drake comes in. Flipper almost close to getting caught out and killed.
So here's the thing I'm not too happy about on the side of Barrage. We're gonna do our LS style here. We're gonna look at items, right? We don't have too many items that Ornn can upgrade, and we don't have that many items that we want him to upgrade. Like, we don't want to upgrade the Ludens. We want him to upgrade the Death Cap, right? We can upgrade the Yumus, which I think is what he's gonna do the second he hits 14 if we don't have the Death Cap yet, because there's nothing. Maybe the Trinity. There's not the Trinity, right? Yeah, there is. But like, there's not that many items you want to upgrade. Jebeho doesn't even have an item you can upgrade right now. I don't think you can upgrade that. No, you can't. You can't upgrade Mikkel's. So I would like to itemize more around it. We are hoping to see the Death Cap though soon, so we can get the Death Crown instead.
Yeah, so for Barrage, they're going to need that little bit more time to get those relevant items into inventories. But 22 minutes turning to 23. Barrage, they're still behind, but it's roughly by the same amount they were before. The gold lead, at least stopping spiraling, but there's the attempt to catch their Click comes in like a bat out of hell, but will, I have to think, be punished in return. We've got Heavy off to the side. Lurks trying to get fed the kill. That's kill number 5 for them. And stack number 8, but on the tower, there's Akers getting deleted. You have Seaboy and Sten on low health coming out. Here comes the horse into the face. The Barrage may have bitten off a little bit more than they can chew. Flipper is down low already. Lurks absorbs the damage. Senbossa is so low. Gets shot down and Lurks escapes. The health bars of Barrage, they're so low. Paulson gets the kill under the tower, but Flipper just needs to avoid the bomb. Gets away. Where's the cooldown? Where's the speed? No! Seaboy gets the seed from wrong range.
Yeah, so I'm not a big fan of how that went out. First of all, Akers you should just have walked into the Bard ult. If you'd done that, then the rest of Barrage would have gone there in time and they could actually have turned this fight, I think. Also, you really should, like, if you're Akers here, you should realize the rest of your team is fighting up above, so you can just step back. Because you know either, like, Dusty gets to do one of two things. They're either going to go up and support their teammate that's dying, which was Click, or they can go on you and just kill you. And when you're the Ornn, they don't want to go up and support with having an Ornn behind them, so they are going to go for you.
Yeah, I mean, the Ornn Horn, the big ultimate for starting off the fights, unable to be used to enable the rest of Barrage this time round, when yes, Akers is the one focus, but we've got Drake number 4 coming up. Barrage Academy, they're kind of in the area, but they don't have the vision.
No, this time it should be Barrage Academy just giving it. It's fine, it's just a second Drake. Both teams has 2 Drakes now. Looking very unlikely we get a soul. So here, okay, I want to talk about this, because this actually really tried good getaway from Jebeho and the Voxner. They just didn't walk the same way. Talk to each other. Walk the same way when you walk out. And here we see that what I was talking about, Akers just being way too far up. This is such a sad ult, because had he just walked forward, had he not been stunned and could walk forward into the ult, he would have survived and they would have probably been able to turn this fight.
It got very close though.
Yeah, I think it's very greedy of them though to go for this 1v, what's it called, 3v4 here, because you aren't at a good position. They end up getting a lot from it. They still end up losing 2 and they only gain 1. I'm not a fan of Akers walking up, and I'm not a fan of the fact that we had the Voxner and Jebeho walking 2 different ways when going out. Had they walked the same way, Click wouldn't have been able to just ult in and get a free kill like that, and it would have been way better.
Yeah, so Akers is going to be the victim of more coordination from the Dusty side of things. They get locked in the Hextech ultimation once more. This time, they do get those invincibility frames. The rest of the squad has time to come and catch up with the rest of the team. Akers does fall, but bought a lot of time. Flipper dives in, but just gets ripped apart. This could be a major mistake, as under the tower goes Seaboy. Uses invincibility to stay alive with Click. Will get taken out by the tower, but it's not looking good for Barrage here. Under the tower, and Stenbosse is, I think, going to finally give up the ghost. It's going to be a massive win, though, for Dusty, and they are taking so much damage out of this inhibitor tower.
Oh, is it gonna be a massive win?
Paulson! It's gonna be taken out. What the hell? It's a triple kill. It's an ace for Barrage. They had to go up the inhibitor tower for it. But this is perhaps the arrival, the triple kill, and the first kills of the game for Dim Voxley.
So they completely just turned this game around. I was not a fan of that fight whatsoever. You started off really bad. Akros doesn't actually get his ult proper off because he ends up getting hit by the Bard ultimate. And then after that, you go into the fight again, but you're 4v5 now, and Lurks isn't even there to put out his damage. You actually started off 3v5. Then Lurks gets to put out his damage, but somehow it still ended up turning really well because Lurks and Dim Voxley played that fight so goddamn well. And now we're going into a Baron fight, and this is just a hectic game that I love.
Then Lotta over to the side. It's the fake out, so Click gets caught out and deleted. Stenboss is caught by the very tail end of the catch there from the Bard, and it's a shutdown as well. Barrage Academy, they lure them in, they get another catch instantaneously, and it's going to be just buying time for the rest of the squad as C-Boy is eliminated as well. No casualties for Barrage Academy. They fake out the Baron, and
okay. They lost Sliver. They lost Sliver. They did lose Sliver. But still, that's a low price to pay for 3 kills when you are already behind. And they've just been showing this game Barrage that they have like a really good idea of how to take these fights, where to take these fights, how to set up for these fights. And as I said, it's a hectic game, and I love it. This is how I want to see League. It's not a smart way to play League, but it's hectic. And Berg's finally kill up Paulson.
That's gonna be some sweet revenge as well. Deluxe uses the Zoe, shows Paulson how it's done. This Baron is taking forever. Pulse,
I think it's actually back now.
It's going to be Barrage breaking away from the Baron once again as Click gets knocked up in the air. Hasn't got that much tankiness. The health bars of Barrage are low. But look at Baron's Penna. The Baron takes out Lurks by itself. Click is low on health, but it's going to be the Baron abandoned. The objective not even taken as Den flashes away. There's the catch onto Sten once again. They haven't got the hook shot anymore. But I think, finally, this fight is done.
Wait, Hoist died to Lurks way after Lurks died. How? How?
Baron aggro?
This game, I love it. It's amazing. Okay, but yeah, that fight ended up that Baron call ended up going for so long that you actually ended up having Click come back, who was the first one who died in this Baron call.
Oh boy. I am impressed though from what we're seeing from Click so far as we are moving towards our next objective. It's going to be the third Ocean Drake of the game in just under 30 seconds. Click has been going absolutely crazy aggressive in this game, and while the results have been a little bit varied, we're seeing why they are notorious for their Pantheon pick.
Yeah, but also one person I want to point out is we had the discussion, can Lurks be a carry for Barrage? And I think he just answered, yes he can. Because Lurks has been playing out of his mind this game.
Yeah, and you wanted to see the upgraded Rabadon's Death Cap. It has been made the case, and a Magi's as well. Lux hits like a truck coming to this fight, but needs to hit the damage as Lux is being kept at arm's length. And we do have Hoist being deleted on the backside by Flipper and Akkers. This could be a nice catch here. The double stun there onto C-Boy, who's going to get knocked up and deleted as well. Survives on no health at all. But the road to the third Ocean Drake is open, and this time, Barrage Academy, they win the fight, and they do have no casualties.
So yeah, they're gonna go straight for the Baron. There's still like 30 seconds until C-Boy comes back up. I want to find out one thing. Okay, we're going into a replay of the Baron thing. Okay, let's talk about that first then. So here, I really like how they play this. Lurks realizes, okay, he can get a good position here, so he's just gonna get in a position where Hoist and Pulse has to walk in, gets a great sleep, and that is just when you know he's over. Then Hoist is still here. Hoist gets a lot of damage onto Lurks. I am curious, how the hell did Hoist die here? Because Lurks ends up dying to this Baron. It's way further ahead though. But like, look, Click comes back. He's like one of the first ones to die when they first started this.
I did.
Okay, I see Lurks just... Okay, look at Lurks. Lurks just dying to the Baron here.
Sorry, can we go back to the Baron
sleep
being taken right now just to check to see what's going on?
Did you see how he died though?
Okay, yeah, I thought there would be a fight going on right now.
This game, like there's too much going on, just like we can be able to talk. Holy. Wait, they did get the Baron. Okay, they got the Baron.
Okay.
They lost in Voxner, but they also got Sting Buzzer, I guess. So it's like, it's a good trade for Barrage, and they're actually back in this game. But I still want to point out how Hoist died. He got slapped, and he got hit by the Gromp.
All right, we've got things to move on to now, though, Milo. We're going to look at this next Baron attempt. This one actually going through.
Yeah, so here they get it very low. They decide to just stay on it and kill it first before they go for the fight, I think. Yeah, Flipper just stays on it, goes for it. We do see that Voxer being pummeled on by Click. Meanwhile, we just have Stay Boss being very alone in the pit, and everyone just wants to get out. Do they end up getting Click here? They don't. Click just gets away as well.
Whew. Now, Barrage Academy, they like to play with our hearts. They don't like to leave a team fight with any health left on the health bars.
I would say Barrage is playing out of their mind right now. They are showing that, like, when they lost to Dusty last time, it was a fluke. Because this is how they are when they play out of their mind.
Doing spectacularly again. Lurks finally getting the chance to take the center stage as the Barrage Academy main carry on the pick. The Paulson brought to our attention so sharply. The gold is still in favor of Dusty, but the momentum has shifted here. We've got this Baron power play for Barrage to finally start getting some of these towers for themselves. Looks like they might even be able to make roads onto this tier 2. The Paulson is off to the side, and we have got Stenbossa split pushing to that open inhibitor in the bot lane.
I was about to say, why don't they send anyone to deal with him? They do have the Baron. They should actually empower several lanes with the Baron. They do send people now to deal with him. He's gonna... Oh, Flip, are you actually gonna look for this fight? Okay, you were looking. You were looking. I'm seeing you. He has got that upgraded the Trinity now, though. So he might actually be able to take these fights as well. But yeah, we're seeing... what I expect that Barrage want to do now is they want to gain pressure so that this next dragon can be theirs. Because if they get the next dragon, I'm fairly sure this game is just Barrage's.
Yeah, the Ocean Soul will be acquired. That extra ton of regen for staying out in the field, staying out in these fights, which have been so explosive so far. Of course, the hidden gold upgrades of those ornaments in, I think, pretty much full effect now, or at least very close to it. We've got the upgrades in Triforce, we've got the upgraded Death Cap as well as the upgrades, of course, for Akkers themselves. And I believe it was the Ghost Blade.
Yeah, Yuma's Ghost Blade got upgraded as well, and now he also has the Redemption that can be upgraded.
So we're almost there. For Barrage, they survived through. This is going to be the longest game they have played against Dusty. This is longer than both of the games so far. It's looking like we're right for a potential turnaround, but we know Dusty are incredibly dangerous. I'm still looking always to see Click come out of nowhere and make a play happen.
Yeah, I'm like, we're at a point now where if for Dusty to actually win fights right now, they have to agree on who to focus. They have to get down Lurks early so he can't just sit and deal so much damage, because he is going to one-shot someone with how he is right now. That's just a fact. So they have to get someone onto him. I would like to see them put clicks onto him, and maybe would join with Stain Boss, and then like let Seaboy, Pulse, and Hoist play the fight rest of the fight slowly. But it's really hard.
So setting up for the next fight, we can see Vision being locked down by Barrage. They've got the ability to push that Vision line out a little bit further, but again, they've got Sten pushing up the bottom lane. They are at a problem that needs attention. But I have to wonder if it's going to be a trade.
If you're Barrage right now, you don't care about this top lane, this bot lane inhib. You care about the dragon, because you get the dragon, you can win the game. The inhib is whatever. You can always clear waves afterwards.
So we've got Barrage at the Drake. We've got Dusty working their way around the outside. The inhibitor's gonna go down, but the dragon fight is gonna start. Seaboy and Click are right there on the point. They're gonna try and see if they can find anything as they're wasting time. Here comes the teleport into the base. Dusty, they're trying to end the game right here. Akkers is here. Desperation from Barrage to get back as soon as they can. The teleport used to bring us back in place. Look at the damage from that Senna chased onto, but managing to just get on to the fountain. The double kill, though, for the horse that can. Flipper comes through, but the Nexus goes down, and Dusty, they steal it at 35 minutes.
What a way to win this game as Dusty. Like, that's gonna hit you hard as Barrage. That is a tilter. And you are not gonna be happy about this, because this game was definitely yours. Like, you were having this game in your palm of your hand as Barrage, and Dusty just snapped it out of your hand saying, no, we go for the back door. And they just couldn't answer in time. They even tried. They sent Akkers back to try and deal with it. They were ready on the TP on the Invocation. Yip Ho ran as fast as he could, but they just couldn't get back there in time.
Oh boy, absolutely amazing stuff. Let's take a look back at some of these big team fights and right back to the end of the game itself. Just incredible stuff.
Yeah, look at this. Like, the Yip Ho is ready to run back. The Invocation TPs as fast as he can. But it's just not enough. Like, the Invocation tries to put out all the damage he can. There's a little late ult on the Bard ult. Had it been right just a second earlier, it would have been perfect. Then Buzzard gets to kill him, and there's just nothing they can do now. They try all they can. What a way for the game to end.
Oh boy, I mean, what an incredible game, and the best showing for Barrage Academy so far. I almost consider it a compliment from Dusty that they had to go for such a desperation move at the end there to win the whole thing. But we need to know what changed for Barrage Academy coming into this game that gave them such a different performance. Fortunately, we've got the smartest brains in the business to let us know. So Aladar and the guys, take it away.
All right, well, welcome back, everybody, after an absolutely chaotic and frenetic game one between Barrage Academy and Dusty. It was Dusty, the Icelandic outfit, which took the W in the end, but only just. It was really, really nail-biting stuff, in all honesty, and a whole lot of brawling killer minute sort of stuff, really. So let's start where it all began, with the pick and ban phase, and then looking at the picks and the bans for this game. Now, how did you guys see that, and was there anything that really stood out to you about that?
So I think the big surprise was Lurks picking up Zoe when no one actually expected that. No one expected him to play this sort of champion. You look at his pool, he's being absolutely clinched. There's 5 mid lane bans. So it's like denying him literally everything possible. There's Orianna still on the table. So we're already sat here thinking, yeah, it's going to be Orianna, right? Pranked. We get Zoe. And he actually shows up on Zoe. I was really impressed. I was very caught off guard. I knew he'd play somewhat good anyway because he's a high-level player. He's challenger. And definitely proving himself on this Zoe, coming out with something different.
Yeah, Dusty got what they wanted, but the question mark of the draft for me was this Twisted Fate, because it's Poulsen, a high-level challenger player. He's great at a whole host of different champions, Zoe actually being one of those champions. He's known for, one of his most played champions of all time. And then he picks up the Twisted Fate, and then he does next to nothing with it. He goes 0-0-2 in the first 15-20 minutes of the game, practically. What I'm expecting from this pick is he gets solo 6, he roams bot for the hard CC of Pantheon. He also has his gold card. What can you do into that? You just dive onto the AD carry. It's a low mobility Senna. So that's an easy free kill there. You can snowball your bottom lane, you can snowball the Ziggs, and he can actually do something maybe. And then if you snowball the Ziggs, he has better wave clear. He can help himself out. Pantheon can then roam mid, get Poulsen ahead. So it's kind of helping himself out with these roams. But we didn't really see any roams from that Twisted Fate ultimate. So that's kind of why I'm just like, what's really going on with that pick there when there's a whole host of different champions that he's really comfortable, really versatile on, like the Orianna that Rail already mentioned, the Zoe that was picked up in the second rotation of picks for the side of Barrage Academy, and it worked really, really well for Lurks. He looked really comfortable on the pick. He looked really, really good until that surprise ending where it just got snatched away from Barrage Academy, and it was almost upset at the end there because we're just like, no, it's Barrage Academy that's going to take the win.
Yeah, definitely all over the place, really playing with our expectations that game. And you say the Twisted Fate pick didn't have all that much impact. You're right, in the early game it didn't, but that
Yeah.
backdoor couldn't have happened without that Twisted Fate.
Couldn't
So
happen
I've
without Twisted Fate, yeah.
you know, just got to bear that one in mind. And yeah, interestingly, despite the Twisted Fate pick, it was actually Barrage Academy who were putting a lot of pressure on the bottom side very early. We saw a couple of 4-man roams down there in the very early game.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't really work out for them, those 4-man rooms towards the bottom side. I think that I think it's the right idea because you want to keep the Ziggs behind. You want to make sure that he can't be taking towers. Didn't really work out since there were 6 towers to 1 towards the latter part of the game. But it's exactly what you want. You want to try and keep this Pantheon down, and that's one of the reasons why I kind of expected Twisted Fate to be making his way towards the bottom side a bit more, not just because he has the ability to do it with his ultimate, or with the teleport as well, that I think he had. He actually had an unsealed spellbook, so he was able to have the teleport no matter what. So that's one of the reasons why I kind of expected him to be more towards the bottom side as well, because of the amount of pressure that was put down there by Barrage Academy. But I think it can speak to the fact that Flipper looked a bit uncomfortable on this hack room pick in the early and mid game. Towards the latter part of the game, he looked really, really good. He had solid engages. He was onto the Ziggs on the back line. Same for Akkers. He was able to go onto the back line as well with the Ornn called Forge God. But I think Flipper in the early game, he wasn't really sure how to play the matchup into the Lilia. He's used to playing the Lilia, but he's not used to playing the Hecarim, especially in competitive play. So I think you can go for something that's a little bit better for him, even though Hecarim, he's really OP. He's really, really good at the moment in the current meta. But if you're not feeling comfortable on him, if you're not really, really good at this champion, if you don't find the correct openings, then you're just going to go in, you're just going to int. You want, I think, 0-3-5 in the early stages of the game. And that's not really what you want from your Hecarim. You want him picking up some kills. You want him to be able to snowball, get his training force early, and then start making tracks around the map.
And to add on to that, actually, was Seaboy's Lilia. It just didn't look the same as Flipper's Lilia. It shone a little bit early. It did a few things, and then it sort of just kind of fell flat. And it was just not being as proactive as it could have been, in my opinion. And it just seemed like Barrage Academy would have won starting to make the moves in the end of the game. They would have won starting to make the plays and starting to actually come back, because then Voxnay actually got to a point where he was in the driver's seat and he almost actually carried the game with the center pick, which was a pick what we didn't really want to see him on, but it does synergize so well when you've got an Ornn in the team comp.
And we did see him on the Senna twice before, and he is good at this pick, but we wanted him on a hyper carry, something like the Jinx and something like even the Jhin to some extent, because these are the picks that can carry in the early and mid. These are the picks that scale really, really well as well. But that double kill on the bottom side in the latter part of the game is what saved the game. They could have ended right there. If he didn't get that double kill, it was a 3 versus 1, nothing he could really do besides that, but he got those 2 kills because Senna scaled. He had 3 items at that point. He had whatever number of souls that he had. We guessed around 80 or 90 around that point. We didn't quite hear on broadcast for that, but it is really what saved them. And it was just an unlucky backdoor. You had the Camille that wasn't being responded to when she was taking the inhib, and then you had the Twist of Fate ultimate, and you didn't really respect the ability to backdoor coming from the side of Dusty, especially when you're running triple TP. Nothing you can do with that, really.
Indeed, yeah, no, certainly the way it ended out was decisive in the end for Dusty, but the rest of the game was kind of anything but. And the teams were really going toe-to-toe. They were duking it out throughout the whole game, and just a huge amount of fighting, a huge amount of killing, in all honesty. Very bloodthirsty in general. Partially facilitated, of course, by that Pantheon pick on the bot side, as I was alluding to and hoping for. And I was told by my analyst that we'd see no such thing. So I wouldn't believe
it. Ezreal instead. I really don't get that. When you're picking up Senna, you don't really care that you're into a poke lane like that. And especially when there's kind of a logical disconnect between the Ezreal and the Pantheon. Yes, they both poke, but once the Pantheon goes in level 1, level 2, looking for the all-in, the Ezreal is just there. He's like, okay, I'm going to be throwing out Mystic shots and I'm going to throw out my W as well, but what else are you expecting me to really do? I don't really have such a good all-in until I start to scale, and then Senna scales up insanely well with her passive and also with her items. So then you can match with the poke and you have extra range and you have healing, you have your shield from your ultimate. So I think you don't really need to be banning away the Ezreal into this matchup, especially if you're laning through the Pantheon. But I think he could have taken away the Pantheon. That's kind of the kill power of that lane, especially if they're going for something that isn't a traditional AD carry in the Ziggs.
I've definitely got a lot of praise for Barrage in this series, though.
Yeah,
like
definitely.
they definitely look like they learned the lesson from last time round. They adapted a bit more. They showed they can adapt, and it looked like just a much stronger performance from them. Sure, they was down a bit early, but then they came back into the game. They showed that they had the better decision making, which nearly got them back into the game. Just unfortunate from a back door. So definitely Barrage are adapting. They're playing to a much better standard than they did before, and in draft, they're probably going to look to change a few things. They might not want to play into the Camille again.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, definitely. We might be seeing a few different things in the pick and ban phase this time around. The Zoe priority is definitely probably going to go through the roof as well, given that both have shown themselves to be proficient on that one. So yeah, any final thoughts about what we're expecting to see?
I think, like Rail said, we won't be seeing Camille again. I'm not sure if they're going to be deciding to go towards the Pantheon ban this time around, but I'm definitely expecting a Zoe ban unless they want to first pick that on blue side, which is a little bit of a weird one. You don't really see the high priority on the Zoe like that, but if we have two Zoe players, might be worth early picking that, especially if you feel comfortable into some of the more meta picks, something like the Syndra if she manages to get through, or the Orianna or something like that we see a lot of mid laners go towards just kind of as a default. Besides that, still expecting Graves and Lilia to be one of the higher priorities in the jungle. Then top side, I'm not really expecting the Malphite to get through for Akkers because he just feels so, or looks kind of uncomfortable, and I think that isn't that Malphite. He got solo killed once or twice by the Camille, but it's kind of what we expect in that matchup, the Camille into the Ornn. So I'm kind of expecting the Camille to be taken away, maybe the Lilia and Graves, and maybe even the Zoe to some extent.
All right, well, there you heard it, and I think that is going to be us. I think we're ready to throw you back to the casters for Game 2 of this series in the NLC Fall Open Qualifier Week 2 between Dusty, who are 1-0 up against Barrage Academy. So we'll go straight there.
Well, Milo, revenge is a dish best served smouldering, and we lie amongst the ashes of an incredible Game 1. For Barrage Academy, do you think they're going to rise Phoenix like from those ashes and be able to continue to show us the most impressive stuff they've ever shown us so far?
Well, if you would ask me earlier today, I would have said this is an easy 2-0 from Dusty. But after this, I'm going to say it's going to be a 2-1 today, and I could literally go to any team as it looks like right now.
Yeah, I mean, I was, I think we were both really blown away by what Barrage were putting out in the last one. You said, there were several parts of the Dusty lineup which weren't performing maybe as strong as we expected. Paulson, particularly, as noted by the desk on the Twisted Fate, had such a great setup to have an overwhelmingly strong game, but as we noticed during the game, they weren't knocking the numbers away.
No, I was definitely very surprised. I would have thought we had, as you said, Paulson performing way better. I will be honest though, Barrage didn't have the best early game. They were behind a lot of the time, and they still were behind at the end. But they did pick it up late game. They really played out of their mind, as I said several times in that late game. Now they are on the blue side, which means if Lilia goes through, they actually get to get it this time. They go directly for that GP ban again. They don't want to get punished by it. Again, back to the talent ban. We're seeing these bans. It's champions we know that they won't let through. There's the set. I expect to see a Lilia again. I expect to see an Echo. There's the Echo. Are Barrage going to go with, if it ain't broken, don't fix it? It looks like they are. Then the question is, are Dusty going to go for Lucian again? Are they that scared of Lucian? Or do they realize that Barrage Academy will just first pick this Lilia?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, Lurks was the big question mark coming for us in that last one. Could they perform? Nobody expected them to perform on the Zoe, and it's going to feel amazing for Barrage that, that Dusty stole away the Lilia, and it didn't make a big impact, but Barrage stole away the Zoe, and it did. I'm
very interested in sticking to this Ornn first pick here. Ornn is definitely a good champion. Don't get me wrong. He's a good champion. He's a strong frontline. He's barely unkillable. But he did have major issues against the Boss's Camille. Camille is still open. I was talking about the sign before. That's also still open. He does go for the sign this time around. they don't. Okay, they tried to go for Nidalee on C-Boy. I would actually expect to see the Graves. It's a champion he's had a lot of success on. He does go for Nidalee. I think it's also to kind of punish Flipper. It's another champion that Flipper does play, but he could just go for like something like the Hecarim again. He did really well in the Hecarim.
And it feels like for Barrage, and for Flipper in particular, as Des was mentioning, there was a real sort of confidence issue for them coming to the start of the game. They just didn't manage to find their feet. But as the game went on, they got more and more confident. If they can come into this game as confident, from the very beginning, who knows what they could accomplish?
Yeah, exactly. We're seeing the Senna again for Den Voxne. He's been shown to have really good mastery over this champion. They are looking towards the Hecarim again. There it is. He showed Flipper played really well. It works great into Nidalee, and it's one of the power pick junglers that are still up. Ooh, don't teach me like that, Paulson. Don't teach me like that.
Well, Paulson wants to put on a show, and they didn't really get to do that in game number 1. So it's all going to start here. This must be some massive alarm bells for Dusty going right now. In that, they expected to crush through the series. They expected to dominate game number 1, but they didn't do that. They had to make a desperation play, and even if it did pay off, that's still showing that it was necessary.
Yeah, they ended up going for the Jhin here. They realized like they were having a hard time against Den Voxne's Senna, and it was difficult to deal with it. So this time they decided to pick something earlier in the bot lane to say, okay, we can deal with this time. We know you're going to ban Jhin Israel if we don't pick it, so we're going to pick up the Jhin here. They're sticking to somewhat of the same ban here with the Seer. Please don't look for TF again. I don't dislike TF as a champion, but Paulson didn't really show any mastery on it, sadly.
No.
But that is what they banned last time they went for it. There's the Zoe ban. We don't want to give that to Paulson.
Yes, as much as Lurks did incredible stuff on it, it does seem like the mid lane is very forefront of the mind for both of our teams right now, as the Azir ban is there as well. Wouldn't be at all surprised to see a couple more mid lane bans heading there before the pick finally comes through.
I would expect, if Dusty bans another mid lane here, they don't. Okay, so if they did, I would expect them to pick mid lane next. I don't see them picking mid lane next. I don't think getting the counter for jungle is that important. There's a TF ban. They realized this is the last bans they made as well then they picked TF, so they're going to ban that again. I really don't want to see them pick mid lane here. I don't think getting the support counter is that important. They do go for the mid lane. They go for Rihanna, a fairly safe mid laner. She can be blinded most of the time. But I don't think getting that counter support pick is really going to be the difference this game.
No, and it's surprising as well. Again, we're expecting to see big things from the Dusty mid laner Paulson to be on a pick that's kind of has the ability to shield and enable others, as well as the powerful shockwave. Not necessarily what we're hoping for, and I guess we're going to be getting more shockwaves than we expected. Lurks, they're looking to take center stage once more, this time on the Sylas.
Well, I'm actually not the biggest fan of Sylas here, I want to point out. Because, what ults are you going to steal that's really important for you here? The Nidalee ult, you get to turn into a Cougar, it's fine, but you're lacking, like, if you don't have that spear to set up your W jump, it's really not worth it. The Jhin ult can be very nice, and so can the Sion ult, but they're kind of difficult. It's only really works if you're in side lane against Sion. And the Orianna ult, I really don't like the interaction because you have to be up in their faces because it's going to throw the ult around yourself. So yeah, the ult just now is pick a strong support like Tankens that doesn't have a big ult to steal, and it's just going to make Sylas feel not that well. He's going to be really strong on side laning because if he gets to side lane against the Sion is not going to outroam him because he's just going to steal that ult every time and just follow him. And there's, by the way, there's the Nautilus I talked about before with the Senna. It's a very aggressive bot lane pick. You're against a very immobile AD carry, a very immobile mid laner, a very mobile team in general. So I really like Nautilus pick up here.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you wanted to see from Yepa before. Just have the Nautilus have the ability to, not only provide that crowd control like they did in the previous game on the Bard, but also be able to get up and mixed up in the fight themselves. So again, I'll ask you the same kind of questions as before. I feel like our general kind of sense of the scales between these two teams has really shifted as a result of that game number 1. Based on what you were seeing overall here now, kind of where are you leaning for this second game?
I'm leaning on Dusty, sadly. I do want to see a Barrage Academy win just because I want to see a third game. But I am leaning on Dusty because I feel like they've picked more their style this time. They had the very split pushing kind of comp before, which didn't really see that much success for them. They have a way more team fighting comp this time, and with how much fighting we've seen going on between these two teams, I think that's what you have to look for. Barrage Academy does also have a good team comp, a very good team fighting team comp, but I think the fact that Dusty's actually could match them in their team fights before, until the late game, they could match it before with a split push comp, means that now that they have a team fight comp, they're going to be really scary.
And of course, we've got Barrage Academy with the same concern that they had in the previous game, that they're going to have to wait until that level 13 before Akkas is really able to unleash the full potential of the Ornn pick. I mean, Dusty, before, so many times they're able to draw in for that early fight, but we're back onto the Rift once again. Last chance for Barrage Academy to not be knocked out by the same team that knocked them out in qualifier number 1. Dusty, they stole the win last time round. Can they get a convincing win in game 2?
Yeah, that's the thing though, because if it's gonna be like before, I'm not gonna say Barrage Academy is tilted, because I do believe these are all very good players. They are players at a level where they won't just tilt from that. But they don't want it to end the same way. They are going to be extra cautious it doesn't end the same way. A lot of good damage coming out from C-Boy with just that one spear right there. Holy. I forgot it does so much damage early game.
Yeah, I mean, it's a ton, and that's kind of what we saw from the previous game as well. It's even those individual abilities, if they hit, especially, we say, from the spear there, the javelin from long range, doing an absolute ton of damage. For me, though, I'm so fascinated to see how Flipper does here, because we saw this before with Flipper on the Nidalee, got dominated by C-Boy on the Graves. Now to see, the reverse with Flipper now with the Hecarim. And maybe, just maybe, they can pull off the same thing in reverse.
Well, Flipper, as I said before, he had a great performance on the Hecarim in the game before. C-Boy also did play very good on the Lilia, and little noodle fight here, wet noodle fight. Actually, a lot of damage coming out from Bossa here, but... Ooh, the late
invade once again by Dusty. A nice catch onto Hep, who does flash away its first blood, but Click is low as well. Gets across the wall. C-Boy is pouring out a ton of damage, and that's going to be 2 kills for Dusty straight away. This is what they were looking for in game 1, but this time it works.
Yeah, this is not what you want to see if you're a Barrage. Oh my god, the box is almost dying as well. So you don't want to see this if you're Barrage, because you're not fighting. You shouldn't fight level 1 ever with this team you have here compared to theirs. And also, Dusty just played so well. They did use a lot of sums here. You see, they used all their bot lane sums actually. And the C-Boy also used his splash. But you've already gotten a lead at a point where you really shouldn't. A 1k gold lead already.
And something we noted from the previous game is it's been much more Dusty's style to try and get the early gold onto their carries. And that's exactly what's happened here. Paulson and Hoyt both picking up kills.
So yeah, we're just seeing him go in late. We see Yebaho not being in the bush. He doesn't spot him. He just stands still there, like he's trying to bait, but you shouldn't bait level 1. And that's just end up being like an almost free kill here. Click with a very good flash and a heal from Hoyt at the same time. C-Boy also just flashing out, and there's just nothing to do. Silas not gonna give you anything level 1. Senna's also, like, she does all she can, but it's really not that much at this point.
I was impressed by Den Voxner, how much they were willing to try and trade back 1 versus 2, but we're seeing some echoes of the previous game as well, with Flipper getting taken down early on. Certainly, being very aggressive on the Hecarim pick and being punished for it.
So we're seeing another invasion from C-Boy. He's really trying to punish Flipper here. Flipper is the one with the red buff. That is a little small advantage in this fight here. We're also seeing Akos is actually on the first move. I don't think C-Boy will win this.
No, C-Boy is getting beaten up by the minions. Will have the sight on them. I don't think they've got time to recall. They're trying to run out the timer before it's all said and done. Flipper is there and gets the kill back. Some sweet revenge.
I don't get that invade. You're the one with the blue buff. There's a big chance he has the red buff. You don't have Cryo in top lane, so your enemy top lane is gonna move first. I really don't get that invade. It's just gonna. There's no real chance of it actually being successful. And Flipper does end up getting not only the kill, he also actually gets the blue buff from C-Boy. He takes his own right after, so it doesn't mean that much. But this is just like a small window back into like after this bad early game.
Yeah, I mean, this is, Dusty's game plan getting a little bit derailed here. Only 300 gold separating the two teams after getting those 2 crucial early kills. Keep an eye out on the various lanes as they develop as well. But yeah, but I feel like Barrage really needed that as a momentum stopper for Dusty.
Yeah, and I also think just mentally they needed that. Like, they needed something, because they just lost with a backdoor. They just got double killed level 1. They needed something to mentally also just reset them, and I think that really helps.
And the result of that kill back for Flipper, they're going to have the Sheen very early on as C-Boy is looking to invade once again with only a pair of boots for themselves and a couple of jungle item components. I think Flipper could maybe even win this fight if it went to 1v1.
I think so too. This time he's the one with the blue buff against C-Boy's red buff though. That is a very important decision to make early on. The red buff does a lot, not only damage-wise, it also gives you the healing regen. It's a very important tool for the early fights here. But I do think Flipper is, with this Sheen, already so strong. And I definitely think if any champ on the side of Barrage would be able to take over a whole game, it is actually a Hecarim.
We've got both junglers down to the bottom side as the mid laners will brawl as well. But it's all bottom lane right now. As we do see Click, this time doesn't manage to get away, of course, with a flash not back off of cooldown. We do have an attempt from Dusty to trade back, but it's again, Barrage Academy, they escape out with low health bars, but they do escape.
Yeah, Barrage are biting back. They are not laying down and taking this. They're fighting. They're really showing that they should not be taken lightly, and that if they didn't meet Barrage, like if they were in any other bracket or anything, or if Barrage didn't meet Dusty, I mean, they were in any other bracket, I think Barrage would be a huge favorite. I think it's still gonna be rough for them, but it definitely looks like they could take this game.
Sten using that early ult to get aggressive onto Akers, managing to play just outside of the tower range there, but it does bring in Flipper, who has got the speed to catch up. The ult has been burnt on that aggressive trade, as the flash will now be its substitute. Flipper quite happy with that trade, but C-Boy is coming.
Yeah, this does give a lot of prio in the lane back to Akers. Akers is level 6 now. As you point out, C-Boy is here. He is going to try and catch Flipper as Flipper walks back into his jungle. Oh, and he runs right over it. That actually is really bad. Yeah, he realized that he just runs straight out.
Yes, very smart there from Flipper not to take that fight disadvantage. C-Boy has the level advantage as well, even if that Sheen is a powerful item. In the mid lane, we can see the Click there to provide a little bit of an assist to Paulson, keep them safe, down on half health.
We're seeing C-Boy is kind of still moving around. We're seeing Click is also here. Meanwhile, the box is actually back, so like it's not like they're punishing anything bot lane either. But we're actually seeing Flipper's playing really smart. He's actually just playing around them, being like, it's fine, I'll give up my Grump. Here's the replay for bot lane we're seeing. A really good hook by Yevahol. They just go directly onto Click. Click is so tanky because he is this tank Gensh, but there's nothing much to do here. The Ignite was also popped on him, so even healing wouldn't help.
Yeah, they just did such incredible stuff there. I mean, this is what we hope to see from them before. This is the power realized down that bottom lane, the forcing out of the engage. And when that fight's taken onto Click, they can't save themselves.
And we are seeing, it feels like Flipper's all over the map in this game. Oh, an ult coming onto Lurks. Lurks does get out though. Paulson does not ult this time.
Wow, look at that Sheen damage onto Paulson though.
That is a lot of damage. I'm glad he didn't follow through with the whole thing, because ooh, the rush is slow, but he's just hiding behind Yevahol. Yevahol's just gonna stand there, be a wall, just walk up together to get the farm.
It's still a ton of damage though.
It is. It's a lot of damage, especially with that last ultimate hit. Which means that now Yevahol is also low, and they actually kind of have to concede a lot of this wave.
Yeah, they're down very, very low. Click does get caught under the tower. We have got Flipper off to the side, but not yet coming to intervene. Both junglers looking towards that bottom lane. The health bars are low, with the exception of Hoy, so there is potential. Now, especially, we've got Flipper with that level 6. The slot is ready. Let's see if it's going to get used.
I think, yeah, he's just going to back, he's just going to farm. He realizes there's nothing much to go for. There's no reason to force here. I would like if production can give a confirmation on the stacks we have on Den Voxen at the moment.
Yeah,
so we're hearing 18 stacks on Den Voxen right now, which means he's close to that 20, close to the first upgrade in his range and everything. Oh, meanwhile, Lurks is looking for a fight mid. This is a really bad position for him to be in. He does have the flash though.
Yeah, it's a mistake there for the Barrage Academy mid laner. Cost them the flash, but down the bottom lane we've got the play coming together. Click once more is the focus, and will be run down by Flipper. There's a follow-up on the two Hoys as well, but they've gotten just a little bit too far away.
Yeah, I think it's interesting just the teleport here from Aggers. I get it, because you're just pressuring this dragon even more now. But I don't think it was actually needed. I think you would have been just fine, trusted your teammates. But they are just training it with the dragon. Again, dragon for the Herald. And since Steam Boss is all alone in this top lane, I expect them to just go directly for this tower after this Herald, pop it top, get the first blood tower. And repeat from game 1, basically.
Akers will have to walk back to top lane, but that's a decent amount of damage being put down by Sten there on the tower while the Herald is taken. We did see aggressive usage for it before, as Lux comes in and is going to steal the Rift Herald and the kill at the same time.
That is just, that shouldn't happen. Like, that is not allowed to happen here, because this is actually the worst possible thing that could happen for Dusty here. Because if they could have gotten this Herald, win top, pop it, get the first blood tower, like, all what they just lost in bot lane doesn't matter. But the fact that they lose the dragon, they kill bot lane, and the Herald, plus C-Boy also dies, it means all they got was Stingbus getting a little plate gold.
Oh my god. I mean, if you're talking about ways to tilt the opposing team, Barrage Academy just found the most incredible one to do. You can see that, we've got Click in the mid lane, trying to make sure that no further play happens from Barrage Academy, trying to ride this wave of newly won momentum.
Yeah, and we're seeing them be in such a good position now, Barrage. Like, they're still behind in gold, still 700 gold behind. There are some farm differences and some tower plates and stuff. But I would say Barrage is in a good position here. Because they don't need to be perma far ahead to win. They have the scaling with the ornaments, with the Senna. Like, they can be fine if they're just not falling behind.
Yeah, the extra tower gold, presumably, at least, going to be coming through. But let's take a look again at how Barrage shocked everyone.
This is, like, I think he grabs it with the Q, right? The initial Q, not even the explosion. Yeah, the initial Q. And then he's just got... Because his smite was on cooldown. The smite was on cooldown, he couldn't take it.
That is incredible. And you can see that just wasn't what was expected. As Lux will get caught out there, drops a shockwave of their own, realizes they have to go in. The onslaught of shadows brings C-Boy into maybe some major trouble as well. But Flipper, I think, doesn't get the kill back. Double kill for C-Boy.
That's important for Dusty. But yeah, Flipper already burned all his damage on the initial engage. You don't have much after that. And Flipper just, he just dies. C-Boy survives, they get the double kill. That's really important for them to get some gold back. And this is the Rockstar being in huge trouble.
This is the double TP play down the bottom lane by Dusty, and echoes of the previous game. They had so much of that global power. If you bring that many bodies to a fight, it's going to be a short fight.
Yeah, and this is the... Oh, now they're trying to turn on to C-Boy. There's so much action going on. They will just straight up kill him here. There's too much CC. C-Boy just can't move. And we're seeing again, Lurks is actually on his way to become this strong carry.
This has been the series for Lurks to really take the center stage, to show us that what they are capable of.
Wait, and the box is solo kill.
Solo kill? Oh my god.
So, but yeah, people were doubting Lurks, were doubting if he could be the carry. I think he heard those doubts and chose to answer.
Yeah, that answer has been loud and thunderous so far.
And yeah, we're now getting a replay of the mid lane fight here, I think. Not a lot happened like at the start, but like a good ultimate into a good spear. And he misses his ult himself, sadly. Which means there's no damage coming out, so this is just Flipper alone, basically doing all the damage in a 1v2, which is just not what you can do right now.
You get to see the kill down the bottom lane, which I think took place a little bit after this. Oh no, of course no, this is the teleport play instead. We'll catch up eventually. There's a lot to go through.
Yeah, there's a lot to go through, but yeah, there's this double kill, or the kill bot lane, they just double TP, get so much pressure because you're not gonna hard push here. But here's the kill they get mid lane then, because there's so much CC. You have the knock up, you have this everything, like can't move. But I'm really curious. I think what happens here is, if I'm not mistaken, the Voxer TP's behind him, right? There's a ward. No, he just ults and then he TPs. Oh my! He actually stops the back with the ult. That's really smart. And he just goes in one basic attack, and that is a kill.
That was beautifully done. I mean, this is what we get to see. As well. Oh no, we missed the double kill happening as well. This Flipper is coming alive in this game, much as Lurks is coming alive in this series. Paulson tried to create a goal. Let's go back. Let's find out what happened. How did that double kill go through?
Replay the game. Okay, so we end up seeing a really good ult here. Ooh, they're actually... It just misses? No, he's already CC, so he could get him up. So much damage going to see, but he can't really do anything back. And St. Buzzer isn't a champion who has any damage at this point. So he just has to sit there, try and kind of slap them, be like, leave my jungler alone. But it's not enough, and they can just turn onto him afterwards.
So
It's a very simple, easy, good kill. Like, there's not much to say. But yeah, welcome to replay the game.
Don't worry, this one wasn't so important. But yeah, oh boy, like we'll get back to live action in a second. But this is this is a concern you were saying for Lux. I think.
Look at this. I think he's dying here. Lux is gonna be dead. Pulse just falls up. Yeah.
Wow, the 1v1 kill.
Meanwhile,
so
Dusty started Dragon. Okay, we're here now. Dusty started Dragon. Flippers around it. Is he gonna try to? No. Okay, not this time. C-Boy doesn't lose it this time.
Okay. So let's check in. We're 15 minutes in. A lot of aspects of the game have been similar. We've got the same amount of Drakes from each side. I feel like the Herald steal is really the big thing for Barrage Academy that threw off Dusty from operating their normal game plan.
Yeah, so we're even in gold, which is actually last game. The stats were kind of looking the same, but Dusty were far more ahead in gold. This time, we're even in gold, and Barrage has really good scaling. They have the ornaments, they have the Senna, they even have the Silas, like they scale really well here. So, if I'm Dusty here, I'm actually scared.
Yeah, and with the first tower going down in favor of Barrage Academy, it's actually going to be them in the lead coming into the 16-minute portion of the game. They're looking extremely good right now, as you can see on the individual gold tallies right here, that we've got a good amount of gold onto Flipper and onto Den as well.
Yeah, still Bossy is ahead on top lane, which is kind of to be expected. He has been showing real dominance in that lane, but at the same time, it's not really it's not the person you want your gold lead on, because it's not gonna make the sign's not gonna be one that makes a difference. You do want your gold lead on either like the jungle, the mid, or the bot. You do have it in the mid lane as well, but the rest of the places you're behind, and that's really not where you want to even out the gold in this way. So even though the gold for team-wise is even, I want to say Barrage is ahead, because they had the gold on the people they wanted.
Yeah, and it started so well here for Dusty with the kills for the mid and bottom laner as well, but it started to get a lot more spread out across the field now as Dusty, they are looking around the mid. Of course, the second Herald is around for the taking if Dusty can take control of this upper river.
Yeah. And that is the question. That is the big if they can. Because Lurks doesn't have TP up right now, I want to point out. So Dusty is in man advantage, but the TP is up soon. So they just have to kind of hold this until the TP is up from Lurks. Or they can do as they do now, and actually Lurks moving up through the jungle even. Ooh, he might be able to catch Hoist here. Nah, he's spotted on a ward. But else, it would actually been a great catch onto Hoist. Now Seaboy and Hoist are both going for Lurks, it looks like.
Flipper is coming, but yeah, Lurks is taking a ton of damage. Hasn't got a relevant ultimate to call upon, so it's just going to get torn to pieces. Flipper is there, maybe looking for some revenge, but Seaboy is going to be very hard to catch up. He uses the flash to get away from non-slot shadows, but gets chunked to pieces. Here comes Click, and they're going to regret it immediately. They get torn apart. They almost die. Here comes the curtain call to try and get the shutdown. Flipper is traded back. This is going to be Dusty coming back in for some kind of revenge for themselves. Then does at least get the kill back onto Click, but it's looking like a messy, messy fight. Akazol doesn't make the difference, and it's going to ultimately fall in favor of Dusty.
Yeah, it falls in favor of Dusty. Barrage is basically just overcommitting for these kills again. They should just have been fine with getting the one they got and then get out. They kept trying to fight, even though, again, they don't have Akros there, who is like in a great position, who wasn't in a great position to take this fight, and it just ended up being a mess. They should have been fine with getting the jungler that they got. Click almost died, which is just sad that he didn't. But yeah, it just ended up being in the favor of Dusty. Here we do get a replay. Lurks is also just being a little over aggressive here. You should just try and see if you could back out. Because, like, looking for this fight, he's never gonna win it. Flipper is going a little too far alone. Like, look how far he is when you actually catch him. No one is gonna be able to get there in time. That's why the Invocation pops ult. They do blow him up. And here you just, like, yes, you want to try and get clicks. Now, just back out. Don't continue. And Flipper is, like, in a really bad position. He should have ran down towards the TP, because there was already a Sign standing and waiting for him.
A click just dropping at the end there, so it does at least mean that Den Voxner has got a little bit more gold in there. But right, it feels like Barrage, they are riding their momentum, but perhaps they're just getting a little too far with that hard-won confidence.
I think Lurk's just being too aggressive. I think he's like a little too much like, I want to fight, I want to show what I can do kind of thing right now. Because he keeps looking for like skirmishes against people he can't. He'll never win a skirmish against someone like Ornn at this point. He doesn't have the items for it. He's not gonna win like easy 1v2 skirmishes as he normally would. He doesn't have the damage for it yet. I think he's getting a little too far ahead of himself. If he can just wait 1-2 items, then he gets 1 or more 2 items, then he gets really strong, and then he can start doing it.
Then gonna get tower dived here. Doesn't have a Tam Kench to bring them to safety, as then forces out the kill. That was clean from Dusty.
Yeah, and this ends up Barrage having to just give over this this dragon because they're man down. Then Voxner hasn't scaled yet. We saw last game how strong the Voxner is really at when he starts scaling on the center, but he just isn't at that point yet. So they just can't look for these like overly aggressive things. He doesn't have the range yet. He doesn't have the stacks to have this long range, so he can step forward a little.
Yeah, get run down again and again until they kind of find that perfect fight, that perfect positioning. But we are coming at past 20 minutes now. Akka's at level 12, just needs a few more creeps, a few more points of experience to start getting into the upgrade territory for Barrage and, you know, really accelerate their hardest hitting point.
Yeah, exactly. We need to start to get those ornaments out, because we saw what happened last game when they started coming out. It really started blowing off Barrage. So, and we're seeing here, he's 2 levels behind right now. That is not a position you want to be in, because it's just going to make your side in against these even harder. There's level 13. Now he gets his own ornaments.
Well, that's at least a milestone met for Barrage, who have now fallen behind from their surprise, if rather temporary lead they were able to put together before. It's still, you know, it's still looking like it's very, very much anybody's game. But of course, for Barrage Academy, this is do or die. For Dusty, they'll get another chance even if this game doesn't go their way.
Yeah, and I want to point out, this game is quite different from the game before. It looks a lot the same in the way it's being played, but if you look at the towers, at this point, Dusty had already like 3 towers to none in the other game. This time they have 1 tower, and Barrage are actually the ones that hit in towers, which means that Barrage are actually, that was the issue they had before Barrage. They started getting really strong, but they did it so late that Dusty already had the chance to just walk into their base and end the game, you know? But now, because they can actually scale without that risk, they can still give up 2, 3, even 4 more towers without being at the risk of Dusty just pulling a backdoor, you know? So they can get to the strong game, they can get to the strong late game that they do have without it being a huge risk right now.
Something I wanted to bring back in from what you mentioned earlier for Lurks, as they are making their own moves in towards the top lane. And we do have Dusty making his pretty aggressive moves of their own towards the mid. Oh, actually, let's hold that thought, because we got the curtain caller coming again. Den's been caught out of position, but nice onto the backline is Flipper with the tons of damage. The Onslaught of Shadow is trying to kill 2 people at once, but takes so much damage. It's not the tankiest horse around. It will be the train across, but Den has already fallen. The bottom lane of Barrage is gone. Lurks needs to step up as Akkas is retreating. Ult brings them into the fight. They don't have the good targets. The flash is going to be exchanged. A double kill for Paulson. They're picking up the numbers 5, 0, and 5. 19 stacks on their Magi's.
Yeah, we wanted a more explosive game from Paulson, and I think we got it here. He has been playing these fights way more way relaxed. He's been just kind of dodging everything, putting his ball where it needs to be. They do realize this Baron is kind of really risky to do, and they just do back out of it. But that's a really good fight for Dusty. That's exactly what they needed. But I also want to say a really aggressive fight for Barrage. There's no need for them. What were you doing up, TPing up their Lurks? That was a very risky TP.
It felt like Dusty were trying to fake out they were going for Baron, and it seemingly seemed to work on Lurks.
Apparently it was. But no, as I was saying, the issue that we're there is like your bot lane was already caught out. Then Voxer Yebho already caught out for this fight. We see here there's already going hard on them. The curtain call. Going in for the fight here, it just seems almost, I want to say int at this point. Because like you're going in for a fight where you've already lost your AD, which you're already going to a 44 fight, or 45 fight, you're going on a fight on their terms as well. And it's just not what you wanna. And then Lurks stealing this Nidalee ult here, really not a big fan of it. You would have gotten more damage out of just being in your own form.
Yes, I'm not a fan of it either, and it feels like Dusty, they managed to seize back control of the pace of the game once more. You know, the previous series where Dusty won the whole thing, they were able to draw Barrage into the fights on Dusty's terms, and it seems to be we're turning back that way once again. Barrage, they're being, you know, they're getting maybe even frustrated at this point and trying to go for plays beyond their means.
Yeah, but we're also trying to hit some pretty strong items. For example, we're seeing the 3 items on Senna. I also, again, I want to get another production check on the stacks. But the 3 items on Senna, we have 2 items at the moment. On Silas, I did not quite hear that, sorry.
Oh, halt. Well, the third, we'll need to come back to that because we've got another fight breaking through here as Hefe gets absolutely ripped up. Den does manage to get across the wall just in time, but it's another Dusty play, which has resulted in them getting a kill for nothing, and now it's going to be 2 kills for nothing, and access to the Baron.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be the Baron. I do think Barrage are going to try and fight for it. I think it's going to be hard. I think if they're going to do anything, it should just be Flipper ulting in, trying to steal it. But they are looking to fight. They're actually looking for Paulson here.
Yeah, Paulson being chased down by Flipper on the outside of the Baron pit. Hoyes is very low as well. The shockwave, the shutdown onto Seaboy. There's no more jungler. Flipper is escaping out. Double kill for Lurks, though, in front of the pit. They've got the speed shrine, and it's going to be an effective cancel for Barrage Academy.
Yeah, so we end up getting the 2 for 2 here, or 2 for 1, sorry, which is exactly what they wanted to do here, because they do, as you said, they want to stop this Baron. They got it by taking the fight like this, and Lurks played it really well, just playing into people, knowing he had that ultimate, so he could get that off. Just to give an update to viewers, we have, I heard we had 39 before this fight. That means the Vox is definitely over 40 stacks now, which means he's got his set. Which means he got his second big spike now with the 3 items. Like, we should start to see the Vox being really strong right now in these fights and dishing out a lot of damage. But of course, the frontline Sion.
Oh my gosh, Lux just gets deleted, and the Dragon does go in favor of Barrage, but they are going to pay for it in blood, as they aren't going to be able to get out with their full squad. Drop 1, drop 2. That is harshly won, just to equalize on Drakes, and now Paulson. They've arrived in their godlike form. 25 stacks on the Magi's, 8 kills, 5 assists, and they've not died a single time.
And they're looking towards the Baron again. So, again, they're looking towards Baron. It makes sense. Lurks, which was a big threat, is down. Aggressive's big tankiness is down. Lurks doesn't have TP. They also know that. There's, like, no real chance here. The only chance they have is if, like, Flipper can, like, ult steal it. But even that is going to be hard because it doesn't actually have the smite just yet.
Flipper goes a little bit too far forward, has to use the onslaught to get away for Barrage Academy. This time, it was not going to happen. So 27 minutes in, finally Dusty get hold of the Baron and maybe hold of the game as well.
Yeah, we're seeing, again, as I said, Barrage starting to hit some pretty strong items. They're starting to get strong, but it looks like Dusty's just shutting down. It's not enough. Paulson is really playing this so well. Like, we see Flipper trying to 1v1 him all the time, and it just doesn't happen. Here we do see this dragon fight. We're seeing they go for the fight here, but Lurks is just gonna go so low, just taking so much damage from Hoyt and Paulson. And that's just like, by then it's just over, because they decided to just stay on the dragon, and that meant that they wouldn't be able to do anything else. I think it's a very risky dragon to take, but it ended up working out. But it does end up costing 2 kills and end up with the Baron in the end.
We're 1 game away from being knocked out of the Fall Open Qualifier. Barrage Academy, they need to tighten up their play, or it's going to be all over. The Baron buff, of course, allows for Dusty to extend their gold lead. They're making some serious inroads on these tier 2 towers.
Yeah, they are, and this is exactly what I was kind of worried for Barrage, because as I said, they want to scale, but like they've gotten to a point now where Dusty is so far ahead that scaling is like not barely even an option anymore, and they're just hard sieging now, and you can't really do anything. Because like last time we saw, Flipper couldn't even kill Paulson, which is who you need to kill in the backline as this Hecarim. You need to get Flipper, both Flipper and Lurks onto Paulson, and that's gonna cost you a lot. So it's gonna be really, really difficult. And Paulson also just plays these fights really well, having really good positioning, and they even have that TAM to keep him alive as well.
I mean, there's so many ways for Dusty to keep that incredible investment, Paulson, alive. Yeah, we've got the Ceros, we've got the stopwatch as well, and the TAM Kench you just mentioned. it would take an absolute miracle to break through and take down the Dusty mid laner.
Lurks does have the side ult. He might be looking for an engage here. I think it would be kinda risky. I don't think they would win a fight at the moment. But it looks like he is looking for the engage. We are seeing Agos just trying to hold Buzzer in the bot lane. He actually just misses the knockup on the E. And that's the thing, they're never really gonna get through Steen Buzzer. Look at the items. There's no like good items to deal with it. We are seeing Lurks building towards the Yandris, which could make it possible. But they're still a little far away, and it's like we have to get there first.
We've got the push onto the inhibitor. Barrage Academy can't do anything about it. So they will end up dropping the inhibitor. And there might even still be a little bit of time here for Dusty to make some inroads towards the bottom inhibitor as well. The tower just over half health remaining.
Yeah, and we're seeing, oh, there's the root, there's on Agos. Agos does get out, he's still very tanky, but they can take they're gonna take a lot of damage. Oh, there's the ult from Paulson. But they're not looking for a fight, they're just trying to like kind of push them back. It's really weird. We are seeing resets from Dusty now, which is what I would expect. Your Baron should be about to run out, so they're resets, and they would just look towards start setting up this dragon. The dragon's up in a minute, so getting your resets a minute before is always good. Going down, setting up your vision, because what we're going to see next is definitely not necessarily a fight around this dragon, but the dragon is going to be the next neutral objective to focus here.
And with less than 1 minute to go, Barrage, they're trying to clear out the vision that's around their base, let alone claim vision around the dragon.
I would expect Barrage to give this one up. It's the third one for Dusty, so it's not sold just yet. But like, trying to fight this when you don't have your scaling just yet, when you don't have your items, it's really risky. The Liadris has come through for Lurks, which means he is able to deal damage on the likes of Sion now. But like, he needs to focus so much more than Sion. Sion shouldn't be his focus. They really need to get Pulse out of these fights, and fast.
Up to 8-0-5 again at 25 Magi stacks. The Seraphs and the stopwatch all ways to keep Paulson alive and kicking during these fights and putting out a truly obscene amount of damage. The Drake is going to be spawning in. Sten leads the charge, will soak up an absolute ton of damage as it's going to come back in from Barrage. There's the double knockup, and Sten will get saved by Click, but Click may not be able to save themselves. Sten will get knocked up once again. Poise is so low. Flipper's on the chaser. Poise getting caught. They can't quite close the distance. That means the curtain call is left open. Double kill for Paulson there as they survive, and Barrage are annihilated. Akers stumbles blindly away from the fight, tries to TP to throw him off, but it's not enough. It's a clean ace for Dusty, and they stamp their authority on the second Fall Open Qualifiers. They're one of our favorites, and they are showing every other team here that they are one to watch.
And that is the game. And it even looked like a good fight for Barrage, but they're just so far behind. They couldn't kill Paulson, and we have the game for Dusty, 2-0. They move on to the qualifier, and they will probably qualify, as we all have agreed.
Oh boy, incredibly impressive stuff.
Oh, and Paulson takes his first death of this game.
Just before the Nexus explodes. They want to throw off the stats, that's what it is.
Yes.
Oh boy, but I mean, it felt like a game we were going to see Flipper and Lurks from Barrage's side come alive, but instead we had Paulson forcefully slap us in the face and remind us why their name is one to be feared.
Yeah, exactly. We expected, like, Flipper was looking really good early. Lurks was, like, finding the right fights down then. But at the other hand, at other times, he was also just being overly aggressive and looking for the wrong fight. So he had to kind of balance of what fights to look for. It feels like he just looked for any fight he could instead of being very selective about the fights. We are getting a replay here of last fight. We're seeing here, the fight actually looks really good because it's not coming out a lot of damage. Agos is tanking a lot of it, and they're actually, in this fight, ended up dealing a lot of damage on Stain Boss. Again, we're not seeing a lot happening here, but they can't kill anyone. We're seeing a really good ult from Flipper as well. We're seeing Hoist falling so low, but no one kills him. And there's just the fight just starts falling apart. They start splitting up the fight. They start trying to kill targets, but they can't get enough damage onto anyone because of how far behind they are. And here's Agos' amazing final CP play we're seeing. Sad enough, it wasn't good enough. And
No.
Yeah.
I think they were hoping maybe for a little bit of mercy from Dusty there, but as we saw in that game, mercy in very, very short supply. Honestly, eye-watering stuff. And yeah, no, I think you're right.
It was mercy killing. Just get it over with, get them done, let them move on. But yeah.
All right, guys. So, fortunately, again, we've got our analyst there to break down for us what this heartbreaker was ready. Was really for Barrage Esports. We'll have a very short break before we do get. Oh no, I'm sorry, I'm corrected. We are going directly to them this time round. So, guys, Aladar, let us know. What did this look like for you from Barrage's side of things, and how scary is Dusty going forwards?
All right. Welcome back, everybody. After what was, we thought game one was chaotic, right? But game two, at least for the first part, that was just mental, honestly. That was some really, really weird League of Legends at the end of it. And it's down to Dara and Rail here to try and break it down just a little bit. Why don't we start with something a little bit more simple? It can only go so wrong. So let's talk about the pick and bans to start things off.
So more or less, Barrage went for the same comp as last time. They started to get the edge of things towards the end of game one. They thought they could just run it back and try just doing this again, but it really just wasn't the case. So, Doctor, you want to talk about what we had on the other hand?
Yeah, Dusty had a very different looking team composition this time around. I think it was for the better. You had Poulsen on the Orianna. He looked really, really comfortable on this pick. He, I think, went deathless until he fountain dived there and got executed. So it doesn't really count. He still lost 10 stacks of his Majias, but he got 25 stacks on a Majaya Soul Stealer. He went 10-0 throughout the game. And the only kind of disconnect I felt on that roster with the draft that we had was the Nidalee, because the Nidalee just felt like as if it was so lackluster. It felt like as if it wasn't hitting the mark with any of the spears or any of the plays that he was kind of trying to make from the side of Seaboy, and the rest of it was just fine. The bottom lane, it was fine. It was doing okay with the Jhin, and then top lane, the Sion. He wasn't exactly winning lane or being really, really helpful in the early parts of the game, but he went 3-1, and then his ults kept hitting the mark, finding the Senna each and every time he wanted to. And once you picked out the Senna, the only damage left was Lurks on the Sylas. And even though he didn't look amazing, he didn't look very polished or very proactive, let's say. I think it's into Poulsen on one of the most meta and kind of one of the best mid laners available in the Orianna. So we weren't expecting him to be a Caps 2.0, as we said earlier on. I think he played to the best of his ability as it is in the current state, and I think he played quite well at that point.
And talking about Nidalee as well, was pretty much screaming for Graves to come through, because it's like Seaboy's Graves.
We were just like, where is the Graves? Just before it was locked in.
He's definitely just been way better in this in the past, and we kind of just expected it. We've seen him play it a lot to very good success, to very good stats as well. So he's definitely put up good performances without us even needing to see in the game. And then Nidalee just felt really lackluster, fell flat at a lot of points in the game. Even got caught with a pants down on Riff Herald, which was a very funny moment for everyone else. And to be honest, actually, on the other side, we had a lot more agency from Flipper, which looked better. The Hecarim came online a lot faster. He got his Trinity Force, but like we said, there wasn't enough follow-up damage for him in the end. So they wasn't able to capitalize on much.
And like, just speaking about that Hecarim pick real quickly, he was able to get onto the backline. He was able to get onto the Jhin and onto the Orianna, but then there was no follow-up. You said no follow-up damage. There was just no one there. He was onto the backline. He was trying to 1v1 Poulsen when he was, I think, 8-0 at one point, and he just couldn't do anything. He was trying to save the Baron play, and then Lurks got a pop-off performance, getting a double kill, I think, around that Baron pit, but then he was still 2 levels behind Poulsen at that point. He couldn't go for a follow-up engage. So you're going onto the backline, you're finding these picks, you're finding these points of pressure, but there's just nothing you can do with it. You don't have the rest of your team. Your team is trying to fight a front to back sort of team fight. And it just felt like as if they weren't on the same page throughout the entirety of this game. And even on the side of Dusty, it felt like they weren't on the same page because of how the Nidalee wasn't really finding the mark. But in the end, they did manage to get onto the same page. So, like, right, Sion, you ult onto the Senna. Sion ulted onto the Senna. There was follow-up with the Spear. You can just land your Spear pretty easily once your target is just CC'd for about 4 or 5 solid seconds and nothing you can do without a QSS, which wasn't built by anyone on that side, but I don't think that really would have saved the game. So I think that the Hecarim, he looked good on the side of Flipper, but there just wasn't anything really in kind of the mentality of the team that allowed for them to utilize this Hecarim as best they can.
Yeah, and I mean, if we're talking about people being on the same page as you were mentioning a little bit earlier, it just seems like the pages of the book have been torn out and they were flying away in the wind, at least for the first sort of 20, 25 minutes of that game, where honestly, it was just so hard to tell what was going on, who was winning. The gold was somehow remaining broadly even for a very long time, until there was a point where Dusty just sort of flipped the switch, and suddenly it was like they were the better team all along, which is what we expected to see all the way through game 1 and all the way through game 2. And we never really got that in the end in game 1. They had a bit of a gold advantage throughout, but they had to rely on this sort of, it's not exactly a cheesy ending to backdoor, but you had to catch the other team off guard, right? It wasn't a traditional win. It wasn't a dominant win, certainly. And then for most of that game too, it wasn't dominant at all. It was all over the place. Either team could have won. And then suddenly Dusty just looked better right at the end. And I wonder, I want to put it to you guys. Do you think these series bode poorly for Dusty going into the remainder of the tournament? Of course, only one more best of 3 for them to win if they want to qualify. But having looked as they did in these games, how do you think it's going to go for them?
I don't think it's going to change anything from, if you're going to have any bad games, you get them out of the way early. And I think that's all it's going to be. And you seen him flip the switch there. It just became the Paulson show in the end because he just got so strong. He's shown how good he is. He's like, I'm better at Orianna than TF. Watch me clap, and clap he did.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a back to basics sort of draft coming out from Dusty there. You got Paulson on the Orianna, even though you had your jungler on the Nidalee, and it wasn't something that we think that he's very comfortable on. I think that the Jhin in the bottom lane was something that you really, it's kind of a staple of a team composition at the moment. We're seeing it in the G2 game as well, where you're seeing a high priority on that Jhin pick. So I think that is a sort of a back to basics sort of draft from them, and we are expecting good, or if not great, things from them going forward in the tournament. I'm not quite sure who they'll be playing against in the next part of the tournament, but I think that they will be favored, and even in kind of the roughest sort of matchup that they might get, as they are pegged as one of, if not the best team in this second week, then they'll definitely take any series at least 2-1, if not 2-0.
All right, yeah, so still strong stuff, and not enough to bring in any doubts for
Not
Dusty.
Yet.
Not yet, okay,
If he starts to int on Orianna, then maybe there'll be some alarms going off.
Okay, well, so a lot on Poulson's shoulders for sure, and maybe hoping for Seaboy to step up a little bit and maybe not play Nidalee again, perhaps, in the next series.
Or just learn how to play it.
I mean, he's only got a couple of hours in which to do that, to be honest, because the next games of today we will be going live from, I think, 3:45 UK time. That's BST. So that'll be 4:45 CEST. That'll be when the games are starting. So we'll be live on the desk for that. It won't be us, but Square One will be live on the desk for that 15 minutes before or thereabouts. And yeah, thank you guys very, very much for watching this series between Dusty and Barrage Academy. And yeah, Dara, Rail, is there anything else you'd like to put on, a little cherry on top, little bow here, or?
I'd just like to give a shout out to Ackers for actually going even and kind of winning his lane against the Scion. It didn't end up with the win, but he did quite well compared to the first game on the Ornn. And also Lurks, he is really new to the competitive scene, and he is starting to do better with each game that we see him in. So I'm expecting great things from him in the future.
Yeah, and to add on that, I think Barrage Academy are just improving game by game. So I think they still have a bit to go, but they're definitely getting there. They're definitely going to be a stronger team the more games they keep playing together, and it's starting to show.
Yeah. All right. If they can keep convincing their opponents to join them in wearing some clown shoes, they might well continue to have some success, and maybe a little bit unfair. But yeah, thank you guys very, very, very much for watching what has been a very entertaining series, if a little bit hard to keep track of with replays flying all over the place and all this sort of thing. But yeah, so join us again in a couple of hours for the game 2 of today. And those games will actually, I believe, whoever wins in those games will be qualifying, and then it'll be all up to seeding for the games tomorrow. So you do not want to miss the games later today. They are very, very important indeed. So We'll see you then, and thank you very much for watching.
uncomfortable still, making our constant binary choices and voicing our equally shallow opinions more loudly or quietly. Most people can't even decide what color to wear or which burger to eat. What does it matter, man? Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion. Most people can't even decide what color to wear or which burger to eat. What does it matter, man? Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion.
I got enough of every melody, they all sound the same. Yeah. For my broken heart, no remedy, but maybe if you stay, we can get away with it. 'Cause you make me love my imperfections, answer all my questions, just to show me what's on the other side of inhibition. No apologies, my baby. I do you do 'cause I'm feeling so good. Ooh. I do you do 'cause I'm feeling so good. Ooh. Oh, my darkest memories, now let me fall back. But you'll be there, ready to rescue me if I go out of track. You can get away with it. 'Cause you make me love my imperfections, answer all my questions. actions just to show me what's on the other side of inhibition. No apologies, my baby. I do 'cause I'm feeling so good. What's on the other side you gave it up before you even tried, before you even gave it a shot. So why should I feel helpless? Why should I feel useless now? So find another way to get into my arms, to get into my heart again. 'Cause why should I feel helpless? Why should I feel useless now? Nobody's ever gonna hold me down. The night is young and we're friends. Nobody's ever gonna throw me down. There's nothing left you can say. Nobody's ever gonna hold me down. The night is young and we're friends. Nobody's ever gonna throw me down. There's nothing left you can say. Nobody's ever gonna hold me down. The night is young and we're friends. Nobody's ever gonna throw me down. There's nothing left you can say. Nobody's ever gonna hold me down. The night is young and we're friends. Nobody's ever gonna throw me down. There's nothing left you can say.
Got enough of every melody, they all sound the same. Yeah, for my broken heart, no remedy. But maybe if you stay, we can get away with it. 'Cause you make me love my imperfections, answer all my questions, just to show me what's on the other side of inhibition. No apologies, my baby. I do you do 'cause I'm feeling so good. Ooh. I do you do 'cause I'm feeling so good. Ooh. Oh, my darkest memories, now let me fall back. But you'll be there, ready to rescue me if I go out of track. You can get away with it. 'Cause you make me love my imperfections, answer all my questions, just to show me what's on the other side of inhibition. something so cool.
You got me trapped inside this spell. Now I feel like, now I feel like your demons drag me close to hell. I can feel that.
Too cold, standing in the middle of the downpour, looking in the mirror 'cause it's only you that you have to lose. Headed backward on a one-way, trying to stop from running but you can't wait. Bury all the evidence you'll only learn when you crash and burn.
I can feel them, I can feel them, I can feel them do well. I can feel them, I can feel them, I can feel them, I can feel them pull me down.
One day of my life, let's color it outside the lines. So bright, brighter than the rainbow. One night that we live tonight, let's ride till we're out of sight. So far, so they never fade down our halo. Oh, let it go. Oh, let it go.
it go.
some form of control still, making our constant binary choices and voicing our equally shallow opinions more loudly or quietly. Most people can't even decide what color to wear or which burger to eat. What does it matter, man? Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion. Most people can't even decide what color to wear or which burger to eat. What does it matter, man? Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion.
stay good to you and don't come back firing if I play nice to you and don't fight back. thinking about the way you look, the way you talk, the way you turn. I've been thinking about the way you move, the way you love, the way you burn. I can't pull myself away, even though I know you do me wrong. I can't pull myself away, even though I know you do me.
ride or die. I keep boys by my side. CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. Cody's brothers, my guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. Ride or die, 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 ride or die. Cody's brothers, my guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. CJ Ike, now I gotta ride or die. Cody's brothers, my guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. Cody's brothers, my guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. Now I gotta roll with ice. Ride or die, 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 ride or die. Fly, know that they ride or die. Cody's brothers, my guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. Cody's brothers, my guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. Ride or die, 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 ride or die. Cody's brothers, my guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. CJ Ike, now I gotta ride or die. Ride or die, ride or die, ride or die. Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. Ride or die, ride or die.
Hello.
Week 2, day 2 of the NLC Fall Open Qualifiers is here. I am Greyheart. I am joined by the fantastic Officer Naughty and the less fantastic Nyyrikki to bring you all the analysis coming into this series, which we're going to be watching, which is going to be Nyyrikki going up against MnM Gaming. Officer Naughty, great to have you here. How are you feeling today?
Hi, Greyheart. Thank you for having me again. Feeling pretty good this week. The boys are in form. The information about the other team's been prepped. Feeling pretty good. Feeling good about a 2-0 here.
Glad to hear it. Great to have you. We're going to be hearing more about your thoughts and how MnM have been working as an org recently. Nyyrikki, as always, great to be partnered up with you again, no matter what I say. How are you feeling today, and what are your thoughts coming into this series?
My thoughts now are, what the heck, Stan? That's my first thoughts. But no, really glad to be back on the broadcast, as always. Don't take this for granted. And I'm hoping for a good series, because hopefully we're going to have some pretty ballsy plays coming out of both teams.
Okay, well, we've already heard one prediction. We'll come back to yours in a little bit, Alex, as we get towards the end. Well, both Alex's. And we, first of all, going to stop and talk a little bit about the teams that have already qualified. So week 1 saw us get Barrage, Viking, ENCE, and Singularity getting themselves through to the Fall Open officially. Of course, MnM just narrowly missing out on that one in a matchup that I think, Officer Naughty, most of us expected you to come out on top on. What was the atmosphere like at MnM after that?
Obviously not the best atmosphere. We were very disappointed. We been prepping for these teams for at least a week and a half. I think we had the roster finished at that point, maybe 2 weeks. We knew our game plan, and then against ENCE it just kind of all fell apart. We didn't follow what we believed in. Everyone lost the vision of the victory for MnM, and as it showed in the game, ENCE played really well that day, and they really took us apart.
Yeah, they certainly performed well. What was your take coming out of last week's qualifiers, Nyyrikki? Any teams that really you soloed out as possible contenders to take the entire NLC Fall Open?
The entirety of it. I mean, of course, Barrage is the obvious one. They really came through very strong, and of course, they got the likes of Senkux on their roster. A lot of individual power. It was just about cleaning up some of those plays to make sure that they could work on the whole team level, even when things didn't go so well in the early game. And that's such a fluid thing for so many teams as well. Coming specifically into this qualifier too, obviously Nordavind had some issues last week. They had to drop out one of the series, so they're back in this qualifier too. That means they'll have a lower seeding if they were to get through, because of course the people that have qualified from qualifier 1 will have that higher pool standing. So maybe Nordavind, if they get through this time, I'd be looking at them and asking, okay, maybe we're going to have ourselves a really strong group if they were meant to be in a higher seeding than we really thought they'd be. But the rest of these quarterfinal matches looking pretty exciting, particularly the London Esports versus Absolve. That's the one I'm like, I have no idea what could happen with that.
That's very true. I think we talked earlier on in the cast chat about what our predictions were. Most of us agreed with 3 out of 4 teams. We looked at that match and we really weren't sure, even though Absolved will be coming into it as the favourites. These matches, of course, very, very important. Those quarterfinals, the winners of them will be guaranteed their place in the NLC Fall Open. The semi-finals and the finals, which we will be covering, they will still be played. They'll be best of 1 series. They'll be for a higher seeding, and certainly for Pride as well. However, these are the matches that matter the most. 1 best of 3 will decide whether or not you are going to the Fall Open, yes or no. Officer Naughty, I'm not going to ask you your thoughts because you've already given them on MnM and Nyyrikki, but the other 3, which teams would you expect to see coming through?
So Dusty, I feel will be able to wipe the floor with that one. London versus oh, my screen is so fuzzy. Who's London?
Absolved.
To be fair, a close game.
Yeah.
I think London played much better in round 2 than I expected them to, as their roster is like. I have no idea if it's good or bad, but it's like fine. Obviously, the staffing is the staff from old Munster Gaming, so really solid staff there, like NLC level staff. So yeah, like they could go either way. I'm pretty sure whichever team wins, it'll be a 2-1. It won't be a 2-0 stomp. But if I had to give it, obviously London because it's the UK team, and then yeah, Nordavind against Orlando. Nordavind again didn't play last week because of some issues, and yeah, I think pretty much everyone's expecting them to 2-0 that and go straight through.
Yeah.
Okay. And speaking there about Absolved not being an all English team, something that you had a bit of difficulty with last week. What were your feelings when you saw yourself drawn up against Nyyrikki? What's the dressing room atmosphere like?
So yeah, obviously last week we played against Ents, which are obviously another Finnish team. So like for us, kind of scared. We're not sure about that nation anymore. I always assumed Finland was quite like a neutral nation, quite weak compared to the glory of like Britannia. So yeah, obviously a bit worried about Nyyrikki, but as I said, this week the players are focused. They have the mindset. They know what they need to do to win. So hopefully it will just be a quick 2-0.
So what you're saying is that if Nyyrikki win, we might have an international incident. That's what I'm getting from this.
If Nyyrikki wins, yeah, I feel like we'll have to take it further than esports. I will be writing a word to the Queen to see what we can do about this.
Officer Naughty, quite a few of us know about what went down between you and the Benelux. Can I please say on behalf of the UK, don't get that going again? We've just talked a little bit about Nyyrikki there. I don't know if we have the graphic up for their lineup. Thank you so much to Fabulous Production. As we can see, it's going to be Yamaru up in the top lane, Selfways the jungler, Veluxa mid, Dexweed bot, and Aztor will be the support. This is an interesting lineup. We had an opportunity to have a look through the match histories, and Nyyrikki, you were talking especially about your thoughts in regards to the mid lane.
Yeah, so we only saw the 2 games from the last week. Of course, they went out in their first round of games, but immediately I had some questions about the champion pool. They picked stuff like Azir in one of the games, and I feel like if you're trying to index towards that style, whilst also watching a couple of the games, trying to play quite scrappy in the early game, you're not really matching up in your player/team identity and your champion identity. And having a disconnect like that, while it might add in a bit of a chaotic element, which can help in some situations, just doesn't end up bringing a lot of things to fruition because you're kind of like pulling where you're meant to be pushing, and things get a little bit awkward, particularly when we are playing around in this meta, a lot of farming junglers with a priority mid. You want to be playing stuff like Lucian. You want to be playing stuff which can get you ahead early and allow your side of the jungle matchup to get ahead and then roll into mid game with a level and damage advantage because you have stuff like Hecarim, Lilia, Nidalee, which can just carry a team fight with a good enough combo.
Yeah, I want to come back to you a little bit in terms of how some of those potential mid lane picks work out. But I do just want to say, I'm not 100% sure if this is my notes that are wrong or the notes on the side of the screen, but I had different roles down for the players.
You know what? I'm just going to talk about what I saw was picked in that role, and we'll sort of deal with that later.
Fair enough. We'll
Yeah, the
certainly
roles are
see when
wrong.
we get into game whether this is where these players are playing or not. It's probably me having jotted things down wrong. Either way, you were talking especially about the potential mid matchups. We're just going to quickly transition, if possible, over to the team overview for MnM Gaming. One Officer Naughty that you will know very, very well, of course.
Hopefully.
And in fact, why don't I leave it up to you to introduce each of your players, because you'll definitely know what roles they're playing.
I'll take a break then, shall I?
Yeah, I will
Yeah,
quickly say,
get out
yeah,
of here,
those
Alex.
those Nyyrikki players are in the wrong order, so whatever you've written down is probably right. The MnM roster, obviously we have Kakan in the top lane, Swedish Wonderboy, Jungle Aesthetic, fellow Swedish Wonderboy, both of them blonde, blue-haired, blonde-haired, blue-eyed Swedish players. Mid lane we have Bendix coming in, new player from the
What happened
Danish
to this
region.
British pride?
Yeah, well, yeah. Kind of got lost in off season, I would say. I looked at a few English British players, but unfortunately, yeah, some issues there. Bot lane we have Monk, with Eli, the partnership we had in the old NLC team when we turned things around and we changed players up. So obviously a lot of cohesion, a lot of team synergy already there, and Bendix is basically slotted in pretty well. We have an identity which I feel like is a really important thing for a team to have. So as long as we stick to that identity, we will go far today.
Okay, and also touching on the mid lane matchup, which I have as being between Bendix and Yamaru. I
Yep.
want to know what you think specifically about that matchup, because you're just talking about having just picked up Bendix and how he was playing for you. Do you think he's going to be a player who's solid enough that he's going to be able to counterplay perhaps one of the more aggressive and impressive players from Nyyrikki?
Yeah, so Yamaru is he's no like a walk in the park. He's played in Nyyrikki for a really long time. Quite respected, I guess, in the Finnish scene. Bendix is obviously like not said any like bad words about him. He thinks he's a good player. They kind of again have the same play style, as you said though. Yamaru, where his name was, he's a bit more aggressive in the early game compared to Bendix, whereas everyone's seen a Bendix just likes getting onto those late game carries. But then I guess again, late game, both of them like those scaling champions, and both can take over a game late game. So it will be really interesting to see if we will be able to like chain him down. And I feel like the team that will be able to chain the enemy mid laner down the most will do the best.
Yeah. Particularly because Yamaru plays so many control mages too, which, as we were saying, I mean, there are some which maybe don't fit so well into the meta, like Azir, which I think he just played another game on just in the series just gone. If I'm looking at the match history, he's just got those up now. But if you're going to play that and get Lucianed, that ain't going to work out so well for you. So yeah, I'd tentatively go over to MnM's mid lane on that side of that matchup, to be honest, just because of the champion pools, even though this guy does have a tenure on his history, really.
Yeah,
Nyyrikki,
interestingly,
yeah.
go on, Ed.
No,
Sorry.
you first, please, Officer Naughty.
Okay. Well, obviously earlier we saw with MnM played set mid, didn't we, in both games earlier.
Yep.
And these guys would have seen that as well. Champion, I didn't even know that Bendix played. Obviously, when I picked him up, I just thought he was a pure magic casting mage man himself. But
I
so
can
it does
imagine
show
your
that.
disappointment.
Yeah, I'm really disappointed. He's picking a champion that just punches people. So yeah, no, it'd be interesting to see if they can lock him down, because this guy seems to have a champ potion.
Okay, well, you may have subtly noticed that there, but Nyyrikki campaigning for the sequel to the Get Jinxed music video with Get Lucianed. It's a champion that has had a huge priority both in this tournament and also at the World Championships. We've seen it consistently being banned away from the red side, and when it's not banned away, causing all sorts of trouble, especially when paired up with an AP jungler. How do we think that potentially affects pick and ban as we come towards the draft phase, Nyyrikki?
If you're not willing to first pick it, don't pick blue side, because that makes your draft really, really hard. We saw that yesterday when we were covering one of our series then, where we had actually one team on the blue side actually forgo the Lucian first pick because they knew the other team wasn't really willing to pick it. They didn't ban it themselves. They ended up first picking a Lilia, getting it with the Lucian. It just makes things so difficult. It was Flipper. That's, of course, with Barrage Academy. That'll be the series that I'm talking about. So I think that when you're not willing to pick these hugely prioritized picks, then yeah, it does make your draft very, very difficult. There are a lot of other things out there which are very... you can see obviously the highest win rate champion on the board is the Graves, without talking about the highlight picks of the Malphite and stuff like that below them. So I think that Graves and Lucian both very, very scary. I know that Rai from Result also was saying that when he was on the desk with us yesterday. And there are so many things you need to be willing to either have in your wheelhouse or have a very solid plan to counter them.
Obviously, I obviously wouldn't want you to give away any potential strats for MnM
No, give
coming
us everything.
into this best of 3 series. But looking to the screen just to our side there, are there any champions that particularly you like to see being played, even if it's not necessarily something your team can play? I mean, on the plus side, none of these people are just people who punch people.
Yeah, no, yeah, sadly not. Well, yeah, Ornn is a bit of a god. He kind of punches, but we'll see.
Got a little hammer, dude.
I do know from obviously some insider info that we have gone with blue side, which is like it's
Oh,
the
thank you.
enemy
Yep.
team know this as well. So it'd be good if you wanted to
That
talk
bodes well.
about that. Yeah. So we've respected. I think we chose blue side as well in our for the round that we played earlier. I know a lot of jungle picks seem really strong at the moment from what I've seen. Like obviously I have no influence in the draft, but Lilia just seems absolutely broken. That champ turbo like sprints around the map at like 7,000 movement speed, and I obviously always takes me by surprise. I'm pretty sure all players find this as well. Like that champion does a lot more damage than
Yeah.
people think, and she is still a kind of a new champion, and people are not really used to her. I feel like she takes me, especially even in solo queue, by surprise quite a lot.
And she's also been out long enough now that people can actually have it as a comfort pick. As we were talking about Barrage Academy, well, at least I was just then, and Flipper really pulled out some huge performances on that. And I think that given that it's a Dark Harvest champion, has a lot of base damages, can have such a good big team fight setup too, and can build stuff like Zhonya's, which is so important to AP junglers. If you're farming and you can get up to something which can give you a way to play a bit more responsibly and safely with your lead, because you can dive in and not just die, you can end up Zhonya's-ing and then supporting the rest of your team. Very, very important and allows you a lot of playmaking tools.
Sorry, I was just going to say, as a jungler who doesn't play Lillian, has had to deal with it several times myself. Going up against it once it's got the runic echoes, the haunting guys complete, it is absolutely disgusting to have to deal with. And it leads me to a question about one that isn't on the screen just there. And Nyyrikki, I want to hear your thoughts about the current state of Volibear.
Oh, Volibear. Okay. I mean, there's already Ornn on the screen, so one half of that demigod duo. I think that the interesting thing about Volibear is that certain teams really don't work well around ganking jungler. Farming junglers, so they end up having to go towards ganking jungler. You snowball very, very early, and Volibear is a champion that can do that. Not entirely sure if we're going to see too much of him throughout the rest of this tournament. I think that all the players are very competent on the farming junglers, and teams have kind of slotted into that style too. But Volibear is certainly a champion where if you don't want to go towards the tried and true meta, just go for that. Try and blow the early game out of the water.
Well, that is it's disappointing for me that we're not going to get to the end of that, because I love seeing a bit of Volibear, as long as it's not in my solo queue games. It's been a pleasure having both Alexes on, Officer Naughty and Nyyrikki. Big thank you to you. I'm going to ask you to round things up by following up on one of our other analysts, Catch Car's predictions. He predicted 2-0 to MnM. Officer Naughty, I believe you said that at the start of this stream. Are you standing by that?
Yeah, of course. I do believe that Nyyrikki are a good team. I have a lot of respect for this team, but I do believe it will be a 2-0 for MnM.
And Nyyrikki, with the potential chaos style, the potential solo queue style coming in from Nyyrikki, will it be enough to take a game or even two against MnM? What is your prediction?
Probably not. 2 MnM.
Alrighty, it looks like the desk certainly favouring those marshmallows with the old ninja headbands. And with that info complete, let me pass you over to our fantastic casting duo.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Picks and Bags. Thank you very much, Desk, for all that valuable insight into the game. But now we're just going to throw it all out the window. We're going to pick gotta be one. It's going to be great. Everything's going to be crazy as we are in two Picks and Bags. Apologies for the Nyyrikki overlay once again. The players are not playing in those crazy positions. We hope. I mean, it would be great if we saw Yabaru top. I don't think it would be very good competitively.
I don't think so. Personally, I'm not for it, Will, personally, but you know
there
what?
we go. They've decided to shift around.
But Reed is too good. What can I say? Udyr.
Yeah, so Dexby loves Udyr.
Okay.
This is like his staple signature champ. I believe they mentioned it on Desk, and it was definitely mentioned about when we were talking before the series.
Yeah.
Something that he just absolutely loves playing 10 shoulders above all the other champions. Get it out every game you play against him. Lucian, bit of a different story. Everyone loves this champ.
Yeah, everyone right now loves the champion. I think highest presence period on the patch. And yeah, no, I only made my face up because it's one of those champions where it's like, even if it's like a pet champion, even if it's a pet champion, do you really want to have to invest the ban into it? But in the case of MnM, if they don't want to have to deal with any kind of curveball, then, you know, it makes sense to have it gone. And Graves, no Graves for aesthetic here. And then, of course, Pantheon as well, another pretty powerful champion. And yeah, pretty standard outside of the Udyr ban, of course. And I imagine MnM probably going to just stick to those standard bans. There's a lot that they could remove away. With the Lucian gone, it kind of lowers priority on having to ban Lilia, and it can work inversely as well. Gonna just remove the Twisted Fate though, and at this point, I mean, Nyyrikki, you have the Hecarim, you have the Lilia both up. You kind of want to have to end up trading them, so you won't want to ban either of them away. And they say they don't want to have to deal with Set.
Still some very strong champions in the round. Lilia was going to be one of the ones I mentioned. Instantly locked in for aesthetic. You've got to imagine, but the Ornn, the very, very quick fly for Luxa, and the Hecarim. So we're getting quickly through these picks. A lot of power on the table already. Shen as well being hovered would definitely add to that.
Yeah, these guys really just kind of flying through picks and bans right now. Nyyrikki pretty much instant rotation the Ornn and the Hecarim. So now on the side of MnM, I mean, they can just lock in this Camille. They know where the Ornn's most likely going to go. There's no Rifty shenanigans like we saw earlier, I assume.
You'd think, but...
You'd think. You never know. You can't... Yeah, so now at this point, I feel like you could probably default to Monk's pick here. If you want to, you could also just blind pick the Galio. Because you have the Camille there, that combination can be very, very powerful. A lot of priority bought for the Lilia to sort of roam around the map early on to get plays going. But, you know, AD carry pick, I think, makes the most sense. And in this case, they're actually going to opt for the Ezreal. So I feel like there was definitely, you know, you have some of the more potent picks up and available, but Monk says, I want the safer pick here. So kind of says to me that MnM might be looking to hold on to their mid lane pick till... Ideally, if they can get a counter pick, it's going to depend on whether Nyyrikki want Yamaru to hold that R5. And for now, they can just respond with the AD carry, and it's going to be Jhin.
Yeah, one of those champions that we would have mentioned as one of the more staple marksmen, you know, the Ashe, your Jins, coming out all over the shop right now. Ezreal as well is still pretty safe, pretty good. But moving into the second round of bans, a couple of positions could be pinned. Support has yet to be touched, so we could see your Leonas, your Nautiluses taken off the table. Cassiopeia as well, mid laners could also be pinched. You could flex the Lilia and the Ornn mid if you needed to, but I think both of these teams will want something a little bit different. And looking at the way that they like to play, Yamaru and Bendix, certainly big part players in how their teams perform.
Yeah, definitely. So it always feels like whenever Bendix is on a team and he's doing well, the rest of the team is normally doing quite well. And if he's doing kind of poorly, it kind of reflects on the entire team. So I do like this Galio removal. I think that it would have brought a lot of pressure for this MnM draft that they've got going so far. And Cassiopeia, just another standard Bendix champion, giving them a lot of extra DPS. Double tier scaling would have been pretty scary to stare down when you're talking about Camille being on that team as well.
Yeah.
And Orianna ban, just a very standard thing to remove here. And they could just go down the Syndra route as well, unless they want it themselves or something more traditional like the Azir. And now I wonder if Yamaru is also, with these bans in mind, going to default to the Syndra because it's one of the few control mages up and available.
Well, one of the few meta control mages. Right, you've got your Victors, you've got your Anivias. There's less stuff available if you wanted to pick it up, but could be a case of leaving it until the counter pick, which it will be Alistar being locked in. Alistar, Jhin, pretty potent combination.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising to me that they don't opt into the Nautilus if they're going to take their support pick here. I feel like Ezreal can still buffer out of the Headbutt Pulverize combo, so perhaps Alistar here actually as a means of disengage as opposed to engage for the Camille whenever she decides to hop in. And yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, with the Syndra still there, it just makes the most sense for MnM to pick it up. And with the Alistar showing, I mean, you could just end up going Ezreal Braum here, and then you have a really, really potent bot lane that can just neglect any kind of dive almost every single time, and then MnM can successfully play towards the top side of priority. And I mean, Taric kind of fulfills the same role and feels... It gets really scary when you start talking about Camille diving in with the Taric ultimate. I'm a big fan of that Taric lock-in.
I like it a lot. Seeing Taric back on the Rift, not with Sona. I want to make that abundantly clear, not with Sona. But seeing Taric on his own, it's great. He's like your best mate who always brings his like annoying partner to all of the like events. Is what Taric is. So it's good to see him here on his own. Just have a good time. And Zoe, talking about annoying partners, has been locked in for Yamaru. Very, very strong pickup, and maybe not necessarily the control mage that we kind of maybe were expect to see with this composition, but certainly one that packs a punch.
Yeah, certainly packs a punch. It is a tad like off theme with what Nyyrikki have going, but at the same time, you can say, you know, Zoe lands a bubble. That's it. That's the signal for the go. on the Ornn Armored Hecarimar. So I like what Nyyrikki have drafted for themselves. Is very, very aggressive once the Ultimates are available. And on the opposite side for MnM, it feels like they have very clear conditions that they want to play towards. They want to play towards this Camille. They want the Syndra to sort of be unlocked as early as possible so she can move up towards the Camille, get this Camille snowballing. And when you have something like an Ezreal Taric in the bottom side, you normally want to just leave them there to scale.
Yeah, and not necessarily easiest to gank for. You've got some crazy Ezreal aggressive ease with a stun buffered up and stuff like that. So there are options, but as you're saying, you've got Camille, you've got Syndra, you've got these lanes that you can already gank for. And Lilia just as well might not want to just go for gags, could be looking to get into the enemy jungle, steal away some camps. We've seen success when players have done that. I believe yesterday in the Resolve versus Barrage Academy matchup, there was a Lilia who was just, getting involved, stealing everything that she could, and that was very successful. But yeah, I'm liking the look at these two drafts. We saw some crazy stuff last time we cast. We were just on with the last series where Enclave were throwing shenanigans, Absolve were throwing shenanigans. It was crazy, but here, outside of maybe the Alistar Taric, pretty standard stuff.
Yeah, no, pretty standard stuff. I think Alistar definitely likes to veer his head into the meta every now and again. He's definitely a very viable champion. It's just that because he's been out of meta for so long, a lot of support players aren't necessarily too comfortable playing him anymore, just because, sometimes you just feel like, I haven't played this champion in months, or even sometimes multiple splits, and you're not comfortable bringing it out. But yeah, definitely very exciting to see it return here. I'm more or less leaning into this Alistar is going to be more about sort of sitting on top of the Jhin and making sure that no one gets on top of him, as opposed to sort of following up on a bunch of engage, unless it just looks like a very opportunistic thing to do. And yeah, Taric as well, I think really good as well at negating that dive from the Hecarim, something that has to be noted here as we load into Summoner's Rift.
Onto the Rift for the first game of this best of 3 series. Winner of this game will be going through to the main event. Loser will be going home. MnM on the blue side, Nyyrikki on the red. And it's going to be fascinating to see how Safeway decides to play this Alistar pickup. Has gone for that Ignite, so looking for the maybe more aggressive summoner, but it will be a team fight to team fight basis, right? Alistar is going to be very capable of jumping in and getting involved with the engage from the Hecarim, from the Ornn, but could just as easily play that game where you want to keep members off your Jhin and your Zoe, your less mobile damage dealers. But
I really like this stack here. I really love this stack here, because what Lilia loves to do is sometimes try and walk in with either her bottom laners or her solo laners and try and get an invade in onto the first Raptor spawn. So Nyyrikki really reading into that. Had Aesthetic actually gone for the full face check, he definitely would have died. But it seems like he is going to be a little more reserved for now. But often when you see Lilia's go for this invade, it's normally quite a late invade. So we'll have to see. It seems like the ping is going to be out onto red buff, so I'm not going to see that late invade. But I really like that level 1 from Nyyrikki. It's very often at regional level that you don't see level 1 teams, or teams you sort of adapt to level 1 because of what champions are in the game. But definitely reading into the possibility of that invade. But we are just going to see both junglers start on red buff.
Just red buff starts both sides, meaning that they will be not meeting each other at level 3 on the same scuttle, unless we see some nonsense with vertical jungling or whatnot. But both of these champions are going to be pretty happy just to go for their clears and move on up. But I didn't get to ask you this because there was quite a lot to talk about in terms of composition, but is there one of these comps that you're much preferring to the other?
No, I think they both have their own kind of functions. I like how MnM responded to Nyyrikki's draft. Though I definitely do lean into Nyyrikki's draft a little more. I think it's not as hard to execute on. And I always feel like when you end up with drafts like these, it's very hard to mess up. Whereas when you've got a draft like what MnM have, it's kind of catered into 1-3-1/1-4, where you want this Camille to eventually get accelerating gold and you want us to take over the side lane. But Nyyrikki, they want to press that go button, they want to force, and they definitely have the tools to do so.
We'll see if they can get that going in the earlier stage, or if they're going to hold up, get to those scaling points, get to those ornaments, and win by later conditions. But junglers now hitting the opposite side of their jungle. Lilia got the faster clear so far, but did neglect to do the Krugs, which, of course, Hecarim didn't need to skip. So, going to be a little bit further ahead in tempo, but maybe a little bit further behind in experience and gold. But his bot lane getting a little bit nervy, wants to make sure that everything is prepped if Hecarim does need to come down there. And just Alistair going for a little bit of a ward.
Yeah, so Nyyrikki getting that ward down onto the Krugs just gives them that extra information that Aesthetic could show up earlier than expected.
Nice flash from Yamaru gets him away, but that's a nice summoner to burn on this Zoe early doors.
Yeah, early doors, and it means that if Bendix does land the Scat of the Week and Aesthetic is there, that a kill definitely can occur. Without that flash, Zoe can definitely be very, very vulnerable. Without the portal jump available, without level 6, so... Nice early aggression from Aesthetic on the Lilia. Gonna just follow that up by taking the top lane skull, and he's pathing back towards mid. I think he's just gonna end up taking a reset, and he does. And on the opposite side, Dexui,
nice engage coming through from Selfway. Nothing too much though. You've got the, we talked about its Ezreal Taric when it was locked in. It's very, very safe, decent amount of sustain. Bendix might need to be a little bit careful. No, Syndra's not the kind of person who has got lots of disengage, going to be floating down river, hoping to find some friends, but is only going to find Face, Selfway, and Azator. Nice headbutt pulverize, nice stun, and nice first blood. Azator going to be shooting that one off. And there's one more in the barrel. Let's get him a little bit more farm.
Yeah, it is very unfortunate timing that Dexui just so happens to be behind his red buff, but I feel like Bendix must have been able to have seen, because he walked outside of the bush for one, and then after he gets engaged on, I feel like the pathing's kind of strange to walk down towards the bottom side, but it's happened now as Kakan throws a hook shot at Reluxa.
Trying to just hook him in, but you're not playing Blitzcrank, that's not how that works. And one thing that is interesting to note, I guess, is Bendix did not use Flash in that play at all. It's kind of resigned to his fate. Could have maybe looked to get, like, move up towards mid lane and then flash over a wall, but decided just to die and save that summoner, which means that Kakan, that's not how that ability works particularly. I'm not a Camille expert, it must be said, but you can't really hook champions, I don't think.
Is he gonna do it? I don't. Was there like a Q there and we just didn't see it? Like, because you can obviously hook shot off of the Ornn Qs.
I mean, maybe there was one that like just dissipated just before the camera.
Yeah. Maybe we're being trolled by like just the spectate.
Maybe Reed's having our lives once again, but you know, it wouldn't be the first time. But I'm sure it won't be the last. In the top side, though, things are looking okay for Kakan. No summoner's been burnt either side, but a little bit of a gold lead being gained by Camille. Kind of what you'd expect in this matchup.
Yeah. It can be kind of difficult for an Ornn to completely bully out Camille. It's only really once Ornn hits that level 6 mark that you can sort of occasionally threaten lethal with the Call of the Forge God. But yeah, he's piloted the early game well so far, outside of the very strange looking hook shots.
There was a pillar.
All right.
So it was Reed trolled us, basically, is what?
Well, no, I don't think it's Reed's fault. I think it was just a weird spectator bug. But it seems like Nyyrikki are trying to get aggro in this bottom side, but...
Selfway taking a little bit of poke on the back, and Yamaru taking an awful lot of poke, enough to go down. Bendix secures the kill with the final auto. Aesthetics there as well, just making his presence known, and that's a simple enough kill for MnM in the mid lane.
Yeah, and just a repeat gank, blew the flash earlier on, off the back of the original first clear, and returning once Bendix had unleashed power available. And during this time, Dexui is gonna take this opportunity to try and steal away some of Aesthetic's jungle camps, but I feel like Bendix is either on the hunt or just so happens to be rotating down to the bottom side. I think he's actually looking actively for Dexui on these jungle camps, as
they will find him potentially, but he's looking for a way out. He's going to tackle forward onto Bendix and is looking for a kill rather than to escape. Won't be able to find it, but actually builds himself enough pressure that he should be able to gallop to freedom. Eli Wood coming up though, gets the stun, very nice from the Taric, and a swirl seed will land. No auto available for Aesthetic though, but damage coming through, teleport's coming down. We're going into a full-blown team fight, everybody, as Eli Wood is forced to flash over the red buff wall. Should be able to survive. Aesthetics gets knocked up, but will be able to eat to freedom. Eli actually might be in some trouble. Astor, one more shot's all it takes. Jin knows that all too well, and will pick up another couple of kills.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just come all off of the back of this original play right here. So Dexui was also looking in the bottom side for this gank. Bendix is probably going to land the Scat of the Week, and yeah, I mean, it's just straight damage from Bendix and Aesthetic. There is no flash available. This is the original gank, and Dexui, off the back of that, decided to try and get an invade going. And I mean, it somehow ended up working out. Monk had his flash, didn't flash the Shadow, Onslaught of Shadows, and just gets CC'd down. ends up being a 2-for-1 plus dragon.
Yeah, definitely a great swing for Nyyrikki. They are ahead by 500 gold, but without objective as well. Going to be pretty comfortable. Mountain Drake will be the second one. You know what that means, Cloud or Ocean. Which is a little bit sad in terms of the Rift itself, but could be good for both of these teams. What are we looking at in terms of this next player's aesthetics? Might be in a little bit of trouble. Wrong side of the map. Selfway and Dexui coming through as well. Yamaru, though, needs to be cautious. Gonna get some damage down. Bendix going to run straight into Orbit. Aesthetic is going to be the first one to go down. Khan over the back of the Baron Pit, trying to fight against Hecarim. Selfway there as well. But the ultimate Mesril might well turn this fight around. Someone needs to be careful. Going to be cut low. Yamaru and Volux decide to peel off chasing Bendix enough to make sure that their jungler and support get out alive. And overall, it's just going to be one kill for Nyyrikki.
Yeah, and I like that little bit of patience at the end there from Kakan to recognize that Selfway would have just pulverized him into the air if he went immediately off the hook shot. But yeah, I mean, Aesthetic, he's just walked into the enemy jungle. I don't think he had Sweeper up when he did, so it was on full vision. Yamaru immediately rotated over and believe... I want to say it was Yamaru that picked up the kill credit for that.
I believe
so. Yeah. And surprisingly, there was no Herald take off of the back of this play. You know, once a jungler dies, especially on the side of the map, when you had the numbers for it, there was no immediate Herald star. But Nyyrikki have rotated the bot lane over, and they're the ones doing the Rift Herald at the moment. Dexui is actually running out of base now, as they may divert their attention to Kakan, because he's getting beat on.
Kakan is in a lot of trouble. Ultimate's coming through. Veloxa will did not pay the hook shot and Selfway jumping in just to make sure that there's no escape. It's going to be Ornn picking up that one, and this time around, they're happy to start the Herald.
Yeah, and Kakan just not respecting that he's most likely on weak side right now. You had that play just go down not too long ago, and on top of that, your bottom side's resetting, your jungler isn't on that side of the map either. Can't really be playing too far up the lane in that kind of state, and I feel like the wave was also coming into it, so it's a bit of a silly death to really give it. Oh no, he was trying to deliver the wave. All right, it's a little less sinful, but yeah, I mean, the Nyyrikki bot side is here, and Veloxa manages to interrupt the hook shot, and Selfway with the flash makes sure there is no opportunity for escape, and off the back of that play, they do secure themselves the Rift Herald.
A lot of confidence coming into this one, I think, from a lot of spectators that MnM would probably be able to run away with this one. We talked about this a little bit during the Jamada and Viper in 40-minute podcast
yep, that's right.
over on the UKEL, and we said that this is probably the matchup we expected to see before the series before we played. Dexui coming through, gets the fear onto Bendix, and he's going to put some damage down. Syndra doesn't flash, but it doesn't have flash, in fact, so it's definitely going to go down. It's going to be Zoe picking up that one. A nice kill there picked up from Nyyrikki again. It's 6-1 right now.
Yeah, and the problem with all of these plays happening is that MnM never really have an opportunity to respond elsewhere on the map. So they're kind of just losing out entirely. There is no trade back kill, there is no trade back plates. You don't get to deny anybody on the side lanes from waves. So they're kind of just bleeding over gold slowly but surely. And as things stand, Nyyrikki with a 1,500 gold lead, give or take a few hundred, are going to be sitting pretty comfortably come this dragon spawn up, as getting a look in at the gold. See Dexui. Oh no, it's actually Yamaru with the most gold in this game. Not by much though, is being trailed by Azator. So you can see the carries of this Nyyrikki lineup right now in prime position to start to take over this game. This English failed me right there. The hookshot didn't fail. Kakan gets a nice little trade in. Yeah, you'd imagine Nyyrikki? Yeah, same. So do I.
I think it's definitely interesting because Nyyrikki have built themselves small leads pretty much everywhere. And the one that is notable that you mentioned is Yamaru in that mid lane having the biggest gold lead over his lane opponent. And we pinpointed this during Champ Select as the matchup that would probably matter the most, because when Yamaru plays well, Nyyrikki play well. And when Bendix plays well, MnM usually do well.
Yeah, exactly. So it is a very mid lane focused matchup here, and see Nyyrikki kind of brute forcing their way into the river. MnM were sort of posturing towards this top side, and it looks like he's actually going to pay his dues. He's not trying to get caught out by the weak side for this.
He hears the sirens and is like, nope, I'm out.
Yeah, he heard the sirens in the distance.
Dives over a fence to escape, but
He knew it.
Nyyrikki's starting up that dragon. Second one will be the mountain, and no contest anywhere to be seen, so it's going to be quickly and easily taken away. Last shot lands, and the Ocean Drake will be the one that's going to take over the rift, and Monk needs to be a little bit careful. The Ezreal is pretty safe under tower, but a lot of members of the Nyyrikki are in the neighborhood, and top side actually, Aesthetic wants to make this unsafe of a look, so Kakan is there as well. But diving at Ornn's not the easiest, especially with ultimate available, so they decide to back away.
Yeah, it's just such a difficult dive when it's sort of at the point where Ornn has that much HP.
Monk needs to be careful though. Ignite coming down, the curtain has been caught. Ultimate coming down from Tarek will be enough, and it will land onto Ezreal as well. Directly now in full retreat. Selfway as well, taking a decent amount of damage. Actually has to use the ultimate to get himself away, but that was not the optimal play from Nyyrikki. They burn a lot and don't gain anything.
And in the mid lane, you see MnM trying to pick on Yamaru there because of the play going on the bottom side, but not quite able to connect the Scout of the Week. We'll sort of force him away from the mid lane, but that's a really nice bubble. I'm going to see Bendix lose a whole bunch of HP.
Lots of HP.
Bendix has been Zoe'd, and doesn't seem like he has pots in his inventory either, so that's standing damage. Oh wait, no, he's... Oh, it's the Ocean Soul. Ocean Rift. Plants, giving him that health back, fortunately enough for him. But if he does eat another bubble like that, he will die. He will die.
Very rough. It's just the fact that getting caught out by one ability from half health means, oh yeah, Zoe will kill you.
And she's even got the GLP. Man, Zoe is just so not okay.
She's a champ, I think is what we have to say. In these situations, we just accept Zoe is a champion in League of Legends 2020, and we just leave it at that, really. But taking stock, 15 minutes with plates fallen. Gold lead still in the favor of Nyyrikki. Only about 1,000. Again, really not that much considering they've got such a dominant position and control over pretty much the entire map. But things have slowed down in the past few months.
Yeah, definitely. Despite the early skirmishes, pace has definitely dropped off a little bit. I feel like Nyyrikki are really comfortable. They understand that they don't really have to do much of a composition like this, right? It will eventually get to the point where a comp like this kind of gets to play itself when you draft these 5v5 team fight-esque comps. And on the MnM side of things, I mean, in a way, yes, they're kind of comfortable scaling, and they do have tools to deal with this dive. It has to be said. They've got the Tarek and his ultimate. They have Ezreal survivability, and Bendix is even going for what can technically be considered a defensive-ish item in the Archangels, as Kakan is taking a trade.
Don't know if you want to be taking a trade right now, because Dexter is going to make it a very, very negative trade. But teleport's coming through. MnM are here. Aesthetics is riding up and is going to put Hecarim to sleep. Bendix there as well. Should get some damage down, and the horse might be in trouble. He will be in a lot of trouble as Veloxa goes down as well. Bendix holding the ultimate, scattering the weak and ending Nyyrikki in the top side. 2 go down as MnM fight back.
Yeah, and it looked a little bit like a dodgy start to that trade from Kakan, not really having the numbers on his side, but I mean, Nyyrikki not really taking account that Bendix has the teleport up and available, so they were expecting the 2v2. Bendix shows up, Sleep lands onto Dexui, and once he gets slept, the Scattered Week actually ends up landing onto 2 members, and he just gets bursted within the duration. Very nice teleport and play overall from MnM. And that gold is gonna be sitting pretty on Bendix and Aesthetic. And you know, Kakan got some of the assist gold as well, so he's feeling nice about it.
Yeah, we're going to be jumping on it and seeing a replay of this one. And Kakan just starting to fight with Dexter being on that top side is risky.
And I want to just add it's a really unfortunate timing because Yamaru just used his teleport into the mid lane. So had he just held onto it or just looked into the future, man. It's very unfortunate timing. Had he been able to teleport up, he could have maybe at least traded back a kill or 2, but Bendix is the sole holder of teleport in the mid lane at that moment in time and ends up trading the kills. And it doesn't necessarily change the scope of this game too much. It does, of course, close the gold lead, but Nyyrikki, it feels like they still have control of this game as things stand. And posturing for the dragon, third dragon, Ocean, of course. Taking this would put them up to point and be a very early point too. As hopefully for them, they will re-secure that mid lane prio, and then walk back into the river. Taking stock of items very quickly. Bendix has that Archangel staff stacked up. Lilia doesn't quite... Oh, Yamaru!
That is a lot of Dexby coming through. Velox is there as well, but Teleport coming down under tower from MnM. Monk doesn't want to get too involved, but will be happy to take away this tower as it collapses. First tower taken in the game. In fact, very, very late on, and MnM are going to be the ones doing the siege work here, but now they're looking to engage in the jungle. Nice ultimate for the ultimatum onto Alistar, will just headbutt Kakard directly out of it, but the Tarek ultimate is going to land on the 3 members. Kakard, crucially, was not hit by it, but Selfway's going to go down. Kakard feels he can jump back in to grab himself a double kill, able to secure the kill onto Ornn as well. Dexby and Selfway both collapsed in that one too. And with Azador and Yamaru, the only defenders, they're going to be able to take a second tower mid and may well be able to jump off and grab this dragon too.
One absolute disaster of a fight for Nyyrikki. I mean, initially it starts off with Yamaru almost getting dropped in the mid lane by Bendix and co. And they end up dropping the Rift Herald and rotating down towards the bottom side, where initially it seemed kind of strange Kakard dropping his ultimate onto the Alistar, but it kind of separates him from the rest of the team. And then once Tarek gets that Bastion on top of him and then the Dazzle in, it ends up being a 3-man stun into what I believe was also a 3-man Ezreal ultimate. And Nyyrikki just get devastated in a tight choke. When, you know, we've kind of said it's Nyyrikki of the teamfight composition. They should be the ones winning out in fights like this, but it's a numbers disadvantage because Yamaru had to reset.
Definitely an interesting fight, and we're going to be able to watch it again. So Yamaru gets absolutely destroyed, and then the fight just kicks off from here.
Yeah, and I mean, Yamaru just being really, really aggressive. Dexby comes in on the backside, but doesn't really find anything off of that engage, and Monk teleports to sort of solidify this mid lane tower with the Herald, and this is where we see Kakard kind of go in and again, it kind of seems strange, right? He's looking onto Alistar of all of the members, but then he ults, knocks back a few, and then gets the Bastion from Kakard. Oh no, it's just Eli, a straight solo 3-man Dazzle into the Ezreal ultimate, and then all of the CC follows with the damage. And then Nyyrikki just get annihilated in this choke, and it stops them from snowballing that dragon. And it felt like things were going pretty bad for MnM until right then they have just been given more than a lifeline. In reality, they've been handed an entire rope and an instruction manual.
Eli's been so clutch in some of these big situations on the tag. It was a stroke of genius to get the pick in alongside the Ezreal, and Monk needs to be a little bit careful. Will be forced to flash away, but will be able to stay alive. And with Ezreal having the E, it's not the end of all things. Bendix happily on the top side, not wanting to get too much involved, just going to take a second tower up there. 4 total taken away by MnM. Nyyrikki only have 1, and we're ever in a position where Nyyrikki had a slender advantage to MnM having blown the game wide open in the space of about a minute.
Yeah, League of Legends, what can I say? All it takes is one fight and the momentum of the game has just swung absolutely on its head, and MnM now with complete control of the map with all of those mid towers down obviously means that you're able to rotate 2 sides a lot freer than you normally are allowed to, as Bendix eats an Ignite and kind of says, okay, I'm sorry. They're just going to walk away from each other.
Yeah, it's pretty civil, the way they just departed from each other, but Zoe's still around fishing for bubbles, not going to be able to find anything, but these teams, again, it's going to be a little bit quieter. You've got Dragon coming up again in a couple of minutes. Barrage is on the map, but unless you get a pick, it's not really something we're going to see snuck away, I don't think. I don't think either of these teams are in a position to do it fast enough and sneakily enough to do it. We saw Absolved going for the sneakiest of all Barons in our first series of the day.
By far the sneakiest Baron that I've seen in a while. We said sneaky a lot in the last 10 seconds.
Well, it's just a sneaky time, isn't it? But from this position, MnM have taken the game by the scruff of the neck, but Nyyrikki are hitting points, right? You've got 12 on Ornn, pretty soon going to be starting to upgrade those items. Already options available, the Molten Edge coming through, the Paradox coming through in the mid lane if they wanted to go that route. So nothing to be too worried about there, and definitely an opportunity to come back into this one. If not on the top of your screen, then certainly in your inventory.
Certainly in inventory, and yeah, talking about items in general in this game, you have Bendix has now hit that 2-item point where he's looking really scary. He's got Sword Pen boots on top of it. Lilia's finally hit her Leandri, so she's going to be pretty scary, and she just based to pick up the Seeker's Arm Guard with that Zhonya's, so once her flash comes up, she can look to get really aggressive, flash in, cast the Drowsy, and then just go into the Zhonya state where she can't be targeted anymore. And that can be a very potent thing to do. It's very hard to deal with when you don't really have any cleanses on the side of Nyyrikki.
Nothing to get them out, really. Of course, there could be. There's not even a Chaos yet picked up. Could see that one as a kind of option. And Zoe could grab the cleanse with that spellbook. But other than that, a couple of easy targets to go for. And of course, the Alistar ultimate is a pseudo cleanse.
It's kind of difficult for Alistar to build Mikhail's. It's pretty unfortunate, but yeah.
You know, it could have to be the option because otherwise, one bit of CC and that's all it takes. Azatol goes down. And with this composition, you've got the Hecarim is going to be doing a decent chunk, but you really need that Zoe and that Jhin putting in the damage from far away. And if they get caught out in a skirmish or if there's a good flank coming through from MnM and they have some champions that can do that, Camille staring at me as the main one, then it's going to be very, very problematic for Nyyrikki. Dragon spawning up in 10 seconds could be the next battleground, and MnM seem to be the ones that get into priority mid lane and want to be pushing towards it.
Yeah, and it feels so bad as Monk, I mean, really feeling himself being forward into Dexui there. It's really difficult for Nyyrikki because in reality, they kind of want to be the ones in control of vision so they can pick and choose the engages that they want whenever they feel like it. But having to check into Fog, it kind of becomes a moment of snap decision making of, is this a good opportunity for us to actually go in and take a fight? And it means there's more of a chance in reality for them to make a mistake on when to go in, because if, you know, they make a misjudgment call on where Eli is with that Olma, or, you know, not knowing that Bendix is sitting in a bush ready to scatter the weak them, it becomes a very disastrous sort of situation where you just end up getting sort of CC locked like what you saw earlier on in the blue quadrant of their jungle. But it's going to be MnM just pretty much taking that second Ocean Dragon for free. Nyyrikki had no interest in trying to pick that one up, and I think for now they are just going to be looking for items and scaling. Dexui is 3 levels down on Aztec. Aztec has just been silently ramping up as he's sort of joint second highest level in the game with Bendix, Khan, and Yamaru taking the crown of highest level champions at the moment.
It's interesting to see this Lilia coming into the game. Hasn't had the biggest impact just yet, I think it's fair to say. Has been around in the team fight, so has picked up a couple of kills.
Yeah.
But we haven't had like the whoa Lilia play that you kind of expect from the champion in this state. Of course, we are on World's patch, so very, very strong pickup. And that's not to say that Aesthetic hasn't been playing well. I think he's playing exceptionally well. And that's not to say that there isn't still the whoa Lilia play. But it's been much more about.
You know what? You know what?
Are you predicting?
He heard you. He heard you. So he heard you. So he's gonna make one now.
Well, he's gonna be stunned up, and the Kern is gonna be called Selfway.
Oh,
actually, a lot of damage coming through. Selfway goes down. Monk did enough to make Aztol get off his knees as well, and Aesthetic ramping forward, looking for damage on the deck. So he has to go golden before the head grip comes down, and the Tarragon, but layer on layer means that Aesthetic will be able to get the kill. Khan stepping forward is drowsy though, which means he won't be able to follow the look set any further. But with MnM having 5 members alive and have taken 2 off the board from Nyyrikki, including the jungler, Baron's on the cards.
Yeah, you do imagine Baron is going to be taken pretty quickly. My goodness, that is very fast. Baron being burned here, and I was going to say perhaps there's a chance that Nyyrikki is able to somehow sort of get into the pit with the ball jump and snipe plus Q away the Baron, but had to reset. Didn't have enough resources. Level 4 mana. It's just going to be a positive fight for MnM into a Baron, and sitting very pretty now with a little bit under a 7,000 gold lead, and this is where things kind of become uncomfortable for Nyyrikki. When you're running a teamfight comp like this and you fall so far behind, even when you're versus what is kind of not necessarily the most conventional teamfight composition in the world, if you're being countered by tools like the Taric Olma, and we're just seeing here Monks just flexing his muscles of his damage, it just becomes so hard to play because you can never really pick and choose your fights, especially when you fall behind in map pressure. It becomes a whole nother game, and you see Aesthetic taking down Dexui with a nice Drowsy into Sonya's. And yeah, things just become so difficult now, and if you're MnM, you don't really have to change much unless...
Ooh, Aesthetic needs to be a little bit careful as foul members of Nyyrikki in the jungle, but Eli is there, teleport coming through as well. Will make this one a more fair fight. Khan on the side could look to cut off their escape route, but decides he doesn't want to jump in 1v4. He's had some success doing so earlier on in this game, but this time around wants to play it a little bit safer. We'll actually have to dash away on half health as members of Nyyrikki look to grab a scout. Won't be able to do so as Monk and Bendix will crack down another tower. With this Baron buff push, what more is on the cards?
Yeah, you'd imagine that MnM will try and look for more towers during this Baron.
Coming down, knock up onto Bendix. The curtain is down, and Bendix is the target. One more should be enough, and he's going to go down to that 4th shot. Selfway still alive, Dexter still alive, Veloxa still alive, and the tanky front line is just abandoned. Azator in the back can't go through as Monk picks up a kill. Yamaru is going to be the next target. He's going to be able to get him on a sliver of health, dodging out the swirlty, but the Drowsy Cow will not be the same as Veloxa gets stunned up just over the wall. Can't go straight over that one. Aesthetic goes round and will be picking up the kill. The last member standing from Nyyrikki is that Zoe, and on his own, I don't think Yamaru will be enough.
Yamaru here to try and make a last-ditch effort, but I do not think it will be enough. And there you go, Kakan dashes on forward. It's a stack with the ace. And that should just be game 1. And honestly, Nyyrikki had a pretty good opening to this game, but after the blue side jungle skirmish, where, in all honesty, they just got completely annihilated, MnM just took full control of that game, and full credit to them, they piloted it practically perfect from there on out. I think they only dropped 1 kill after that skirmish, and MnM, they pick up the Baron off of a really nice sort of pickup onto, I want to say it was Selfwage, got popped by Monk's damage, and after that, they translated it into a Baron, and off the back of the Baron, Nyyrikki, they realize the situation they're in, they're desperate, they try and engage, and it backfires. They almost get aced, and MnM turn it into a game win.
MnM looked very, very good after the first 15 minutes or so, and they kind of, when things were going wrong, when Nyyrikki were playing exceptionally well, it was kind of MnM just falling into traps and getting caught out, which they seem to resolve pretty soon on. So massive congratulations for MnM going into that one. We're going to jump back to the analyst desk after a very small break where Greyheart, Nymira, and Kachka will talk us through how that game went and what we should expect from game 2. So we'll see you in a second.
Just 1 game away from qualifying for the NLC Fall Open. I am Greyheart. I'm joined now by Kachka and Nymira. Kachka, great to have you on here. We didn't manage to get your thoughts coming into game 1. Did game 1 play out pretty much as you expected it to?
I mean, it more or less did. I think the sort of feeling that I got before the game 1 was that Nyyrikki was more of that chaotic team. They like to just get leads, get them early, and MnM were more controlled, and that is pretty much what we saw.
Yeah, it absolutely is. There are certainly moments in the first 10 minutes or so there where Officer Naughty must have been a little on the nervous side, given how confident he was earlier on. But Nymira, you were confident too for MnM, but things didn't look good early on.
No, I do think that Nyyrikki ended up playing towards their draft's early capabilities. That's something which we were asking about them just in the pre-game too. I think particularly the draft allowed them to prey upon the Syndra in mid lane quite a lot. You had about 3 people. I mean, everyone but the Jhin could roam mid and hold that champion accountable, and that's why we saw like the first blood go pretty badly for MnM, and then of course that bot lane, the bot jungle fight rather, going 2-4 for the side of Nyyrikki. I think that they just used the tools available to them and scrapped very effectively, and they got themselves a dragon advantage. But the game never got so far out of sight that MnM couldn't fight back.
Very, very true. Kachka, we talked previously, myself and Nyyrikki, with Officer Naughty, about champions that we expected to potentially be drafted there and how things could play out, maybe into that chaotic style we talked about for Nyyrikki. Did you like the way that the two teams drafted? Did you feel like there was a particular favorite once we'd seen the original picks?
Well, I mean, the immediate thought I had after, the draft has finished is that more or less both teams sort of got what they wanted. Nyyrikki, they had some tools to play that chaos style. However, it felt like their comp also had some reservations in that. They could, drag it on, which is something that they haven't really showed that much. And at the end of the day, I don't think they put enough gas in early on to just carry the game through. And MnM just picked it up after some time.
Looking purely at the drafts, Nyyrikki, did you like what you saw coming out of these two teams?
I think both teams had a lot of stuff they could play around. Like I said, I think in particular, I think the Zoe last pick worked really well. I think it sets up nicely for the ability to have an Ornn randomly walk down river, put an ult into mid lane, Hecarim run in and kill the Syndra. We saw that a couple of times during that game. And of course, Alistar, very good once he gets unlocked. And we saw the early 2v2 priority going the way of Nyyrikki. So at first I was like, okay, yeah, this is exactly what the draft wants to do. Maybe you can get this Zoe very far ahead and start just cutting off a lot of choke points and sieging. This could go very well. But they didn't end up getting the picks. In fact, they were the ones that ended up getting picked later into the game. And then we suddenly had this fight around third dragon where things really, really went well for MnM. Cleaned up house. I think it was they didn't have the Zoe there during that fight either. And this after that point, MnM just played very, very cleanly around their draft, which allowed them to fight front to back and then also go into a very clean 1-3-1, having winning side lanes and a good wave clear mid lane with Ezreal just sat there too. So I think both teams had the ability to show what their champions could do. Just in the end, MnM played very, very cleanly once they had the ability to close out the game.
It feels like you put across the narrative of the game very nicely there, Alex. And I'd like to take a moment to sort of break down where both of these teams played to their team strengths and maybe also where they made a few crucial mistakes. Actually, Kachka, I think it was you in our separate call were saying that basically in the early game, yes, advantages were being taken by Nyyrikki, much like we expected them to, but a lot of them came through from the fact that basically MnM opted into fights before they had their items, before they had their levels.
Right, I think what I said is that MnM felt like they were playing a bit out of order, and especially it stuck out to me the one time where we saw Aesthetic go into the topside jungle. He was trying to set up vision potentially for a dive top, well, most likely for the dive top that we saw a couple minutes later. However, he didn't have the items. Nyyrikki just caught him out on the bluff, found the kills. Yeah, and basically we saw that sort of thing repeat quite a few times, where MnM want to get vision because they have a plan, but it's way too early for that plan to be executed.
And we saw that even with the first blood onto the Syndra as well in terms of like mispositioning. The same thing, however, in the end bit Nyyrikki a little bit in the backside, Nyyrikki, as we got later and later on and the Chaos style worked less effectively.
It got to the point where just suddenly this Camille would just jump into 4 people and then not really get punished for it, walk out with 200 HP. It felt like particularly the Jhin could never stand and shoot. I think that's very, very important when you've got a team comp with an Ornn, which is meant to be playing front to back, and Jhin does have the ability to have that deadly flourish and then the curtain call to finish fights off from range. If you are just consistently running backwards, keeping on the back foot, that really doesn't help because Jhin was the person with a lot of the early gold, had an early Infinity Edge. I think it was like 2-0 very early into that game. I just couldn't bring that to bear. Whereas, you've got these very mobile, threatening champions like Lilia and Camille from the top side of the map, and then also having the Syndra in the mid lane, which can punish your own people trying to dive into the back line, like the Hecarim with the Unleashed Power. It just became very, very hard for Nyyrikki to have themselves these battle lines drawn, as I like to say, and to really just allow their AD carry to wail on the enemy team, because that just couldn't happen.
Alex, I very much appreciate that you're keeping the narrative that I'm trying to force onto these two games here. The Jhin, he couldn't bring it to bear. What you're saying is we should have had the volley bear pick, right? Right. So anyway,
I pretend I do not see it.
Back over to you, Kachka. Coming into game 2 of these series, what sort of adaptation are you looking from Nyyrikki so that they have any chance of qualifying for the Fall Open?
I mean, I would like them, well, either to just double down on what they have shown, especially in the series earlier on, which, well, we didn't stream here, but the series against Invulnerables, where they managed to play through their jungler and they unlocked Selfway to just roam. I think he played Pantheon in one of those games that specifically standed out. Yeah, and that's something that they've shown it works. Whether it will work against MnM, I'm not sure. However, there's only one way to find out, and it's to try, double down on that. All right, we're going to get our support out early on and find some leads, make top literally anywhere we want. And I feel like that might be the best way to go about it.
So my worry is that so the adaptation I'd like to see is I think you have to go blue side. I think you can't allow a lot of these very strong first picks going over to MnM, but then you need to be willing to be able to first pick Lucian. What happens if it's not banned? Because we've not seen that from Yamiri yet. Even though he had a decent game on the Zoe, I had got himself a lead in that individual 1v1. I'm wondering what they can do from the draft phase to get them, because I think this draft was very even. I think it could have gone much, much worse. But I think that if you kind of have to take blue side, there are just way too many power picks right now. I think most international teams have recognized that. The question is, do you have the power pick players on your team?
It's a very, very good question. We talked about some of the things that maybe need to change from Nyyrikki. Do we need to see something of an adaptation coming out of MnM? There certainly were early game mistakes, Kachka.
In terms of the draft, I feel like what they have shown here is absolutely fine. I feel like most of the problems that I had with the MnM were execution-based problems. It was those first 10 minutes, essentially before that one dive top lane where they found 2 kills, they made a lot of those overextensions. After that, it was pretty clean League of Legends. I liked especially the draft where, I don't know if we touched on it already, but Ezreal had a lot of space to work with, and that showed through before the Baron buff, where he was just able to decimate the side of Nyyrikki. So in terms of draft, they can just stick with it, but please make sure you're not trying to rush your game.
I think Bendix, I've got a couple of questions for, really. I think that I think it was very obvious to us as soon as a couple of the picks were locked in that Syndra was going to be in a difficult position this game. And yet, still got picked off a couple of times. I know, it's so tempting to go for that wave. It always is. You just want to step up and get that CS and make sure you're not falling too far behind in the 1v1. But there were a couple of times where Bendix, obviously the first blood happened with the Syndra, and then we had that fight in bot jungle, where also Bendix was the first person jumped onto. Of course, they didn't die. It was the bot lane which ended up falling at that point. Then we had a death when Hecarim just ran into mid lane. Just a couple of times, I'm just like, I'm not sure you really respect the situation you're in right now. Of course, there's some good one-shots throughout later in the game, and of course, I think Bendix had an okay game. However, if I were going to ask questions, it would be to Bendix to just say, just be a bit more reserved when you think you're in a dangerous position.
Settle down a little bit. Well, with what we've seen so far, both of you predicted a 2-0, as did Officer Naughty for MnM. Do either of you want to stick your necks out and change that, feeling like maybe Nyyrikki are going to take this to a decider?
Don't think so.
Yeah, I'd love to be able to change my mind. However, based on what I've seen, I'm sticking with the 2-0 for MnM. But again, Nyyrikki, if you've got something, it's the time to show it now.
Okay, well, that is it's interesting to hear. Then we've talked a little bit about what this means for the future. With what we've seen from MnM in this game and a little bit from their earlier performances, both today and also last week, where would you put them, Alex, in comparison to the teams that qualified last week? Your teams like Barrage, Viking, Ensign, Singularity. Obviously, Ensu picked that surprise win up against them.
That's a good question, actually, because of course they will be, if they win this, they'll be going to the main event. I'm not sure.
That is why I asked it, to be fair.
Yeah, no, just shush you. I think that it's I don't think I've seen enough of them to put them on the same tier as the likes of Barrage and Viking that we saw in the finals last time. And of course, MnM had that trouble even versus Ents later into the qualifier one last weekend. I like what they do with team fighting. I think the drafts are solid. I need to see a more stable early game because, of course, things got pretty awkward here in this game, and this will not. I don't think there's obviously. I think that Nyyrikki are not the highest level of opposition that you could find in this tournament because you've got the rest of the NLC teams, a lot of big names. So yeah, I think MnM, if they sort out the early game, I guess I'd think about putting them onto a higher tier than they currently are. But right now, they are below that bunch for me.
That's fair enough. Perhaps Officer Naughty's redemption story for
Don't tell him about that.
for his British hopefuls maybe will be something shortly. That group of British hopefuls with no British players in the lineup. And also to you, Catchko, of course, if it is that you're correct and MnM do take this series 2-0, this potentially is the last time we get a chance to chat with you on the analyst desk. Is there anything in particular that you'd really like to touch on that maybe we've missed out on so far?
I mean, one thing that I don't think it was necessarily missed out on, one thing that I also saw coming into this game, like from the games before, that I would maybe like to see more is the AD carry for MnM Monk. I feel like this game on Ezreal, he only got to shine through later on. I feel like there might be some potential to try and unlock him earlier on from MnM. Whether that will come through, I don't know. Whether that's something that team wants to play through, again, I don't think I can answer that question. I think it's only the games that will answer it, and we'll see.
Namara, Kachka, thank you both very much for your thoughts. Just having a little bit of a delay getting into the lobby for Game 2 in preparation for that one. So we are going to cut to a small break, but very, very shortly, we will be back with our casters and able to bring you all the action in Game 2 of this crucial series between MnM and Nyyrikki.
Now, so find another way to get into my arms, to get into my heart again. 'Cause why should I feel helpless? Why should I feel useless now? Nobody's ever gonna hold me down. The night is young and we're free. Nobody's ever gonna throw me down. There's nothing left you can say. Nobody's ever gonna hold me down. The night is young and we're free. Nobody's ever gonna throw me down. There's nothing left you can say. Nobody's ever gonna hold me down. The night is young and we're free. Nobody's ever gonna throw me down. There's nothing left you can say. Nobody's ever gonna hold me down. The night is young and we're free. Nobody's ever gonna throw me down. There's nothing left you can say.
Trapped inside this spell.
Getting stronger every day. Keep on pushing through the pain. Keep on grinding till we die. Ain't no mercy in this life. There's nowhere left to run away. No, there's nowhere left to run away. Getting stronger every day.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NLC Fall Open Qualifier Week 2. This time presented by Square One. I am Viper, and I'm joined by Jamada, and we're going into our second game of this best of 3 series between MnM and Nyyrikki. And last game, I think it's fair to say MnM looked dominant towards the end, but it was much closer than I expected.
Yeah, I would definitely say that. You know, Nyyrikki, they really started to take a hold of the game in the opening sort of 14 minutes or so. But, you know, it all came down to that really sort of what felt like it's not really Nyyrikki's fault that they ended up in the position they ended up in as a team. It was more MnM took a really opportune team fight and it yielded absolutely massive results. You know, 3 kills into mid-tier 2 tower, into denying Ocean Soul point at 23 minutes. It's so much to take from one single team fight. And then with that, they kind of just rolled with the momentum, kept control of the map, and then they just used that sort of priority they could gain from the mid lane because of the towers they took off that fight. And eventually it came down to finding a really nice pick onto Selfway and then into Dexui, and they turned that into a Baron. And off the back of the Baron, they ended the game.
Yeah, it was definitely early game going to Nyyrikki, but it was very noticeable to say, yes, you can see that Nyyrikki has the lead. They are 6 kills to 1 or whatever. They've done well on these early rotations, but gold leads impositionally were maximum 400, 500 gold, which is a long sword or a ruby crystal in most positions. And that kind of lead wasn't swinging the game in their favor. And they had Ornn, which meant that there was the option to get those ornaments and kind of build a invisible gold lead as well. But we never got to that stage because MnM were just pretty ruthless going into the mid game. And now moving back into Champ Select, we've got Nyyrikki on the blue side this time around, have elected for that one, which means that we could see a kind of a different order to proceedings here.
Yeah, could see different proceedings. Set again being removed away from most likely Eli Wood. He had an absolutely fantastic performance on it in last week's qualifier game, so no real surprise to see that one taken away. And then Dexui, he's not getting the deer. Seems like the deer. There's plenty of references I can make for that one, but I'm gonna refrain.
Nice.
As Nidalee and Lucian gonna be the 2 champions joining Set and Udyr in the ban bin. And off the back of that, I'm wondering what Nyyrikki are actually gonna opt into. I believe last time it was MnM that took away the Twisted Face. I wonder if Nyyrikki are gonna follow suit on blue side or whether they're gonna leave it open. It seems they're pretty sold. Yeah, sold on the Graves ban. So we'll have to see now. It could mean maybe MnM. They definitely don't want to ban out Hecarim or Lily. I feel like they're very happy playing both sides of that matchup. We've seen Aesthetic play both of those champions to a pretty good level. So with Lucian banned, okay, interesting. I wonder if they want Dexui on the Hecarim. Yeah.
Again, second time must be said.
But this time there won't be a Lilia to pick. So I'm curious about what the thought process is here.
I mean, there's still some decent junglers in the Rift. You've still got Kindred available. You've still got Kindred available, I guess.
Wow.
Ornn first pick means that the Hecarim is on lock, though, and...
Yeah, I mean, again, Kakan could just lock in the Camille, and then you could end up seeing a repeat draft here of you either take the Hecarim yourself, or if you don't care much about it, you can go something a little more aggressive in the jungle role. But, I mean, I would imagine they can just take... Well, they did hover this last time, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see it locked in. So, they're taking the slightly less aggressive option. This time they want the Shen, and I mean, he was highlighting the Kindred as definitely a champion Aesthetic can play, and it would really disrupt the teamfight composition if Nyyrikki want to take this Hecarim. Though it can be said you can technically get feared out of the Lamb's Respite, stopping people from dropping at that immediate moment is kind of the more important thing. And of course, you can lay down so much early pressure. So now from this point on, I want to see out of MnM's draft sort of as much lane priority as they can get. They should find it out of the top lane. I want to see them try and find it out of the bottom and mid lanes now. They are on red side, so it's very doable. And if you're Nyyrikki, I mean, if you're drafting Ornn first pick, it immediately spells to me you probably want a teamfight composition. So at this point, you might as well just dip into the Hecarim. I see no reason not to. And then after that, you could look into something like the Syndra as a pretty safe blindable mage, but Dexui's locked in Pantheon, most likely for Selfway, to provide someone that global and early pressure out of the support role.
And it was banned away last time around, it should be noted.
Yeah, that's right.
Rather than the Lily ban. So interested to see why MnM felt like they needed to ban it last time. They've left it through. But one thing I want to ask you quickly about this MnM draft, as we see what Nyyrikki are going to answer, it's going to be the Ezreal. Taric.
I mean, Taric now would absolutely decimate Nyyrikki's draft. As things stand, like, you can't go into dive anymore. You've just paired what is most likely Pantheon bot with an Ezreal, which is definitely not the most common pairing in the world. So I think Taric would actually be kind of fine if Eli wants to take it. I was imagining something defensive, so like Braum.
That works too.
Still works, right? You're going to be denying away the Call of the Forge Gods, so I think this is a very fine pickup. And now there is one thing that is going to happen here is that Nyyrikki should end up pinching the AD carry pool. You would imagine most likely Ashe plus. I mean, you could look towards banning away the Jhin, whether it's a necessity when you've got Ezreal plus Pantheon. With the Ornn there, it's kind of unknown, and plus Jhin doesn't necessarily have the best synergy in the world with Braum. But we are going to see Hecarim banned away. I think that makes perfect sense. You are running what's looking to be sort of a more defensive, peely back comp from MnM. So, you know, you want to deny away the best diving tools from Nyyrikki. I think Hecarim fits that perfectly. And we should just see an Ashe plus X ban from Nyyrikki. I would kind of be surprised to see anything else. Kai'Sa I like, actually, as a ban. Not just in vacuum against Ezreal, but it can also play that very defensive style where the Void, what is it, the Void Seeker? No, that's Rex IQ. Killer Instinct, there you go, can be used defensively, and she becomes pretty obnoxious to kill, and she can also keep up with Ezreal, of course, following him on the arcane shifts. And I do like the Gragas ban, of course, means that there is going to be no Gragas to disrupt the Lamb's Respite element, so very strong bans coming out from MnM, and there you go, you see the Ashe ban too. So now at this point, I'm wondering what Monk is going to be willing to play.
Something like the Caitlyn, maybe?
I think Caitlyn with Braum isn't necessarily the best pairing, but it does buy them that early priority that they most likely want from the bottom side. Oh, this is a
yes!
Okay.
Come on,
He's really
Monk.
treating me to it. All right, so we are going to see the Monk Cogmore. If you don't know much about Monk, he is very renowned for his Cogmore play. Now, that being said, Reed has just said in my ears, thank you. We have to keep it in mind that there is the possibility that Cogmore could go mid here. Chances of it when it's being drafted with Monk on the team, very low. As we're going to see the Skarner lock in, it seems like. Our second divot. But this is kind of, I mean, I like it here if they can secure something that can try and guarantee the mid priority, but they also kind of want more AD if they've drafted cards. Otherwise, building Magic Resist becomes a really big incentive for MnM. Okay. I think Ornn mid would make a whole lot of sense. I would imagine that this is going to end up being Camille in Velux's hands, or there you go. So they needed AD damage, in my opinion. Otherwise, they would have had a little too much magic damage. Yeah, and it would have incentivized MR stacking on the side of MnM. So.
And Galio's still open as well, with a mid lane pickup needed. So
yeah, so that could have been very disastrous. And I mean, actually, you mentioned Galio. I think had Renekton not been locked in, that could have been the move. And oh boy. That
Juggernaut. Are we actually seeing a Juggernaut in this game? Because look at the roster they've got. Lulu, Braum, Kindred, and Shen are the four. They're just playing Protect the Juggernaut in the year of our Lord 2020. This is League of Legends. I love this so much.
Oh boy. All right. So I'm liking both these drafts. I'll be honest with you. Nyyrikki have a little bit of everything. They can kind of divot into 1-3-1 if they want to. They can go into straight team fighting. They've got global presence from the Requiem and the Grant Scarfall. So I'm liking what Nyyrikki are working with here. And they've got decent scaling. Avoid the phone. All right. Okay, buddy. All
right, phone. Get out of here.
All right. So, and on the flip side of MnM, they've got decent scaling. They can 1-3-1 if they want to, or kind of 1-4-1. But they realistically, they want to just group up, get Monk on some core items, and just absolutely take over the game. And I think that if Monk can get ahead here, if he can get some gold injection into him, he's going to be really, really happy.
Could they have tailored this draft any further to protect the Juggernaut? I don't know if there's really options where maybe a Karma in there instead of the Shen might be a little bit, but
I think Shen is fine. I think Shen is totally okay just for the simple matter of it's last resort ultimate, and then you can also aid cross map plays a lot easier. And you've got the Shen to aid the bot lane play, right? If something's going on in the bottom side and you want to protect Cogmore from dropping, you've got immediate response. So quite like the Shen. I think if they dip into something like Karma, then they may end up having in this weird world, even though they've got Kindred and Cogmore, they might not have enough damage. I know it seems almost kind of ludicrous, but or frontline, I guess, is what I should be aiming.
Yeah.
So I like the Shen pickup. It's fine.
I love it. I'm so excited for this game. We are now onto the Rift. Nyyrikki on the blue side, MnM on the red side, and I know I tunneled. Oh, that's the Chrome Rai use as well, Monk. I love it. But I'm pretending that the right half of my screen doesn't exist for a second. We've talked about it to death. What's Nyyrikki's composition want to do? What's their plan here?
So I think see now
Get that off my screen.
Reed isn't
Give me
done.
Nyyrikki. Give me Nyyrikki. We're going to talk about them for a minute.
Production's not done.
What's their like composition building towards? What do they want to do?
So it's kind of weird. I feel like the Ezreal is really out of place here, but outside of that, I think that they're very happy to kind of play for priority the best they can in the top and the mid lane and just give Dexui enough room to sort of just breathe and scale. And then once they hit some pretty cool item spikes, then they can look to sort of fight the likes of MnM. But MnM have quite a few good tools in response, right? They've got the Wild Growth, they've got the Stand United, they've got the Lamb's Respite, and Nyyrikki can't really do a whole bunch to disrupt any of these tools. So
yeah,
I think it's gonna be kind of strange at first. I think once we see the first couple of opening skirmishes, that will kind of have a better grips of how this game is likely to go. But I think Nyyrikki, they kind of have put themselves in this position where Dexui is the vocal point of this draft, right? When you've got Karthus and you've got Ornn, you've got an early game champion in Renekton, and then you've got Ezreal with the Pantheon on the bottom side. It's like, okay, we want to buy enough room for this guy to sort of just breathe. We've got the Ezreal there for the scaling AD. So, yeah. Whereas with MnM, it's a lot more straightforward, you know?
Yeah,
you've got Lulu, you've got Braum, you've got Kog'Maw, you've got and you've got Shen.
You've got the 5 champions that they've drafted.
You've got the 5 champions that they've drafted, and you have Monk on the team playing his favorite champion. So
it's just, I don't know if they could have treated us any better in this draft for what they got. But Bendix has been pretty aggressively to deny Dexui anything in his topside jungle, and will be forced to move along. But
that's really big.
Didn't steal the blue buff, which is notable.
No, that's fine. What's really important here is that not only is Aesthetic managed to get into the top side here, he's going to ruin the... Well, I think he actually wanted to take the Wolf Camp, but he's ruined the Wolf Camp for Karthus, so Karthus is going to not have that Wolf Camp respawn. And then even though Bendix technically, yes, gave up maybe a couple of creeps to this roam, he's effectively slowed down Dexui's tempo so much. He's only going to be able to now effectively farm out what is 4 camps as opposed to, you know, the optimal 5/6 into Skullcrab. So, like we were just saying, Dexui, this comp's kind of built for him to be the focal point of this game, but he's been denied the, you know, early optimal pathing. And Aesthetic now, he's also going to be on this bottom side to deny away, most likely, this bottom skull. I would imagine Dexui should actually just path away towards the top side, but he doesn't really have priority anywhere. So he's going to be in a pretty rough position. Aesthetic's really in the driver's seat for how he wants to pilot this jungle matchup for now. And unfortunately, he's not going to RNG the mark. I think he's looking at that as well. But had he got on that mark, that would have been an absolutely disastrous start, in my opinion. But he might still have enough time, as you see the trade on top side. It's
just a little one. Nothing to write home about just yet. Can't take it a little bit low, but as you say, flipping the coin on the mark, sadly this time it came up tails for Aesthetic, but he's going to be running across there. Won't be able to get to it before Karthus moves towards that top side. And actually, Karthus going to need to be a little bit careful with Karthus floating around. Just going to back away pretty safely, and Kindred has now spotted out as gone, but could be moving in again.
Yeah. So Kindred's got the timer on the Grump, so he knows what Dexui wants to do. Now, granted, this is a little bit of a dangerous invade. There is no lane prio from either solo lane, so Aesthetic is getting
Yamaru needs to be a little bit careful. We'll get the knock up down onto Aesthetic on the Kindred. Bendix is there to speed the Kindred up. Veluxa actually ran all the way down, aided by that speed shrine, but nothing to be gained, and everyone just parts ways as friends.
Yeah, and Dexui's even gonna walk into the top side jungle and steal away the Raptors. And I mean, it's not as bad as it could have been. Had he lost that Grump or just not had lane prior at that moment, it could have been really how do I say it? Diffy in the jiffy, perhaps.
What? No, let's not move past that. What does Diffy in the jiffy mean?
Diffy in the jungle, my friend.
So jungle diff is what you're trying to say. Well, how is jungle? I can see how difference becomes Diffy, but how does jungle become jiffy? There's no I in jungle.
Just let it happen, all right? You could have just moved past it.
Juffy, but that doesn't work either, does it?
Exactly. So
what are you on about,
dude? Just so. All right, look. So getting back on topic. Aesthetic's reset He's got that long sword. He's got the skirmish saber in his inventory, and he could actually try and make a gank on the top side happen. But I feel like Kakan is more likely gonna want to just eat this wave up and look to take a reset very soon. And Stek is still out leveling Duxui, but Duxui is gonna have his jungle camps to fall back on. Is actually gonna opt into a reset now. So very, you know, stable-ish early game considering how that early invade went.
In the bot side. Oh.
Yeah, no, I kind of just expect that we're gonna see this kind of quiet style of laning phase, and it's gonna just be action dictated entirely by where's a stack, where's Duxui.
Well, we're gonna see that, and that's quite frequently the case in these stages where there's no real runaway lane, as it were, where you can get those early duels and you can try kind of take over the game in the 1v1. Aesthetic moving down, looking towards his first stack. Should be able to pick this one up. Dexui is on the right side of the map, but doesn't have priority mid, and honestly, it's nowhere near the Scuttle Crab, so going to be able to secure that one, and Dragon could be immediately turned into it. It's going to be the Cloud Drake first off, and MnM shouldn't have too many problems just securing this one away. Eli moving up as well, and yeah, very, very simple for MnM to grab this first objective.
Yeah, I mean, Bendix is being very, very selfless at the moment, and you can do that when you're playing a champion like Lulu in the mid lane. You don't necessarily care too much about CS and levels because your items are so cheap, so securing objectives for your jungler can be sort of the primary objective for you, as we've seen him even help out on the invade at level 2 for Aesthetic, whilst he was still level 1. Just literally shoved in the first wave and moved over to the Gromp camp, as it seems like Aesthetic and Dixway literally just gonna duck each other, as Selfway is also on the way, and Aesthetic is finally gonna catch wind of this, but he's a little too late to the party.
Nothing too worrying though, just the Raptor camp being taken away, and Bendix did catch wind of something amiss and was ready to move up in case there was a fight, but with a wave pushing in, was pleased that there wasn't, most likely, so could catch all of that one. And mid lane, Ornn having the better of the matchup so far, is up a significant amount of farm, a couple of waves even, on Bendix on the Lulu, but both of these champions are still very much more than the sum of their parts. We'll be looking pretty crucial to their teams come late game, and both of them haven't died yet, playing pretty safely. Nothing to write home about, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's just gonna be
no, nothing to write home about.
No. It's Lulu mid lane, baby. It's nature of it. And yeah, both these champions gonna be very useful, of course. Ornn handing out the items, Bendix handing out the utility and shields, and Wild Growth. And Dexui is probably going to be forced off this camp.
Yeah.
Very sad times. Playing Karthus with next to no lane priority it's a sad game. Very, very sad game. MnM piling it well, though. MnM piling it well.
Absolutely, and now Karthus has hit level 6, we could see some of these plays becoming a little bit more edgy for MnM. They need to be careful that they don't go too low. They might just take a laser to the face. Instead, it's going to be able to grab away the big Krug and clear out Vision on his way out. Definitely been having a strong game on this Kindred so far. Monk and Eli Wood in the bot side having a quiet one, but whether you've got Ezreal Pantheon, having a quiet game on Cornwall Braum and just not seeding too much, that's going to feel pretty good.
Yeah, and I still kind of have to ask a soft question on why was the Ezreal taken? It was when you could have just gone Ash Pantheon in that rotation. It seems quite strange to me, but I'm sure Nyyrikki have their preferences and whatnot, so I think out of the two bot lanes, Monk and Eli will probably... Oh, that's just sad.
Not for Braum, that's great.
Oh, it's great for Braum, yeah, but it's
thumbs up
sad.
as well, you know?
Yeah. You reckon he knew he was going to be on camera? I think he did.
Yeah, he must know. Winks at camera as he walks away.
Yeah, Rift Herald, by the way, was of course taken by Duxui. Had it on our screen, just rotating the top laner over. Not much for MnM to really do when they had their jungler on the bottom side, so just a nice takeaway from Nyyrikki here, as seeing a blue handover. And Bendix has honestly been playing pretty damn well in these opening acts of this game. He's constantly find priority for a stack on the Kindred to get these consistent invades going. And despite all of the roams, he's only really down about 8 CS, which, you know, on a champion like Lulu, when you're building items like Athene's Ardent, you're not too fast. You're honestly not too fast about missing out on some CS as, wow, Azator is being denied such a big wave. That is not ideal one. Now granted, Nyyrikki on the top side, they do have this Rift Herald, so they are going to most likely take this tower slightly faster. I think it's going to be kind of... No, it's not. It should just be Nyyrikki taking the first tower blood, but... Yeah, so it's a net positive, but if you think about who's being denied the gold and who's getting the gold, it's... You know, it's not great. It's not ideal. Monk getting a solo plate plus a few more, and Azator is just being denied so much CS. He's down 23 at the moment, and now he's at risk of a dive too, but Selfway is in the area. Have to see how it plays out though.
The front side, Selfway is there, but needs to be careful. Going to be knocked out by the Glacial Fissure, gets healed, and the shield is up. Requiem comes down, but so does the Lamb, despite no one's going down today. But as soon as it pops, the healing comes through, and Voloxer is the first one to go down. Shen picking up that first blood as Selfway jumps back inside. He's going to re-engage, won't be able to get too much though, as Dexby rides forward. Going to be getting 1 kill on Khan as Thor picks up the first blood there for his team. And everyone's going to depart once again. Monk needs to be a little bit careful though. Yamba and Azator still hunting. Bendix is there. Mana down, and ultimate comes through behind.
Oh my!
Gets onto Yamba, looking towards Azator. Will he be able to get one more auto attack? No, he won't. Yes, he will. Before steps away from Selfway. One more auto might be enough to secure more kills. As Selfway so low. But Monk is going to be able to pant and get himself away. Bendix there just making sure that everyone's safe. But what a turnaround. Teleport coming in behind. This fight is not done yet. Aesthetic is jumping forward towards Dexby, looking for the damage. We'll be able to find it as Kakana's looking for Selfway. Should find it pretty easily. Carpus goes down. So does Pantheon. And Aesthetics will jump away from that fight. And that is what you like to call a bit of Jiffy Diffy.
A bit of Jiffy Diffy. And Monk is an absolute madman on the Kog'Maw. I cannot tell you how many other Kog'Maws in the world would have just flashed backwards there. Forget Europe, I'm talking about the world. Monk is absolutely off his head, but he makes it work. And all in all, 5 for 1 in favor of MnM. And I need to see the replay because that was an absolutely bonkers fight. And it all starts off the back of Azator getting denied so many waves, and they posture for the dive MnM do, and they get double TP'd on, but this is what we're talking about. There's so much utility out of this composition. It just can't be matched. Lamb's Respite, Wild Growth, no one drops. It's impossible to find lethal on these members of MnM. And Kakan finds the kill credit onto the Renekton. And then slowly but surely, they actually get chased out by Dexby. He's doing so much damage with the Defile. And then you think, okay, this is going to be the end of the fight. MnM are just going to back off slowly. They're going to sort of retreat to this dragon, see if they can take it. If not, just take a reset. And then Monk, you feel like he's overstepping. Yamaru and Azator think the same, so they walk forward, trying to find damage. And the Grand Scarfle actually comes down. And that's when the Fiend's healing plus the shield comes in, and he just nails Yamaru in the face, flashes forward, finds Azator with the last bit of spit. Oh wait, I don't even know what he dies to. He just dies. Might have been a minion. But yeah, Monk stays alive through even more shielding. And then almost finds Selfway, and that's when Kakan, he decides the fight's not over. He teleports back. We come back out into more fighting.
It looked like just one pick there. Dexby goes down, but everyone else is okay in the fight. But goodness me. It's all action now. It was very, very slow to kick off, and just like that, MnM are 6-1 up.
What a chaotic passage of play. As now, yeah, MnM seem to have found a pick again onto Dexby, and additionally found the Cloud Dragon too. We're gonna get a replay of the pick, and I mean, it's just walking through the jungle. Does he get the red buff stolen from him? No, he doesn't. Red buff. I feel like he's just too low. Aesthetic just has enough damage, and that's kind of that. And almost drops in reality as we're Kakan's in a peculiar position. I don't know if he's gonna die.
He might be okay. He gets stunned up, looking for the dodges. He's still happy to walk around because Bendix is en route as is Aesthetics. Goes big and gets out. Voloxer in the backside. I don't know if this is the flag you really want. Rumble just got a block. The ultimate coming through an Aesthetic, looking towards Dexby, looking for a bit more damage. Needs to be a little careful as Selfway is rotating around, but going to be able to get the kill. And the rest of MnM are now unleashed to get involved in the fight. Selfway needs one more auto attack to get stunned up, but people are scared of Dexby. They have to stay in the rest fight. Just calm down just a second there. Aesthetic, he decides that he wants to get the kill and doesn't want to die, and will just turn away for the objective.
Yeah, this game is just sorry, our production man just made me laugh a lot. As yeah, I mean, this game is just spiraling out of control for Nyyrikki here. They held onto the game kind of steadily, but Kakan, it seemed like he was out of position, but saved by the utility of the Lulu, the shielding, the healing. It's just too much, and find 2 kills off the back of it. And I mean, Velux, I don't know how he found himself in that position. It wasn't a deep teleport. Just ends up in the middle of 4 members as Monk is...
Oh, actually now going to be in a little bit of trouble, but Selfplay actually going to be ripped apart. Dexter coming through, but I don't... Champion jumps in to save his marksman, and Monk's like, no, that's cool, I'll just kill you instead.
You haven't seen much Monk Kog'Maw, have you?
I've seen a little, but it still shocks and appalls me every time.
Yeah, this man's a bit of a monster on the champion. He really loved the loot.
2.4k ahead.
Yeah, half of the, well, more than half of the gold lead is practically existing on Monk's Kog'Maw right now. Psychopath gameplay. Psychopath gameplay. But he knows his limits, and that's the important thing. You can pull off plays like that when you understand the champion to its absolute limits, and I don't know many other AD carry players that know Kog'Maw like Monk knows Kog'Maw. So, really putting on a show here so far. 16 minutes into the game, and one thing we haven't really highlighted too much is that MnM also have Dragon stacking in their favor. And it's an Infernal Soul with what is effectively double AD carry hyperscaling comp. And that's a worrying prospect to deal with. Whether the game even gets to that point, given the trajectory that we've been on for the past 5 minutes, I'm unsure. But we'll have to see as things unfold here, as Shelly is going to get the second charge off. As Monk, please.
Monk,
they have
family. Yamaru. No, Yamaru goes down. Selfway jumps in, but I don't know if he really wants to be there. Velox are in the back line. But who's flanking who as Monk steps forward? 1, 2, 3 more shots is all it takes. The Selfway will be cut down for the double as well. Monk just does not care. And I was going to say it's a 1v9 performance, but the team is designed to make it a 1v9. Dexter steps a little bit too far forward and takes half his health bar as punishment. Monk happy to help burn through that tower of aesthetics. One more ult. Doesn't quite take him down, but they're going to move and crack the base at 17 minutes. And looks like they don't want to be going for an early inhibitor. They'd rather just back away.
Yeah, nice bit of discipline there. Very, very common that you see teams, particularly in solo queue. Ah, yes, we love Monk too. And he's got the right the skin on. Yeah, he does. Well, he's running a chroma, which I'm not a fan. I think you have to run.
Why use that chroma? Steady on.
Yeah, you gotta run a base.
Nah, this one makes him look like a beagle. It's good. Look how happy he is. Like, he's just chuffed a bit. It's great.
But yeah, a lot of teams in that position, they would have potentially have taken the inhibitor, but the reason why they opt not to is simply because if they have mid lane being constantly shoved in and they're not there to collect the waves, then it becomes a lane entirely that they lose out on XP in. Yes, they'll have constant priority, and I mean, honestly, in a game like this, it wouldn't have been terrible. As you can see, Nyyrikki actually trying to freeze the lane in the base. And this is the kind of thing that could have happened with the supers. Fortunately enough for them, they had a big enough wave. So, I mean, you can see they want this inhib to drop. And this is a very, very intelligent play. It's not often that you get to see stuff like this happen.
Yeah.
And I mean, it should actually occur. I think there's a big enough wave that this mid lane wave should... Dexui, don't ruin it.
Dexui, don't you do it. I mean, it's fine, though.
This is very, very smart from Nyyrikki. If this wave dies and then the wave continues on to kill the inhibitor, it's going to be a wave where, yes, MnM are going to win out on prio, but they can definitely lose a little bit of XP. And you can see MnM members immediately gathering in the top side, Khan on the bottom side. They're trying to sort of make amends for this because they are bleeding waves in the mid lane right now. And I mean, Baron is about to spawn, and Kog'Maw has 2 items. Aesthetic is sitting on that Storm Razor too, and the inhibitor is finally going to drop, but now it's at a slightly more suitable time. And at this point, I'm actually kind of wondering whether Nyyrikki should have just cleared the wave. I feel like the initial idea was very, very good, but they've now left it to a point where MnM should be able to secure Baron entirely uncontested. And now the inhibitor is gonna persist well into Infernal Soul Spawn. It's that's unfortunate. Honestly, that's kind of unlucky. They kind of got punished for the original right play, but I just took too.
I think that's very fascinating. I've never really seen teams do that before. Just allowing that inhibitor to go down. Veloxa needs to be so careful. One more auto will stun him up. The Monk taking a couple of tower shots needs to be careful. I say that, but he wants to get one more. Gets Dexui down low. Monk actually needs to be a little bit careful with the ultimate, but actually, you know what? No, he doesn't. I'm lying to you. Loudness Respite will keep him alive, and he's getting healed. He got Lulu ulted as well because, you know what? Fine, why not? It doesn't matter at this stage. Picard going to be able to cut down that second tower. He feels pretty sad that he's left alone, but he is going to be happy down there because he's the last line of defense for Monk now. With all the other ultimates being used to keep him alive there. And
now, if there's a window for Nyyrikki to do anything, it's in the next 20 seconds. But
is there a window? Is that window actually open?
Realistically,
yeah. Get out of there, Real.
He's dodging.
Jumping in. Will be able to get the kill. Selfie gets the stun down. Got needs to be a little bit careful. Will be shut down. With a goal going into the pocket of Dexui. But look at the base. Towers are going to be collapsed. See minions already cracking in onto the Nexus towers, which will give plenty of time for MnM to take the top lane. They're moving forward though. They want to fight. Monk is not happy with enemy people being near him in this game. Going to be able to take down the tower and the inhibitor as well. Doing a decent chunk to anyone who steps forward. But I don't know if they're going to be able to push through just yet. Could well move to that middle minion wave, but looking towards Veloxa will get stunned up. One more. Oh no, the ultimate. The dominance will be enough to keep Veloxa alive for a second. Here goes Pappy looking for stun on to Monk, but the ultimate from Lulu will keep him alive. Veloxa will get burnt down alongside Pappy. Had the audacity to try and kill Monk on combo this game, and Ornn will get the knock up onto Monk, but it's not going to matter too much. Teleport coming through. First tower has gone down. Second tower will be following it immediately afterwards. You've got to imagine MnM right now. It's just a cleanup job. They're looking towards the next. They're looking towards the game and the series, and with that, they will be able to qualify for the NLC Fall Open. A couple more kills will fall down. Monk gets the last one, and it's going to keep Nyyrikki on their steps. So that's MnM clean 2-0. And they will qualify.
And what a absolute monster 1v9 performance from Monk. There is no other way to articulate that. The man knows his limits. Like I said earlier on, you can't name many other AD carries that would play Kog'Maw and flash in like how Kog'Maw flashed in, how Monk flashed in the bottom side and scored himself those 2 kills. And after that, he just ran away with the game. Braum Kog'Maw is such a potent combination where all Braum has to do is just tag people with the concussive blows and with the range of the added attack speed from lethal tempo from Lulu. People just get locked down so fast. So many times Veloxa tried to get in on a flank angle and he just got tagged by Braum and he just immediately got stunned up and died within the duration of the Braum stun. And yeah, I mean, there's really not much to talk about from that game. You know, it was a quiet-ish start. Aesthetic and Bendix really worked well together in the early stages to sort of deny Duxui from scaling, you know, quickly. He did eventually kind of get there, but at the end of the day, when you're dealing with a Kog'Maw so fed with a Kindred and a Lulu on his back pocket, there's not much you can really do when, you know, half your engage options are effectively null and void because you're dealing with Lamb's Respite, you're dealing with the Braum Shield. There's no ways to get on top of the Kog'Maw, and if there's no ways to get on top of Monk's Kog'Maw when he's that fed, yeah,
nothing you can do.
Yeah, there's just nothing you can do. It's lights out.
Definitely an exciting game to close out on, and MnM showing why they deserve to have qualified. Of course, there will be games tomorrow to allow for seeding, and they want to be seeded as highly as possible, but definitely a strong performance. We're going to jump to a very short break now, but when we come back, the desk is going to break down what we already know about that last game, but if they don't say Monk at least 27 times, I'll be very disappointed. But don't go anywhere, because I believe Officer Naughty will be returning to wax lyrical about his team. So we'll see you in a second.
MnM join the ranks of the qualified teams for the for the NLC Fall Open. I know what I'm talking about. And I am Grey Hut. I'm joined by Officer Naughty. I, of course, have Nyyrikki with me as well. There's a very happy man in the middle there. He's got his hoodie. The marshmallows are out. The marshmallows are through, actually, rather than being out there. They're out on the webcam, but they're in the tournament. There you go. So, happy, Officer Naughty?
Pretty happy after a tough week last week, not showing what we can do. Really nice to see the boys try hard in scrims this week, listen to the coaching staff, and actually execute the win conditions and the comps that they've been set. So really happy.
Talk to me about how you're feeling after about 10 or 15 minutes in that first game of the series.
Yeah, I guess like I was really worried. Well, not really worried, like a little bit worried because enemy team like kind of did quite well at the start. But I looked at the gold difference a bit, and they didn't really have much of a gold lead because we were farming so well. So the kills were not really too like relevant. So yeah, I was a little bit nervous. Obviously, it's not nice to see your team getting killed a bit, but looking at the bigger picture, I knew we'd be all right. After I think it was like a quadra. We got 4 kills at one point, and then that was it.
And seeing your team get killed a bit was something that didn't really happen too much in the second game. It was a dominant showing, Nyyrikki.
No, it was pretty all to plan there, I guess, because whereas the early game one, as we were talking about, didn't really end up firing on all cylinders for MnM, started off with a really good invading game too. Had the Lulu walk in with a Kindred and force Karthus off of his own blue side jungle. Kindred then walks over to the other side of the map, takes their side of the jungle too, and that means that Karthus is permanently playing catch-up. Kindred has the first to every play, gets the choice of all the scuttles, and that sets up the map so very well, particularly when it's an Ornn versus Lulu island mid lane matchup, which doesn't matter on the game. And eventually this culminates in a bot lane dive a number of minutes into the game. It's a relatively slow early game, which then that's when the real fireworks start.
Yeah, I mean, credit to Nyyrikki for playing their part in what was certainly an entertaining game 1, even if game 2 was something of a stomp. Of course, this is the end of the road for them now. They will not qualify for the NLC Fall Open as a result of this particular series. However, we can bring you up to date with some of the teams that have now qualified. So we knew from last week that Barrage, Viking, Ensign, Singularity had made their way through. We've also had 2-0 wins, obviously for MnM Gaming just now, and also for Nordavind and top seeds coming in to this particular qualifier. Looking at the results so far, both Dusty and Absolved have a 1-0 lead against Sonic and London Esports, respectively. So they are only 1 game away from cementing their places into the qualifier. What do you think of those potential teams going through, Officer Naughty?
Yeah, I think the Nordavind team is probably the strongest out of all of them. I have a lot of respect for Spooky and Lucchesi, the jungle mid duo. They've really like hard stomped EBL. I think Spooky as a jungler is probably one of the best, like more up and coming junglers. He's been on my radar for a really long time, so I'll be excited to see how like aesthetic or he like levels up against aesthetic. So yeah, really excited to play against them the most. Really want to see what Spooky does.
And is there a little bit of you that wants to get drawn up against Ents to try and get a bit of revenge for what went down last week?
Yeah, of course. I'm literally not scared of any team in the group stage. Like, there's some good teams, but I'm not scared of any of them. It'd be nice to play against Ents again to show that they shouldn't have 2-0'd us that hard. But yeah, all the teams will be fun. Barrage, especially. I'd love to play against Riddle. I mean, yeah, Barrage, the Barrage roster.
Little slip of the tongue there, I'm sure, purely accidental. Nyyrikki, looking at these teams that have gone through and reflecting on what we just saw across the last 2 games of this series, especially that Protect the Cogmore composition, do you feel like MnM have shown now that they've really stepped up and can really take it to these teams?
I have to say, been very impressed with MnM's drafting. I think that's the one thing which I take away from this series. I think that in both games, they get themselves ample tools to outplay. Particularly in the second game, the big thing for me, because obviously in the first game, I was saying, well, you know, not really the best early game. Things went as we've talked about that enough. But yes, that was definitely a question for me, kind of saying, well, if I was going to put them on a similar level to the teams which are already qualified, there needs to be something more happening in the early game. They played really well to set up their Cogmore for eventual success in this early game. Not everything has to be about lots of kills. Sometimes it's about the lack of them in important areas of the map. If Cogmore is even remotely even in this second game, they end up having a very large point of power to play around. That's exactly what happened. They got very far ahead, and then suddenly Monk, does a mighty fine job of carrying that game.
And surely you realize that this team must be must be very well focused in terms of what is going on. If even someone as bloodthirsty as Officer Naughty is coming out and saying the kills didn't matter, we had some decent farm going.
But there were a few
on.
kills too, though.
There were
a few. There was one particular play bot lane that was pretty okay.
I'm glad you spoke about the draft because our background staff has done quite a lot this week. Like we know that Raven's the head coach, but previous Yets and Dupre have really worked hard with like scouting other teams, and Previous has been drafting on game days, and he's been pretty much guessing the enemy teams like bans and picks straight out. So yeah, it's been really nice to see a really cohesive staff as well.
This was the play of the game. I mean, I just wanted to touch on how important that Kindred ult was.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, it was like another half second of CC. This play absolutely doesn't work out. And I think, yeah, if you're talking about what you can predict the other team coming through, the Lulu last pick comes in so very important. You see Monk here, he gets himself his lethal tempo and just starts wailing on them. Lulu's already got an Athenes at this point, and that's a number of Qs dodge, Pantheon overshoots, he's on the back foot, and then suddenly you've already got one person down, another person having to tank up Cog W with a lethal tempo running, and of course just Lulu's just around. Minion helping too, and Monk gets 2 kills after not participating in that first one in what turned out to be quite an even fight, but this kind of follow-on play just breaks the game wide open for MnM.
Tragedy as well for Selfway, who in a moment he goes for his recall, and as the teleport comes through, cancels at the last moment, which is a deadly mistake to make.
Absolutely, yeah. It was just such a messy play after such a good early game. You could see immediately, I think it was like a double teleport coming through. It ends up being the 1-for-1, but the 1 kill onto MnM is onto the Shen, who has teleport anyway. As soon as his death cooldowns completed, he just comes right back in. And Pantheon, yes, unfortunately, does cancel the recall, pays for it with his life. But yeah, no, I think for me, this is what showed me the difference between game 1 and game 2 is that MnM were very aware of what they had to play with, particularly Monk, of course, just knowing I have the damage here. I cannot play this. And that bodes well if they do want to start going toe-to-toe with some of the teams that have already qualified.
And also, you look at the timing of when that happened. Officer Nord, I don't know if you heard us during the mid-break, but it was Kachkar and Nyyrikki were talking about how they felt like MnM, they lost out on some of the early kills because they were taking fights at the wrong time. If that fight happens 5-7 minutes earlier, some of the item spikes haven't hit, maybe some of the ultimates haven't been gained.
Levels, yeah.
I think that goes horrifically for your team. But this time around, you play within your limits, and we showed just what you can do and take over the game as a result. Were you happy to see that? What was your reaction as you saw that play going down?
Yeah, no, as you said, our team normally really good at playing around item spikes, especially Monk and Bendix. They're really vocal about when they're really strong. They're vocal about when their spikes are, how much gold they need, and when they are. So it's nice to see that go around. And interestingly enough, I'll give you a little bit of an insight. Monk does not play with attack move. He only right clicks. So when yeah, I know. So for a player who plays Cogmore the most, like when he gets a lot more attack speed, it's really impressive.
That makes that last replay even more impressive.
Yeah. That's what I thought. So
But he did it in a minion wave too. What?
Yeah. So he right click moves and obviously right clicks to attack as well. So it's really impressive to see him when it gets to those stages. So yeah, that fight was insane. Like the Kindred ult, which negated like all the Carthage sort of damage.
I know, like I've heard of monks taking like a vow of silence or a vow of other things. I'd never heard of a monk taking the vow of no attack move.
Yeah, he just said he's never used it, so that's like he really benefits from like warm ups and stuff, and getting himself like his fingers ready, because it takes a lot for him to get to the highest level of just right click him.
That is legitimately impressive, especially when we saw the zoomed in, slowed down version there, where he sidestepped the mini Orn mountain and then the flux as well from Ezreal. So full credit to him. And while we're talking about him, let's talk about the MVP for the series, because I've spoken to the casters, and you should always look towards them. Those who got to see the game firsthand, they both said Monk for them across the series. What are your feelings about that one, Alex?
Yeah, I do agree. I think.
God damn it! You did it!
No way. No, go. Let him go. Go, Namio. Go.
Thank you, other Alex. I like to think we have that kind of like camaraderie there. Yeah, I think that Monk has been really, really good across both games. I think in game 1, I was thinking, okay, yeah, Aesthetic played really well under Lily. Lily being a very strong champion, it's easy to look good on that champion, I guess. And it's also good to look. It's maybe easy to look good on a Cogmore being very fed too. But yes, all the tools that were thrown into this AD carry's lap just used them very, very effectively. In game 1, I think the actual breaking point was Monk finding that pick onto the Alistair just around, which led into the 2-throw fight, including that pick, and then into the Baron, and then kind of snowballing the game. Then in game 2, breaking open that bot lane play, making a couple of outplays in mid lane, and then just becoming this unstoppable death ball with this whole composition hinging around this Cogmore. It was just very, very impressive to see a guy just pick up and run.
Yeah, thank you, Alex. Number 2, Alex. Number 1, you agree?
Yeah, just good shout out. So I'm pretty sure Bendix is not played more, especially in like competitive. He might have played it in solo queue. So for him to be confident enough, or us to be confident enough on him to just play it mid lane, just like that, is well, hats off to him. Not a lot of players want to play a champion first time in a competitive match, so that's really good. I think Eli Wood's roams were really good, pretty much both series. I think when he did roam, he wasn't like falling behind, which I felt like their support was. Whenever he did roam, he didn't. He kind of like fell behind on levels and stuff. So yeah, but for me, yeah, Monk or Aesthetic played really well controlling the game. But obviously, you can't not give it to Monk after that Cogmore performance. It's disgusting.
That is true. This was our last series that we were covering today from the NLC Fall Open Qualifier. However, we do hopefully have some semi-finals and maybe even a grand final to bring you tomorrow. And I've got one last update off Naughty. I can reveal that it will be Dusty who have progressed, beating Masonic 2-0 that you will be facing in that semi-final. Thoughts on that?
That'll be an interesting match. Like, I think Dusty, obviously one of the NLC teams, the former NLC teams, so to play against them again, it'd be nice to get some revenge against Dusty. I'll be excited for that. I'm really excited actually.
And these teams they're playing for pride, they're playing for seeding. Hopefully we'll get to see that one round about, I believe it's 1 o'clock CEST tomorrow. So please do tune in here at Square One. Thank you very much to both Alexes, to Officer Naughty, to Nyyrikki, to our fantastic casting duo, Jamada and Viperoon as well. Make sure to follow all of those fantastic folks on
and
Twitter.
Reed, who's awesome.
Find out all their social medias. Reed, as always, with the production, and SQ1 in general. Brilliant to be a part of this unit. Just checking in that I haven't forgotten anything else I'm meant to be covering from production or from anyone else.
Kashka's pretty cool too, yes.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah, to be fair, he is absolutely wonderful. Go check him out on Twitter. Drop him a follow. Those subscribers on Twitter, they do actually mean quite a lot to us. So thank you very much to everyone who follows us. And to the rest of you, we still like you too, and I hope you've enjoyed the show. Please tune back in tomorrow. We'll be back with more NLC Fall Open Qualifier action. But until then, I'm Stanley Greyheart Barker. Goodbye.
Some form of control still, making our constant binary choices and voicing our equally shallow opinions more loudly or quietly. Most people can't even decide what color to wear or which burger to eat. Well, but does it matter, man? Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion. people can't even decide what color to wear or which burger to eat. What the does it matter, man? Autonomy is an illusion.